Chapter 26. Yijiosa originally thought that after the return of Fuqiang, the script he got should be the plot of the male protagonist making a fortune from farming. Based on building a new socialist countryside and vigorously developing productivity with the ultimate goal of picking up girls and taking in underlings, today, Yijiosa was also constantly struggling, but he never expected that. After the obedient Fuqiang and the calm democracy met, like dry firewood and raging fire, it actually made him recall the fear of being dominated by the husky once again. Fuqiang, as a milk dog, had an extreme sense of territory. For the uninvited guest that broke into its territory, democracy adopted a three-step strategy: I salute, team salute, and sing the national anthem. I salute, that is, after democracy's front paw stepped into the house, it raised a pair of golden eyes and stared coldly at the other party. From the Tibetan Mastiff's claws to its neck, from the dog's face to its waist and abdomen, from its spine to its tail, it was like a hunter staring at its prey. Its eyes were not only presumptuous, but also full of indifference. It was like a butcher dismembering an ox. A dog that was swept by Fuqiang's demon eyes of death could only be a dog meat sashimi. And after democracy experienced the pasteurization gaze sweep, it was forced to enter the next stage, the team salute. The team salute was the truth that, when two dogs meet, there will be a fight. In the face of the provocation of a milk dog, democracy did not care, but when he was about to drink the mixed soup that Yijiosa gave him, the milk dog slapped his dog head. He pressed his head into the soup. The thick soup covered the entire dog's face. The liquid meandered down his neck, flowing through his forelimbs and through his abdominal cavity. His fur was soaking wet. His breath was the smell of dog meat that was scooped up from the pot. The most terrible thing was that the culprit was brought back by himself. Uchiha Madara. He would explode at any moment. Thus, he and this hypocritical milk dog fought into a ball. They scratched each other until dog fur flew everywhere, quilts were torn, and pots and pans were smashed into a pile. He didn't have the intention to be ruthless, but the puppy was holding on to him. What kind of enmity was there between them? When Yijiosa returned home and saw the mess on the ground, his calm and gentle facade was completely shattered. You two silly dogs. Look at what you've done. If I don't break your dog legs today, my surname won't be Yi. He roared and lowered his aura, reducing the two dogs' dexterity by more than half. He pressed Fuqiang's head with one hand and grabbed democracy's tail with the other. Pulling the dog back, he smiled sinisterly. Can't you learn from the old hen next door? Not only do you not know how to lay eggs, but you also destroyed my property. He raised his hand and slapped Fuqiang's butt. Immediately, the whole puppy was stupefied. He stepped on democracy, twisted its ears, and spun it 360 degrees. Democracy tried to resist, but Yijiosa plucked out a large patch of fur. Howl. Uchiha Madara chose to die. Do you know how to write the word poor? The crown is the house, the little 8 inside are two silly dogs, and their last strength is fighting. Raising two dogs in a house to fight, if that's not poor, then what is it? I'll beat you to death. He rolled up his sleeves, kicked democracy, and punched Fuqiang. A moment later, the house was no longer habitable. Kikyo and Kagura quickly moved out. In an instant, the people left and the tea cooled. It was very miserable. Yijiosa sadly discovered that ever since he started raising dogs, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he still didn't have a girl, no property, and no world. Raising a dog needs to be careful, or it will ruin your life. Life really can't go on anymore. Seeing that Yijiosa was living such a hard life, his face haggard and his hair like withered grass, Fuqiang and democracy finally stopped. They sat on either side of him and began the last part, singing the national anthem. Woof, woof, woof. Those were just meaningless syllables, similar to the grunts that pets would make from their throats when they were satisfied. Obviously, although the two warlike dogs fought until they were bald, this fight made the dog feel very comfortable and incomparably refreshed. Go to hell with the I salute, salute, and singing the national anthem. His socialism doesn't need fucking Fu-Chang and democracy. I quit, I'm so tired, I don't want to be a shit-shoveling officer anymore. Whoever wants to be a shit-shoveling officer can do it, I'm leaving. Yijiosa stormed out in a huff. As for the two dogs beside him, they didn't realize what was going on until dinner time. Oh, their cook seemed to have disappeared. At that time, Saishomaru was nestled at the head of the bed, and Uchiha Madara was curled up at the end of the bed. Between them, there was messy bedding and skin with dog fur stuck on it. There was no light or wind in the room, and it was very quiet, leaving only fragments on the ground. There was no delicious food, no one was willing to clean up, no one was willing to lie down and warm the bed. The world suddenly became so cold, only the little belly of the shit-shoveling officer still had some warmth. The two dogs couldn't help but fall into a strange silence. Yijiosa said that he didn't want to see the two dog faces of Fu-Chang and democracy for the time being. Don't these stupid dogs have any idea what's going on? The most valuable thing he had was that wooden house, and they still let him do it. You two dogs are so capable, do you have gourds growing on your heads? He decided to starve them for a few meals to teach them a lesson. As for where he was going to spend the night, was there a need to say it? Of course, he was going to Maple Village. People Sea City was still being rebuilt and Kikyu Kagura's new house had a musty smell. No matter how he thought about it, only Maple Village could temporarily take in a helpless child like him who was left behind. Yijiosa elegantly left with the token of Fringe Village and some food in his backpack. He easily came to the door and was warmly welcomed by the grassroots people of Maple Village. There was no other way. In this era, food was the most important thing to the people, and whoever gave them food was their parents. Yijiosa's backpack didn't have anything else, but there were a few banquets for Kenzo. A problem that could be settled with a banquet was not a problem at all. He successfully checked in, and once again met the male protagonist of the routine, Kikyu's ex-boyfriend, Guwei's current boy toy, and the half-orc who had been nailed to a tree for 50 years, Inuyasha. He wore the same bright red clothes, as if he was a groom every day. The festive color matched his fluffy white hair and two dog ears, making him look silly and adorable. But when he showed a retarded expression, ugh, it was a little painful to look at. Inuyasha froze on the spot, looking at him with a slightly distorted expression. Then, Yijiosa saw him carefully moving closer, the tip of his nose twitching slightly, displaying the sensitivity of a dog. The smell of Kikyu. TSK, the smell of Saishomaru. Damn it, why do I still have the smell of Nara? Inuyasha felt hurt. The child who was welcomed by Maple Village had the smell of his girlfriend, Brother Ghost, and his rival in love. He could not help but suspect that these guys had gathered together for some unspeakable conspiracy. What are you doing here? Inuyasha asked warily, what's your relationship with them? I'm here to spend the night. Yijiosa smiled, I have nothing to do with them. Because I just want to have some kind of relationship with your cute little girlfriend now. It was time to have a late-night chat with the girl in the sailor suit about traveling through time and space. Inuyasha was speechless. He still wanted to say something, but Guwei's voice came from afar with a hint of anxiety, Inuyasha, come and see what's going on with it. He saw a girl in a sailor suit carrying a big bloody dog, panting as she rushed over. Her white top was dyed red with blood, it was a ghastly sight. In her arms was a golden retriever with glossy fur. It had a strong physique and was quite heavy. If it was not injured to the point of death, it would be a beautiful and active domestic dog when it was healthy. However, the golden retriever's eyes were tightly shut, and blood was dripping from the corner of its mouth. Even its chest was cut open, and the organs in its abdomen could be vaguely seen. Its fur and blood were mixed together, and it was also covered in black mud and dust. Its breathing was very weak, like a candle trembling in the cold wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. If it didn't receive effective treatment, it would die. Yijiosa was stunned. He instinctively stepped forward and took the golden retriever from Gu Wei's hands. He frowned, checked the golden retriever's wound, and ordered decisively, "Gu Wei, prepare a basin of hot water, scissors, hydrogen peroxide, cotton, bandages, and tweezers." "Okay." Gu Wei responded subconsciously, and then reacted with a start. How did you know?" Hydrogen peroxide, bandages, and tweezers, these were medical supplies from the 21st century. Could it be? Gu Wei suddenly became excited. She originally thought that she had come to the lonely warring states period of 500 years ago. She did not expect to meet a companion from the same era. She wanted to hug this child and talk to her, but when she saw the golden retriever in her arms, she stopped. Right now, saving the dog was more important. Ever since she stayed with dogs, she wanted to save every dog she saw. Gu Wei thought of Inuyasha, that silly dog, and decided to find something for him to do. "Inuyasha, go to the village entrance to pick up Xie Jian and a little girl." "Okay." "Aw. Who did you say?" The silly dog was confused. "Say that again." "Pick up who?" Inuyasha was strongly stimulated. "Saishomaru is here." "Isn't Xie Jian his servant?" He suspected that there was something wrong with Gu Wei's brain. Saishomaru snatched his knife, beat his face, and kicked his butt, and she actually asked him to pick up his servant. After Kikyo abandoned him and chose to fight with Nara, Gu Wei also wanted to abandon him and join Saishomaru's camp. "No. Don't be so cruel to him. Don't think too much, you go pick them up." Gu Wei rolled her eyes. "I met them when I was gathering herbs." In order to protect a little girl, Xie Jian was fighting the demons with all his might. Inuyasha was shocked, and he suspected that he was deaf. "Xie Jian. To save a little girl. Don't they hate humans the most?" "Well, a lot of things can't be judged by appearances." Gu Wei sighed, pushed Inuyasha away, and turned to enter the house. "Maybe your brother also has a gentle side." "Saishomaru has a gentle side. Then he may have been struck dumb by lightning." Inuyasha revealed an expression as though he had eaten shit, and walked away with one hand and one foot. Gu Wei could not help but laugh, and when she entered the house, she saw Yijiosa skillfully treating the golden retriever's fur and bandaging its wounds. When the last wound was bandaged, the girl heaved a sigh of relief, looking gratified. "How's the child?" "He looks very spirited. He should be very healthy in the future." Yijiosa lifted the golden retriever's head, but little did he know that the heavily injured golden retriever had slowly opened its eyes. In his blurry consciousness, he seemed to hear someone say, "How's the child? He should be very healthy in the future." "Wait, child. What's going on?" He was alarmed, and when he looked up, he met the eyes of two women, one big and one small. They conversed with a smile, and treated him like a baby, suffused with motherly gentleness. He felt his hind limbs being lifted, and one of them said with a smile, "It's a boy." Child, woman, gentleness. Golden retriever. Gilgamesh didn't feel good at all. He was the strongest hero king, so how did he die without realizing it? He even reincarnated into a baby. Let him go back. The Holy Grail was not in his hands yet. Help him up, and he could still fight another 300 rounds. He let out an irascible cry, and could not help but curse, but what was even more horrifying was yet to come. A dog's mouth could not spit out ivory, but a dog's mouth could spit out woof, woof, woof. Gilgamesh, woof, woof, woof dash. In the next second, he fell into a strange silence. He had imagined many outcomes, but the outcome did not include him becoming a dog. Chapter 27. Who was Gilgamesh? He was the epic hero king, the life-snatching king of the Holy Grail War, the inhumane verbal cannon king, the supreme zombie king, and the Shuanghui king who crossed dimensions and was popular with thousands of young girls. However, man proposes, God disposes. This king who talked about miscellaneous cultivators, threw money without limit, and relied on his face to attract hatred, actually had such a day. He had actually fallen from the hero king to brother dog wolf. This was the golden fur wolf who was fated to die, the weak wolf who could not protect his moral integrity, the poor wolf who had no support, the cautious and bullied wolf who was repeatedly played by women and lawless like a rag doll wolf. He had never encountered such a shameful insult, nor had he suffered such inhuman grievances. It was a pain that life could not bear. Gilgamesh flew into a rage out of humiliation. A mere human dared to despise the dignity of the king and lift the king's hind legs, to peep into the king's privacy and even fucking comment on the king's size. What was even worse was, they actually began to discuss the breed of the queen, stupid miscellaneous cultivator. He, Gilgamesh, was not a dog. His queen could not possibly be another golden retriever. It was even more impossible for her to be a Samoyed and a string. Damn miscellaneous cultivator, why could even a bulldog be selected for the throne of the queen? Gilgamesh was so angry that his body trembled. He desperately wanted to open the king's treasure artifact to destroy the human in front of him, but soon he realized, as a dog, not only did his body not have any strength, he even had a tail. A tail. A tail that would swing happily when the miscellaneous cultivator touched it twice. Gilgamesh. The great hero king rolled his eyes, he fainted. Before his consciousness dissipated, he heard the woman's worried exclamation, "Oh! Why did its wound split open again? So much blood." The miscellaneous cultivator who was stroking his fur said calmly, "Mo Fong, golden fur is a docile and cute little angel. It is very close to humans. However, it was too heavily injured, and its bloody appearance was rejected by humans. After living a miserable life and losing the care of its owner, when it once again felt the kindness of humans." Yijose paused and continued, "It was inevitable that it would be overly excited and burst its blood vessels." Hero, blood vessel burster king. Gu Wei suddenly felt pity for the golden retriever. "Good boy, don't be too happy to see us. Have a good sleep, we will always take care of you. We will always take care of you. Always." Gilgamesh. Mongrel cultivator. "This prince rejects your care." Rejected. With great difficulty, he let out a sorrowful woof before falling into a dark and sweet dream, sinking deeper and deeper. As expected of a golden retriever. What a grateful dog. Yijose listened to the soft woof at the end and was deeply moved. Just by saving it, it learned to respond to people. Unlike my two silly dogs. They even tore down the house in a fight today. Yijose sighed. When comparing goods, you have to throw them away. When comparing dogs, you have to stew them. He stroked the golden retriever's back, his eyes filled with melancholy. "You have two dogs." "Yes, one is called Fuqiang, and the other is democracy." When Yijose talked about his children, he was suddenly full of sighs and sighs like an auntie who was a matchmaker. They have grown up, have their own ideas, and are in the rebellious phase. They don't listen to their owners anymore. Gu Wei was a little confused. Dogs also have rebellious phase. Of course. Yijose gave her a look that seemed to have seen all the vicissitudes of life. "Have you ever had a dog?" Gu Wei thought of Inuyasha's face and nodded. I have. A pretty big one. An adult dog. Yi Jose tooted. Did it have an owner before you? Gu Wei suddenly thought of Kikyo. In essence, she was Inuyasha's first owner. Yes. In fact, compared with puppies, adult dogs are more easily disloyal. Yi Jose said, think about it, the good times it had with its previous owner can't be erased by time. Even if it gets to know you better, it still misses the first person. I once saw a news article about a dog that got lost and was adopted by a kind person for 3 years. But one day, it was taken for a walk on the street, and it happened to bump into its previous owner. It struggled crazily and threw itself on its previous owner, almost forgetting its current owner. It's quite rebellious. Gu Wei was stunned and couldn't help but grab her skirt. You're saying that you want me to give up raising it? Of course not. Yi Jose showed an innocent smile with the appearance of a loli. All the disloyalty of large dogs is built on the basis of the owner's poor training. I just want to tell you to increase the training efforts, put limited energy into unlimited education, and cultivate real loyal dogs for Maple Village. It won't have time to remember its previous owner. And you're alone, after all, and your energy is limited. Yi Jose advised sincerely, Sister Gu Wei, you still have to study. Gu Wei's mind was overwhelmed by the word study, and she felt the sadness of being the last one to make up for homework. So, Sister Gu Wei, just take care of the dogs you have now. This golden retriever. Please let me take care of it. Yi Jose finally revealed his foxtail and went straight to the point. You picked up the golden retriever, and I shouldn't take it away from you. But, sister, you're too busy. It's tiring enough to take care of one dog. Do you want another one? Gu Wei shook her head violently. No. She had to study and take care of Inuyasha. How could she raise another dog? 2 adult dogs can tear down your home and your homework. Gu Wei shivered and immediately sat up straight. She solemnly begged, then. I'm sorry, little witch of the village of grain, please agree to my request and help take care of this child. I will. Yi Jose felt that his time to live was stable. He smiled sincerely. It's very humble and obedient. Such a well-mannered child, let's call it civilization. After a round of talking, he got the right to raise the golden retriever. As for the dog in Gu Wei's family that was about to be trained more, what could he do? That was the hobby of the dog sect. Inuyasha led the way in front, Xie Jian led the 2-headed mount, and Amu silently followed behind. Ling was bouncing around without a care, and did not notice the strange atmosphere between the two. Grandpa Xie Jian, are we not going to wait for Master Saishomaru? Long. Despicable. Lu said sodium. What? What? Chlorine. Full of lies. Breeding a stranger. Grandpa Xie Jian, why does brother in red have ears on his head? Because he's a half-demon. Xie Jian had a complicated look in his eyes. Do all half-demons have ears? Stupid, Inuyasha is the child of a dog demon and a human, that's why he has ears. Saishomaru was not around, so Xie Jian spoke in a low voice, for fear of being beaten up by Inuyasha. But he did not know that the man in red in front of him had long been used to the term half-demon, and he was also indifferent to other people's comments on his strange appearance. It was not that he did not mind, but if he did mind, could it change the fact that he was a half-demon? Could it change the view of humans and monsters on half-demons? No. He was like a taboo. Inuyasha put his hands in his sleeves and quickened his pace to the village. But he heard the little girl behind him exclaim with a smile, Grandpa Xie Jian, Ling remembers that Master Saishomaru is also a dog demon. Then will Master Saishomaru's future children also have ears? Impossible. Master Saishomaru will never like a human, and he will never let a human bear his child. Xie Jian warned Ling sternly, because you are the first human that Master saved with the natural tooth, Master allowed you to follow. But it does not mean that you are special to Master Saishomaru. Ling was confused and could not understand what Xie Jian meant at all. She had no parents and had never received systematic learning, so she was unfamiliar with many words. She could only repeat it mechanically and slowly straighten it out. Master Saishomaru can't let people bear his child. Xie Jian. Inuyasha. Pfft. Xie Jian went crazy. Shut up. Master Saishomaru is very healthy. There is no problem at all. There is no problem at all. He can have 100 children in the future. Ling was even more confused. Master Saishomaru can have 100 children, there is no problem. Xie Jian. Inuyasha. Pfft. No, you shut up. Xie Jian felt like he had been shot in the knee. As a henchman, he could not protect Master Saishomaru's reputation, and even let the half-demon laugh at him. Master Saishomaru doesn't like humans. You just need to remember this. Inuyasha did not respond. He just looked at Xie Jian inscrutably and led them to the place where Yijioza lived. The door opened, and the figure of the person inside was imprinted in Xie Jian's eyes. In an instant, the wind blew, and the rain fell. Even the hailstones in his heart hit his head. Xie Jian stared blankly at the girl sitting in the room and took a deep breath. He only felt that his left and right cheeks were hurting badly. Master Saishomaru doesn't like humans. But why did this girl have a strong aura of an adult? Why? Xie Jian was abnormally confused, but he did not know that Yijioza narrowed his eyes dangerously. Oh, look at what he saw. The kappa that scratched the soles of his feet under the moonlight. Hee. During the magic hour, the dog that Yijioza had left in the kennel was finally willing to climb out of the house. Chapter 28. This demonic life was always ups and downs. Xie Jian never thought that the words "enemies are bound to meet" would come true for him. After all, he could do whatever he wanted with Lord Saishomaru, even if the road is narrow. He would never meet an enemy. Because his wise and mighty lord would cut through all the obstacles, sweep away all the obstacles that stopped him from being domineering. But now, the road was still narrow, the enemy had come, but the biggest shield was not in front of him. Even though Xie Jian's skin was as thick as the bricks in the latrine pit, he couldn't stand against the female yaksha in front of him. Then there was Inuyasha's frying. Yijioza's eyes softened and he smiled happily. Saishomaru had already been reborn in his hands, solving the biggest crisis. Did he still need to be afraid of his useless subordinates? He gently covered the golden retriever's skin and got up to approach the shivering Xie Jian. Before Kappa could say anything, he grabbed the dog's leg and pulled his face up and down as if he were tossing noodles up and down. Inuyasha. Although he didn't know what kind of grudge they had. But seeing Xie Jian was unlucky. It really made people feel comfortable. Thus, the red-clothed half-demon stood 3 steps away with his hands crossed. He followed Yijioza and tormented the poor little demon. He had no intention of helping at all. Seeing that it was not enough to vent his anger, Yijioza decided to slice this little demon and stew it into soup for the golden retriever to nourish his body. Anyway, he was of a different species from Kappa, so there was no need to be soft-hearted when killing him. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. At the moment when Xie Jian was in danger, a clear and sweet voice suddenly came from the door. "Grandpa Xie Jian, what are you guys playing?" The little girl in a goose-yellow kimono blinked her watery eyes and held the door frame with her white and tender hands. She was ignorant and timid, innocent and pure. She was small and soft, had cute words, and a sweet greeting. Lolita. A wild, ownerless Lolita. Yijosa suddenly felt an arrow in his heart. In a trance, he remembered the mentality of raising his daughter in the Third Swordsman. Lolas were the treasures of the world. Their bodies were soft and delicate, and they were easy to push down. They could be hugged, kissed, lifted up high, and even acted cute. He unconsciously stopped and stared at the cute little girl's face. He decisively picked up Xie Jian and revealed an innocent smile. "I'm playing with dolls." "Evil doll." Ling wrinkled his nose. "That's not a doll. It's Grandpa Xie Jian." Xie Jian was extremely touched. He felt that his child had not been raised for nothing. He even knew how to save him. "Since you're Grandpa, shouldn't you be playing games with us?" Yijosa approached the loli quietly, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. "Let's go play house, okay? You'll be the child's mother, and I'll be the child's father. We pretend to be family and take care of the children." Yijosa couldn't help but think of his childhood, when he caught mice, beat toads, and started wildfires. He continued, "Cook for him." Ling smiled happily, revealing a small tooth. Okay. Grandpa Xie Jian will definitely like to play." Xie Jian said, "No. Ling." Yijosa slapped Xie Jian on the head, making him see stars. "If the child is not obedient, you have to beat him. Look at how obedient he is now." Ling nodded in confusion. Yijosa took her out the door in high spirits and whispered in Xie Jian's ear to threaten, "I'll play you to death today." Xie Jian was speechless. Master Saishomaru, help. Inuyasha was speechless. For some reason, he felt a little cold. Xie Jian's demon life lost hope. He was wrapped into a silkworm cocoon, with a piece of tofu stuffed in his mouth, and placed next to the bonfire. The girl he brought out with him, Ling, was scooping hot soup and feeding him with a spoon. But the child could not even take care of herself, so how could she spare the energy to take care of him? The soup spilled and dripped all over his clothes. Xie Jian was about to cry. At least he untied the swaddling clothes. He had hands and feet, not a baby. But no one paid attention to him by the bonfire. The human and the half-demon got along well and even chatted happily. Some things that should have been taboo were also brought up to talk about, and it seemed like they could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Yijosa was combing the golden retriever's fur while spooning soup into its mouth. The golden retriever had woken up half an hour ago. It was agitated and yelling, as if it was very repulsive. It seemed that it was another dog with a lot of prejudice against humans. What was wrong with this world? Why were there so many dog abusers? The dog was very wary of him. Yijosa sighed. Seeing that the communication was not good, he rolled up his sleeves and beat the dog up, regardless of whether it was injured or not. The friendship between men was forged through fighting, and the same was true for taming animals. He firmly believed in this truth. After a beating, the golden retriever was indeed well behaved. But then Yijosa noticed that the dog looked like it had given up. There seemed to be a milky white soul floating out of its mouth. The attack seemed to have been a little too intense. He thought about it and decided to adopt a gentle policy. He simmered the soup and changed its dressing, so that it would feel that there was still some hope for a dog's life. As for Gilgamesh, his desperate stance was not extinguished, but his body was dragging him down. In the end, he succumbed to the power of the mixed soup and could only swallow the liquid given by the enemy, struggling at death's door. It was a great humiliation. At this moment, the golden retriever still had nothing to live for. The fire was jumping, and the few people sitting around the fire were scooping soup and eating rice. This was supposed to be the dining etiquette of eating without talking, but unexpectedly it was bombarded by Yi-Josa's table culture. Nara destroyed your clan of monster slayers? The corner of Yi-Josa's mouth twitched, and his eyelids twitched. Only you and your brother are left. I didn't expect Nara to be such a person. Yi-Josa looked at Coral, who was stroking the phalli bone and was determined to kill Nara. He kept cursing in his heart. But the worst thing was yet to come. Nara turned into a woman and seduced your ancestors? Yi-Josa wanted to kneel down to the crossdresser. He left a wind cave in your hand. And caused your clan to die prematurely. He stared at Mithraya's sealed hand for a long time, and felt that this was a pain that no single man could bear. There was a terrible hole in his hand. How could he masturbate with peace of mind? No wonder Mithraya wanted to kill Nara. Nara separated you and Kikyu. Nara stole your jade of 4 souls. Nara. Yi-Josa carefully listed Nara's 10 deadly crimes. He felt that it would be strange if this wicked guy could get Kikyu. He's really heartless. They were filled with righteous indignation and kept cursing Nara. But not long after, a few exclamations came from the village. Inuyasha immediately got up and took out Taisuya. He thought that a monster had come to attack, but when he turned around, he met the eyes of a snow-white puppy. His whole body suddenly stiffened. This smell. The puppy had lost one of its front paws, and only 3 of its legs were supporting it on the ground. It was travel-worn, and its body was stained with mud. But when it stood in front of him, it was like an insurmountable mountain. Its momentum alone was more powerful than that of an adult dog. That pair of familiar golden eyes, that familiar coldness, that familiar indifference. Inuyasha was speechless. His whole body was in a mess. Because at that moment, he clearly read a message from the puppy's eyes: if you dare to talk too much, I'll kill you. Some villagers came in panic and asked about the white shadow. Inuyasha shook his head stiffly and stammered, No. No. You saw wrong. The puppy glanced at him and walked around the embarrassed half-demon with steady steps. It looked at the girl by the fire. And the dog. Saishomaru was speechless. Golden fur, adult dog, never seen. Ha, bastard. Fuchang. Yi-Josa was stunned. He quickly got up and hugged the puppy. Why are you here? Your paws. Did they get wet in the mud? He didn't notice Inuyasha's thunderstruck expression and Evil Jien's dumbfounded face at all. Daddy will help you clean your paws. Yi-Josa scooped some hot water and took out some pearflower velvet. He carefully cleaned the puppy's paws. Okay, Daddy is not angry anymore. Seeing that you came all the way. Before she could finish, Yi-Josa saw the puppy jump out of her arms and sit on the golden retriever's face. Gilgamesh was speechless. He was furious. The severely injured golden retriever jumped up and threw the puppy away. Yi-Josa quickly caught the puppy in his hands and kicked the golden retriever into the ground. Civilization. Fuchang is still young. You must be magnanimous. Yi-Josa comforted the puppy. He was exasperated. You and democracy are too much. You're an adult dog, but you still bully the puppy. Gilgamesh was speechless. This dog's life was probably hopeless now. Yi-Josa rubbed the puppy's paws. Fuchang is the most obedient. Saishomaru accepted everything expressionlessly. Inuyasha was speechless. He felt that he needed to look at his brother in a new light. Xie Jian was speechless. His master Saishomaru must have been bewitched. No, Ling, stop feeding him. Help him up. He has to find the antidote for his master. Since the puppy came, Yijiosa did not stay any longer. He hurriedly said goodbye and walked to his residence. But when he carried the golden retriever into his residence, he suddenly found that his adult dog, Fuqiang, had a strong hostility. This hostility was so strong that he could not ignore it. It was as if the puppy would jump up and bite the golden retriever's throat in the next second. He had no choice but to place the golden retriever in a corner. He sat on the couch with the puppy in his arms, but he could not calm it down. Fuqiang, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? It was actually nothing. It was just a male's instinct to encircle his territory. Saishomaru's eyes were cold. The killing intent in his heart was stronger than ever. He was a pure-blooded demon of the White Dog clan, a royal family in the Nishino territory. He was a powerful adult male. His strength allowed him to be more aggressive and territorial than any other demon. From the moment he grew up, the relationship between him and his biological father, General Quan, was no longer a father and son, but a competitor. An adult male dog demon would not allow a male of the same kind to appear in his territory. Even if the other party was a father or son, there was no exception. He would rely on his own strength to conquer his territory, grow stronger, and enrich himself. When his dominance reached its peak, he would find a mate and have his own children. And he was now more than 400 years old. He was in the reproductive stage of adulthood. Although every day was filled with the desire to pursue power and he did not have the mood to pursue females, it did not mean that he could tolerate other males approaching his territory. What's more, these two were both adult dogs. A bunch of trash. Fuqiang, don't be like this. The human cub was still very noisy today. Wenming is also very pitiful. Look, he's injured. Ha, he even named him. Saishomaru stared coldly at the golden retriever. He decided to bite him to death at night. But at this moment, the girl carrying him placed him on the leather and ran to the door in her wooden clogs. Soon, an extremely familiar black adult dog strolled over. It had scarlet eyes and bristling fur. It even gently rubbed against the girl's palm. Saishomaru was speechless. He quietly crouched down, like a ferocious beast waiting to hunt. Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his head and met his eyes. A moment later, he sniffed lightly. Following the smell of medicine, he turned to the door and saw a big injured dog. Democracy, this is civilization. You will be companions in the future. The golden retriever turned its head and stared at him fiercely and angrily. Uchiha Madara was speechless. He felt that he would not be able to rest peacefully tonight. After Yijiosa sank into his dreams, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The puppy gently broke free from her arms, took a step forward, and slowly approached the golden retriever. The next second, the golden retriever suddenly opened its eyes and stared coldly at the approaching puppy. The Tibetan Mastiff lowered its body, bared its teeth, and let out a low warning from its throat. Don't go too far. But it was obvious that the two dogs were not easy to deal with. Almost at the same time, they attacked each other at lightning speed. The puppy had a strong sense of territory. The golden retriever was depressed. This fight could be said to be like lightning and fire, burning to its heart's content. Their battle was silent, but the flying fur and splattering blood were real. Using the body of an animal to make a wonderful killing move, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his blood chakra eye to observe carefully, but he did not notice it himself. The battle had reached its climax. Seeing that the golden retriever was about to die in the hands of the puppy, the Tibetan Mastiff could not help but stop it. But the puppy was not easy to deal with. In a few seconds, it even attacked the Mastiff as well. Uchiha Madara was angry. Making trouble. He was the ancestor of making trouble. The three dogs rolled into a ball, and in the end, they hit the door, kicked over the basin, smashed the fire, and splashed the lamp oil. Swoosh! The flames leaped up and burned the wooden house. The three dogs were speechless. After a while, the flames burned to the tatami of the shit-shoveling officer. A moment later, a girl's sharp and ear-piercing scolding erupted in the house. You silly dogs. The demonic voice pierced their ears without stopping. Damn the demolition team. Why don't you go to heaven if you are so capable? If you are so capable, why don't you set up a dog group to start a mafia business? The Yamaguchi-gumi has to kneel down to you. Daddy gives up. Sleep on the streets in the future. Sleep on the streets with me. Chapter 29. The old house was on fire. It couldn't be extinguished no matter what. The people mobilized their forces and worked hard for most of the night before they managed to control the fire. It didn't cause the surrounding houses to burn as well. However, Yijiosa's residence was burned to the point that only the frame was left, and not a single item was left inside. It was all ashes. The villagers of Maple Village never expected that. They only took in a little girl and a few dogs. How could they cause such a thing? Thus, early the next morning, Yijiosa was politely invited out of Maple Village. It was no wonder that the villagers were realistic. Fire was a huge disaster in ancient times. Fire would not only cause property damage, it would also cause casualties. In a village with extremely poor medical conditions, any infection from burns could cost one's life. Therefore, even though Yijiosa did nothing during this accident, it was inevitable that it would attract the villagers' unspeakable taboos. Yijiosa had no complaints about this. His dog burned down someone else's village house. Wouldn't he be happy if they chased him out? Moreover, the people of Maple Village were really simple. They didn't ask for compensation or make a fuss. They even kept him for breakfast. It could be considered that they had done their best. After all, he wasn't from Maple Village. Yijiosa touched his nose. He felt quite apologetic. He was prepared to drag his family and dog to the deep mountains and old forest to camp. Before he domesticated the dog, it was undoubtedly a wise choice to eat and sleep in the open. He rummaged through his backpack. He took out some gold, silver and copper coins. After thinking for a moment, he put away the gold and only put the silver and copper coins into a cloth bag and asked Inuyasha to bring it to the villagers. In troubled times, gold was too eye-catching. He had the hands but no life to use it. Silver and copper coins were more reliable. He wasn't a generous person, but he wasn't a person who liked to take advantage of others either. His dog had made a mistake. Since he had the ability to bear the responsibility, he should bear the responsibility. Although the wooden house was small, it was a considerable amount of wealth for the ancient people. Moreover, after delivering the money pouch, he would escape into the forest. Even if there were really blind people eyeing his belongings, forget about robbing or stealing, they would have to find him first. Yijiosa was about to leave with his family and dog, but when he turned to leave, he saw Inuyasha's bitter and hateful face. He stared at white firewood in his arms and moved his lips. In the end, he didn't say anything. Yijiosa pondered for a moment and glanced at the snow-white ears on Inuyasha's head. Suddenly, he had an idea. He thought that maybe these two were of the same breed. He approached Inuyasha with white firewood in his arms. He didn't notice that Inuyasha's entire body had stiffened. Inuyasha, why are you always staring at my fuchang? Yijiosa picked up the white dog's body and smiled. Do you like it a lot? Inuyasha revealed a constipated expression and retorted, I don't like him. Do you want to touch it? I refuse. There was no change in white firewood's face, and even his golden eyes were very cold. Under his oppressive gaze, Inuyasha held his breath, covered his face in embarrassment, and found a brainless excuse. "I am allergic to dog fur." Saishomaru was speechless. Yijiosa was speechless. "What? Half of your blood flows in your body, and you're telling me that you're allergic to dog fur? Don't tell me you have a genetic mutation." Yijiosa always felt that something was wrong, but before he could think of anything, he found that the cowering Kappa had the courage to walk towards him, and its big bulging eyes were full of shock and regret. He stared at white firewood in his arms, and for a moment, he cried, "Woo! Evil thoughts are useless." Then, evil thoughts seemed to have made up his mind. He prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Miko-sama, please let this little demon follow you for a while." He quietly raised his eyes and glanced at white firewood. "You are so young now, and you can't take care of yourself at all. You should have a trusted aide by your side who will do his best for you. Whether it is to fetch water to cook, comb your hair, or clean your body, evil thoughts will do anything for you." Yijiosa was speechless. Did he hear it wrong? Fetch water to cook. How could a small Kappa do it? Comb his hair. Kappa only had 4 claws, and they were webbed. How could he comb his hair? Clean his body? He was now a lowly. This guy must be a pervert. The enemy who was fighting with each other a few days ago actually wanted to be loyal to him. It must be a weasel paying respects to a chicken. Yijiosa immediately kicked evil thoughts away and shouted, "Beast!" Saishomaru was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Yijiosa didn't say much. He just said goodbye to them. He carried white firewood, dragged the golden retriever, and dragged the Tibetan mastiff. His back was a little sad. "You are the worst dogs I have ever trained," he cursed in his heart. Yijiosa made a nest in the forest 3 miles away from the village of Spike. For this nest, he shaved a rocky mountain and strived to create an impregnable wall that would not be afraid of the dogs rebelling. But even with the impregnable wall, they couldn't stop the dogs from rebelling. Yijiosa regretted it so much. He really didn't expect that the noisiest of the 3 dogs was the golden retriever who had just recovered from a serious illness. What about the warm angel, the sun on earth? What about the docile personality, the soulmate? What about the friendly, kind, polite, and humble? What about the fucking hell? Look at this golden retriever. It was arrogant, full of thorns, and its eyes were full of hostility. No matter how you looked at it, it was very pretentious. It was like a creditor who said, "The whole world owes me 10 billion. Sooner or later, I will pay you back with interest." At least the puppies could be hugged to warm their hands, and the Tibetan Mastiff at least knew how to look after the house. But what was the golden retriever doing? The golden retriever was lying in the nest like a second master, using the fur that only its owner used as a pillow, and playing with its paws in boredom. As soon as it saw him, it barked fiercely. Yijiosa, who had level 10 dog language, felt that it was definitely scolding him. If he didn't teach it a lesson, it would think that its owner was just a decoration. Yijiosa was so angry that he laughed. At this moment, he wished that he had a level 95 main account from the Beggars Gang, so that he could use the dog beating stick technique to beat this damn dog until it looked for its teeth on the ground. The golden retriever was full of fighting spirit, ready to bite this human to death. The Tibetan Mastiff glanced at it, found a suitable angle to lie down, and was ready to enjoy the wonderful scene of its colleague being unlucky. White firewood quietly nestled on Yijiosa's pillow, wagging its tail in a very small arc behind it. It seemed to be in a good mood. In an instant, the thread and the dog's fur flew together, and the fists and claws were the same color. After a fierce battle, it was proven that Daddy was still Daddy even without the skills of the beggars gang. Yi-Josa was still invincible. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to protect the peace of the world, Yi-Josa cleverly thought of the ultimate move of killing a dog to show respect to a dog. In front of the rich, powerful, and democratic people, he tied up the dying golden retriever. Then, with a grim smile, he took out a handful of pheasant feathers, and with a dark aura, he slowly approached the golden retriever. Gilgamesh was speechless. The golden retriever struggled violently, twisting like a loach in a pot of boiling oil. Yi-Josa pressed its body down and gently brushed the feathers on the dog's flesh pad. Once, twice, thrice. The silent Tibetan Mastiff and the even more silent white firewood were speechless. "Awood dash!" Gilgamesh cried out tragically, and even the tone of his voice changed. He, the hero king, had actually been tied up and scratched on the soles of his feet. The golden retriever's flesh pad was very sensitive, and the light brush of the feathers had completely stimulated its nerves. The dog seemed to have contracted rabies, and it went crazy. An indescribable pleasure spread from its claws to its entire body. The king, who had always pursued pleasure and never wronged himself, naturally knew what this feeling was. This was the prelude to lust. Why was he so unlucky? His sensitive spot was actually on the flesh pad. But looking at his current appearance, a golden retriever then looking at the beauties beside him, the brat and the two male wild dogs watching the show, he, Gilgamesh, had thousands of artifacts, endless territory, and countless lions under his throne. Did he have to rub it himself? The hero king felt sorrowful and struggled even more desperately. But who was Yi-Josa? He was a powerhouse who had reared a husky before. He was the king of 10,000 dogs who led 3 troublesome dogs. How could he take a mere resistance seriously? He mercilessly suppressed it, molested it, and ravaged it. Looking at its dog face that was crying under him, he was filled with nothing but pleasure. Who asked you to stir up trouble? Who asked you to be cocky? I'll kill you. Yi-Josa brushed the feathers mercilessly, completely unaware that the golden retriever's body was becoming more and more stiff. Even its limbs were beginning to tremble. Its cries were distorted and hurried, as though it was suppressing something. It was intermittent, and finally, it became an unbearable whimper and gasp. The feathers fell, and the flesh pad trembled. After a while, accompanied by the golden retriever's convulsions, the air began to fill with a fishy smell. The Tibetan Mastiff and white firewood were speechless. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. What's that smell? Yi-Josa stopped and looked at the golden retriever that looked like it was dead. Why is it so familiar? Gilgamesh was speechless. He did not want to say anything, nor did he want to do anything. Chapter 30. Whether it was a man or a male dog, as long as they carried one, they had the need to vent their desires. To this, Yi-Josa not only understood, but he also understood it very well. After all, he was a real man in his previous life with the comfort of Miss Swa and Miss Right for many years. Even if he was single, he was happy. Moreover, he loved beautiful girls so much that even the accounts he played games with were all water. His bad friend once told him it was immoral to play demon characters. What if there were children in the game who thought you were a goddess and fell in love with you? That would have a bad influence. Maybe you would have to go up and take a look. He remembered how he came back at that time. Oh, he remembered, at that time, he was righteous and domineering. Let's be reasonable. Tell me, as a man, if I play an adult male character on Sword 3, every day, I would be infatuated with this man with an 8-pack and think about buying him this and that, thinking about which set of clothes he was the most handsome in, thinking about which face he had the most charming. Was this fucking appropriate? Ah. Yes, that's right, he was so upright back then. I'll give you a port. I like Lolas and adult girls. Look at this daughter of mine. How beautiful she is. I think about buying her this and that every day. I think about which set of clothes she wears the most beautiful, thinking about which of her faces is the most beautiful. This is what real life is like. Thus, he became his own daughter with the entire mall, with a beautiful face and a dog's life, but in his heart, he was still a big man who scratched his feet. He still had an 18-centimeter phantom limb under his crotch. Therefore, he could completely understand the scene of the golden retriever being flipped over in front of him. Wasn't that what happened? However, in addition to understanding, there was also a trace of sadness in his balls. Damn it, damn dog. Even torture like scrubbing the soles of his feet could be called play. Could it be that he was a masochist? Yijiosa untied the golden retriever with mixed feelings and found that it was already stupid. The jumping second uncle lay on the ground like a salted fish, trembling and curling up, burying his dog head. Civilization. Yijiosa reached out his hand, stroked its fur, and comforted it. Isn't it just a short time? Don't be afraid. Daddy heard that all virgins are like this. When the golden retriever heard the words short time and virgin, he immediately felt bad. He, Gilgamesh, had always been invincible, able to defy the heavens and earth. What short time? That doesn't exist. Absolutely not. Don't be depressed. If you really can't do it, Dad will find you a beautiful female dog. Yijiosa thought he understood his child very well. I'm sure you'll regain your masculinity. Gilgamesh. Mongrel cultivator. Just you wait for this king. I'll kill you sooner or later. After dealing with the golden retriever, it didn't cause any more trouble. Only then did Yijiosa start cleaning up the crime scene. A bucket of water, a mop, and a spray of air freshener. Perfect. However, he found that the atmosphere around him was too cold. Looking back, he saw the golden retriever curled up in the corner planting mushrooms. Turning his head, he saw the Tibetan Mastiff lying vigilantly by the door. Turning his head, he saw white firewood sitting on the pillow, pretending to be invisible. Yijiosa. He was indeed a man with the title of King of 10,000 Dogs. Rebels and thieves didn't dare to rebel, and he sat on the throne very firmly. After a few days of peace, Yijiosa returned to the village of Spike and walked around, then dragged his family and dogs to People See City. As long as he thought about having 2 adult dogs at home, he couldn't let go of his desire to find a beautiful female dog. For example, in the Buddhist temple of a certain polytechnic institute, if they stayed in the same dormitory for too long, they would sleep together. Thinking about it, if a male dog and a male dog stayed together, it would be easy for them to change from boy to gay. For the sake of the dog's physical and mental health, it was necessary to have a female dog. He didn't want to wake up one morning and see a golden retriever and a Tibetan Mastiff together. Not only would it hurt his eyes, but it would also hurt White Firewood's young heart. But how could it be so easy to find a beautiful female dog? Nowadays, people couldn't even keep humans alive, let alone dogs. Even if there had been dogs in the village of Spike, they were probably already in people's stomachs. Yijiosa planned to go to People See City to try his luck. If there was really no trace of them, he would spend some gold and ask Gawei to send him 2 female dogs. Thinking about it made him angry. He hadn't done anything yet, but his dog was going to be single. Humans really lived worse than dogs. The reconstruction of People See City wasn't ideal. At least after such a long time, only the outer buildings had been repaired. The inner area was still in a mess, and many of the alleys were empty. It was almost a ghost town. Seeing the situation, Yijiosa knew that it was impossible to find a female dog. But since he was already here, it would be a pity if he didn't see Nara. After all, he had grown up under the red flag and had never seen such a coquettish and debauched bad guy. He was simply a collection of all the villains in the world, doing all the things that should and shouldn't be done. As long as there was life, there would be no end to trouble. In the world, there were countless enemies. Yijiosa and Nara weren't enemies. They didn't have any conflicts of interest, nor did they have any entanglements. In other words, as long as one of them didn't court death, their relationship should still be peaceful. But it was at this time that Yijiosa entered People See City. And it was also at this time that Nara was at his weakest. He and Inuyasha were both half-demons, and as half-demons, they would be at their weakest one day every month. Inuyasha would become a pure human on the first day, while Nara would turn into a disgusting, rotten piece of meat on the fixed day, wriggling and piecing himself together. It was so ugly that no one could look at it. Today happened to be his weakest period. In order to safely pass the period of weakness, he adopted the empty city stratagem. He used all the fiercest victories in People See City and let the new doppelganger take them to stabilize the enemy's hatred, causing as much trouble as possible, so that Inuyasha and the others had no time to pay attention to his whereabouts. People See City looked empty, as if it had been abandoned by him. But in fact, on every special day, he would come here from thousands of miles away to spend it. The most dangerous place was the safest place. But unfortunately, Nara ran into Yijiosa, the accident-prone person leading the three dogs. Yijiosa walked inside. Yijiosa knocked on the door and looked around. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, he thought that he might run into Kayako if he walked too much at night, so he decided to find a shabby house to rest for the time being. He was a thick-skinned person, but the dogs around him had brains. As soon as Uchiha Madara's paw stepped on a brick, he narrowed his eyes vigilantly. Lowering his head, he gently touched the brick, and keenly discovered that there seemed to be an empty room underneath. He remembered the secrets and treasures of the aristocratic mansions, and felt that this was a place to hide property and food. People See City was already empty, so these should all be ownerless, right? Uchiha Madara looked up and softly barked, attracting Yijiosa's attention. He stepped forward, gently bit the corner of her clothes, pulled her over, and raised his paw to hit the brick. The sound was different. Saishomaru moved and jumped down from Yijiosa's arms. Gilgamesh came over and seemed a little curious. Yijiosa looked at the three quick-witted dogs in surprise, feeling that, as a master, he couldn't be compared to them. So he took out his sword and pried open the thin, decorative brick. A pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared in front of them. A fishy wind came from below, and Saishomaru didn't say much and stood in front of it. He remembered this smell, it was Nara's. Holy shit, don't tell me this is an ancient mystery land. Yijiosa was excited, and he carefully looked down and went in together with the three dogs. Holy shit, an ancient mystery land. What's down there? What's down there? There's a mountain of meat below. Nara. When Yijiosa saw Nara, who had failed plastic surgery, the joy on his face instantly cracked. And when Nara, who had been suffering, saw Yijiosa draw his sword at her, her calm state of mind instantly collapsed. How come it's you? But this was no longer important. What was important was that before Nara could kill him, he saw Yijiosa staring at him and exclaiming, "Holy shit, how did you eat so much?" Butt face. Nara. No, this is not right. Yijiosa looked at the mountain of meat carefully and found that the meat was wriggling and alive. And Nara's head was still above the mountain of meat, as if it had been swallowed. Are those pieces of meat eating him? Yijiosa rushed to him, stretched out his hands, and hugged his head tightly. Don't be afraid, I'll pull you out. The words, "don't be afraid," successfully stopped Nara from killing him. But his momentary shock made him miss the opportunity to struggle. What the hell is, "I'll pull you out"? Wait. Don't pull. Let go. That's his hair and ears. In front of the three dogs' numb eyes, Yijiosa grabbed Nara's head and shouted, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my aura is unparalleled. Nara only felt a sharp pain, and his entire head was pulled out of the mountain of meat. Without the suppression of the main brain, the evil energy and demonic energy below twisted violently, fighting with each other for the sovereignty of this body. Yijiosa foolishly held Nara's head and looked at him. Nara used the last of his strength to pull out a malicious smile. The next second, he was thrown high into the air by Yijiosa, who was scared out of his wits, and hit the wall heavily. Behind him, the girl burst out screaming, Fuck, there's a ghost. That head can laugh. The three dogs. Chapter 31. Nara's head rubber ball, kicked into the toilet mouth after being frightened, walking with one hand and one foot, pretending to be calm, splashing a bucket of vegetable oil, holding a sword to cut the silk tentacles, adding 3 more points of fire. The dog consciously dodged. Lolita took out the big pot. 3 talents fried bun for Symbol's reincarnation pot meat, 9 revolutions returned to 1 stir-fry, holding the spirit and guarding the missing seasonings. Jinshan River sprinkled cumin, shattered stars with oysters, swallow the sun and moon to boil the soup, Ling Tai Su to add chili. Gathering qi to concentrate the pot, 10,000 swords to compete in cooking skills. Hua Xia's 8 major cuisines, purple clouds and great void are suitable. Little Nara, who has done many evil things, is full of meat. Being picky, serving with a big knife. Guaranteed to go straight in and out, with both meat and vegetables. 3 pure ones, sitting and forgetting scripture, heavenly sword, dark north chi. When the delicacies are ready, raising a glass to share. Ding! Congratulations to the hero for achieving the achievement of defeating the world boss, protecting world peace. The reward is to survive for 3 years. Hero, please continue to work hard, achieve even more brilliant results. Yijiosa was speechless. Are you fucking kidding me? Nara's head is worth 3 years. Yijiosa was deeply shocked. Only now did he realize that Nara's net worth was so high that he was actually a diamond-level bachelor. But it was not too late to realize it now, while he was not completely dead. Yijiosa instantly rushed to Nara's head, feeling that he could still be saved. Nara's long hair was braided into a Tianjin twist. In order to make it easier to talk to people, his savior hung him on a drying rack. His briefs floated by his left ear, and his stockings hung by his right ear. In the fragrance of carving soap, he swept past the dog who was as quiet as a chicken and moved to the scum who was jumping like a rabbit. She moved closer to him, held his face, and smiled brightly. You're still alive. That's great. I've raised you until you're fat, so I can slaughter you again. Nara was speechless. Deranged. What do you want to do to my remaining head? He simply closed his eyes, unwilling to pay any attention to it. It would take a long time for him to recover to his original level, and he would also need a large amount of monster flesh to nourish him. However, he was trapped in this cave with only his head left. Forget about foraging for food, he couldn't even escape if he wanted to. He had tried to devour her, but he didn't expect to be stuffed with stinky socks. It was an indescribable aroma of salted fish that still resonates in the depths of the palate in my dreams. Nara felt that when it came to torturing people mentally and physically, he lost to Yijiosa in all aspects. After struggling for a while, he decided to give up. If she wanted to raise him, then so be it. He was not afraid of anything except death. However, the broken body that he had abandoned in the basement had lost his suppression. Sooner or later, a new Nara would be born. He couldn't figure out Yijiosa's unpredictable thoughts. She seemed to be doing things without any basis, but she seemed to be chasing after great benefits. With a somewhat speculative attitude and a helpless resignation to fate, Nara decided to wait and see. He had to save his last head first. However, after waiting and watching, he found that the 3 dogs she raised were all very interesting. The giant dog with puffed-up black fur had a pair of scarlet eyes. Looking straight into his eyes, it was like staring into a bottomless abyss. There were white bones, the rustling cold wind, and the howling of lonely ghosts. The shadow of death shrouded his heart at any time. Was this really a dog? No, it wasn't. It was a ferocious beast. The big dog with soft golden fur also had a pair of clear red eyes. His gaze was fierce and domineering, disdainful and noble, like a pampered, dormant lion. Because of his arrogance, he did not lower his head. This was definitely not a dog. He should be a king. Nara's thoughts turned sharply. He calculated his survival index in the wolf's den and frowned slightly. If he was not wrong, the white puppy was Saishomaru. This pure-blooded big demon's meridians were filled with the nutrition of half of the jade of 4 souls. Due to the slow assimilation, he became a puppy. But even if he was a puppy, he had the ability to kill him with 1 paw. This was not good. Nara half closed his eyes, thought about it, and sorted out some clues. After a while, the corners of his lips curled up in a sarcastic smile. I didn't expect that even a pure-blooded big demon couldn't escape the fate of entangling with humans. Saishomaru, if you don't leave now, these fetters will become your lifeline. However, he would never kindly remind him. Some things were more interesting the bigger they were. However, 3 seconds later, the interesting in Nara's heart became boring. He noticed that Yijiosa was approaching him, holding something black in his hand. It was getting closer and closer. Putting the sack on Nara's head, Yijiosa packed up his things and set off for the Maple Village with the 3 dogs. He only came here to find Guwei. He wanted to know where she came from, and he wanted to find his lost hometown by following the trajectory of time and space. He used the excuse of cultivation to leave for a while. He believed that the village of Ears should be fine with Kikyu's protection. The villagers of the Maple Village were very forgetful. When he set foot here again, he was still welcomed and received by them. Fortunately, Inuyasha wasn't there, otherwise he would have definitely smelled the smell of nirvana on him. Yijiosa successfully found Guwei and told her his request, "Sister Guwei, please take me to the modern world." Guwei was stunned, but she agreed with a smile. Yes, the well of bone eating is a tunnel that connects 2 worlds. Just come with me. But Guwei was confused. Why do you suddenly want to return to the modern world? I have to. Yijiosa felt miserable when he mentioned this. I need daily necessities. I need to buy food for the dogs. And I need to breed the dogs. As soon as he said breed, the 3 obedient dogs behind him pricked up their ears. Did you know? My golden retriever howls at the moon every night because it's lonely late at night. Gilgamesh. This king's quality of life is too bad, and I'm not allowed to howl. Did you know? My Tibetan Mastiff has an empty heart, so it stares at White Firewood's petite figure every day. Uchiha Madara. White Firewood suddenly tried to kill him. How could he not watch? My Fuchang is still so young. It hasn't enjoyed a warm childhood, and it hasn't come into contact with cute female dogs. How can it bury its youth under the claws of its own kind? Saishomaru. Shut up. Stupid cub. I go out to look for food every day, and when I come back, I always see Tibetan Mastiff and Golden Retriever rolling in bed. And my Fuchang curls up in a corner, shivering. The 3 dogs. I need 2 cute female dogs. Yijosa's words were reasonable and convincing. I want Tibetan Mastiff and Golden Retriever to understand that girls are the righteous ones. Brothers are all screws. Uchiha Madara. Senju Takuma screwed over his friendship, and his younger brother Anna Izumi screwed over his family Gilgamesh. Tashiomi Inaka screwed him over for 4 battles, and Yenfeng Chili screwed him over for 5 battles Saishomaru. Inuyasha screwed over his father when he was born, and Inuyasha screwed over his brother when he grew up Kagome. What you said seems to make sense. This brotherly love that's like a plastic flower. Yijosa found the imperial divine wood and laid down on the bone-eating well. He carried Nara's head on his back and hugged white firewood. Facing the whirlwind, he looked down at the pitch-black bottom of the well. White bones, corpses, evil energy, resentment. This was a demonic well that gave off the aura of the netherworld. It connected the human world and the Yellow Springs, twisting into a space-time passageway and bridging the 2 sides. Yijosa pushed himself up lightly and stood at the edge of the bone-eating well. He took a deep breath and thought that if he jumped down and failed to pass through, he would most likely break his leg. Forget it, I have to give it a try. After thinking for a while, he still felt uneasy and put white firewood on the ground. If something really happened and he dropped this precious baby, his heart would ache. The loli was wearing the blue and white uniform of the Pyongyang Palace. She leaned down and her buttocks were slightly raised, revealing her underpants with a little sheep embroidered on it. White firewood looked away and pretended to doze off. Yijosa prepared himself mentally. He took a deep breath, held it in, and leaped up. In that instant, a frantic dog bark came from afar, and a black shadow followed closely behind. Uchiha Madara never expected the brat to be so mischievous. It had only been a while, and he was about to jump into the well. He instinctively jumped up and bit down on her clothes. Unexpectedly, the angle was wrong, and he bit down on her buttocks. His upper and lower jaws touched, and a mouthful of soft flesh appeared. His fangs curved and hooked onto the cloth. Yijosa. Uchiha Madara. The smell of blood overflowed, and the mastiff immediately let go in fright. Roar! Yijosa screamed and fell upside down. As the angle tilted, the sheep underpants slid down his legs and hung on the mastiff's mouth. There was a flash of light below, and there was no more sound. All that was left was the underpants fluttering in the wind. Uchiha Madara. Saishomaru. 2 dog heads, one black and one white, lay on the bone-eating well. They stared at the darkness below and fell into deep thought. A moment later, white firewood appeared and knocked out the golden retriever with a slap. The mastiff picked up the golden retriever by the nape of its neck and poured it into the bone-eating well. They realized that the golden retriever did not die from the fall, and instead gradually disappeared. The unknown danger was gone, and they confirmed that the bottom was safe. Then, white firewood leaped down, and the mastiff followed closely behind. Gilgamesh. Chapter 32. Yijosa wanted to cry but had no tears as he covered his bleeding, but he couldn't sit, nor could he stand. He couldn't lie down either. In the end, he wailed as he lay on the bumpy ground. He was in so much pain that his entire body felt uncomfortable. He probably had a conflict with dogs, right? The girl he had a crush on liked Pomeranians, he was electrocuted and reborn, he was implicated by the husky, he couldn't escape the Tibetan Mastiff's bite even if he fell into a well, he was chased by 3 silly dogs not long after he rested. The unconscious golden retriever fell from the sky, it smashed into his stiff lumbar vertebrae and pressed down on the bleeding part. The pain sublimated in an instant a bitter taste that went straight to the depths of his soul. A critical hit. Yijosa's fingers dug into the mud, tears welled up in the corner of his eyes. Fuck. The agile white firewood landed calmly. New hatred and old hatred burst forth as he stepped on the golden retriever's cheek. The strength of hitting a bull across a mountain was extremely great. Countless tears of blood flowed from the bottom of his heart as he asked the heavens, how much hatred was this? A double critical hit. Yijose was on the verge of death. His eyes were white, and his voice was broken. Fuck. The heroic Tibetan Mastiff landed heavily and coincidentally stacked the mahjong tiles. The wound felt like it had been stabbed. Even the national curses had lost their official tone. The hem was stained with blood, as if it had been brewed by an animal sauce. A triple critical hit. Yijose's breath was weak. His soul was about to dissipate. Help. Me. SOS. He simply fainted. The Tibetan Mastiff was stunned for a moment. It raised its claws and dug the soil. It covered Yijose's butt. Without leather and quilt, it shouldn't catch a cold if it was buried in the soil, right? When Yijose woke up again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, covered with a new cotton quilt, and his entire body was wrapped in a warm fragrance. You're awake. A woman's voice that was as gentle as water rang in his ears. Yijose turned his head and saw an extremely beautiful woman standing before him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. The great beauty had a head of fiery red hair, clear dark purple eyes, an exquisite nose, and smiling lips. Her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was unbridled, like a rising sun. She was wearing a wide, dark green dress. She tucked him in with one hand and protected his bulging stomach with the other. Yijose felt that the beauty looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Excuse me. Don't be afraid, you're safe. The beauty smiled. This is Woodleaf Village. I am the wife of the 4th-generation leader, Shina Uzumaki. Woodleaf Village. 4th-generation leader. Shina Uzumaki. Yijose's expression did not change, but his heart had already been struck by lightning. He suspected that he was dreaming. He couldn't help but grab the quilt and try to dig out the memories of the hot-blooded manga in the depths of his mind. It was no wonder that he was surprised. Naruto was very popular overseas during his time. Even though he was too focused on watching the show, he still heard about the ninja power ranking and ninja breasts ranking from a few of his friends. From the mouths of many girls, he often heard strange words such as the Zwaming Gang's Clear Sky and the Column Spot Gang's Peak Plateau. Yijose didn't know much about the plot of Naruto. He only knew that it was a story of the male protagonist secretly loves the female protagonist, the female protagonist secretly loves the male antagonist, and the male protagonist pursues the male antagonist for more than 400 episodes. In the end, the male antagonist gets together with the male protagonist's goddess, and the male protagonist and the male antagonist have a war of attrition. He remembered. The male protagonist's mother seemed to be called Shina Uzumaki. Yijose's eyes wandered a little, as if he was uneasy about the unfamiliar environment. Don't worry. Shina Uzumaki smiled and said, although Woodleaf checks foreign ninjas strictly, their attitude towards foreign ordinary people is still gentle. I picked you up. The medical ninja checked your body, and there was no sign of chakra fluctuations, so you don't have to worry about being kicked out. In fact, as a ninja, she shouldn't have been compassionate, and she shouldn't have brought a child back to the village. But she was now pregnant and was about to become a mother. She felt the fetal movement and vitality of the child in her belly, which made it difficult for her to stay out of the matter of an injured girl. So, she brought her back. Shinakushina gently stroked her abdomen and looked sad. Well, I'm going to be a mother soon, and I really changed. Kukugawa. Yijose smiled and thanked her with a relaxed expression. He praised Shinakushina's appearance and the future child's luck, causing her to giggle. After a while, Yijose cut to the point. Well, I remember I have 3 dogs with me. They are taken care of by the Inuzuka clan, so they are fine. But they don't seem to have a good temper. Shinakushina thought of the Inuzuka clan in chaos and shook her head helplessly. The dogs around you are very powerful, and the Inuzuka clan is very fond of them, especially the mastiff. The dogs are still here. Then, what about my package? Nara's head. Nara's head. Do you have a package? I don't remember. Yijiosa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shinakushina-san, how long did I sleep? It has been 8 hours since I picked you up, right? As long as it hasn't been more than 24 hours. Yijiosa took a long breath, covered his simply bandaged buttocks, and slowly turned sideways. Doctor. When the medical ninja bandaged me, did she give me an injection? Shinakushina, what? Injection. My wound was bitten by a dog, so I need a rabies vaccine. Yijiosa got the injection and struggled to get up from the hospital bed. Accompanied by an unfamiliar ninja, he went to the Inuzuka clan to bring back the 3 silly dogs. At that time, white firewood was lying on the roof, basking in the sun, and the golden retriever and the mastiff were wrestling together. A row of dogs were sitting and standing next to them, shouting and cheering. Yijiosa. You guys are living a good life. Yijiosa smiled the whole time as he handed over the Inuzuka clan, fully expressing his longing for the dogs. One day without seeing them felt like 3 years, and emphasized that the relationship between humans and dogs couldn't be bought with money. Dogs are humans' relatives, companions, and comrades. With this sentence, the dog-slave family. The Inuzuka clan wiped their tears and handed the 3 dogs to him. This crying posture didn't seem like they were returning the dogs, but more like marrying off their daughter. Yijiosa left with the dogs. He wanted to beat up the mastiff, but he didn't expect it to be so slippery. It ran to the dense forest and sniffed, raised its paws to dig the soil, and dug out a full package. Nara's head. Yijiosa happily decided to let the mastiff make up for its mistake. He temporarily lived in Woodleaf Village. Because of the 4th-generation couple, he was assigned a small apartment of 10 square meters. The backlight was a little damp, and even the quilt exuded a musty smell. Not to mention Yijiosa, even the dogs couldn't stand it. But even living in a small environment was better than living in the home of the 4th-generation couple. He was used to being independent, and he didn't need to rely on anyone, nor could he repay anyone. In this way, he didn't need to trouble anyone, and he felt better. He personally cleaned up the small apartment and received a guarantee to maintain the expenses, but he couldn't stop the financial deficit. There were 3 dogs to raise. All of them were meat eaters. Yijiosa's face was pale. He thought about it and finally decided to work. The gold and silver in the backpack couldn't be exposed, but the cooking in the skills could be used. He started to sell rice pancakes and chop soup. Every day, he got up early to cook soup and make pancakes. Just like Hwaseo's breakfast stall, it was a small business with small profits but quick turnover. He made a good reputation and accumulated some popularity. When there were more regular customers, the income would be stable. Because Yijiosa set up the stall early, ordinary people hadn't gotten up yet. Only the ninjas who were on night watch in the village and on missions were his customers. His cooking skills were online, and the taste of the food was good. Gradually, his stall was spread among the ninjas, but it became a supply point for ninjas. Although the dog at home would make trouble from time to time, such a comfortable life was also what he yearned for. Except that Nara fell into a deep sleep, and the Tibetan Mastiff's mood was a little abnormal. It would always stare at the little ninjas with rabbit eyes, as if it wanted to approach them but was hesitant. He observed the Tibetan Mastiff for a few days and found that it would run to the corridor in the dead of night, facing the huge Hokage rock, staring at the 4 faces carved on it. It would be silent, so silent that even its ears drooped slightly. Yijiosa looked at the Tibetan Mastiff becoming small and pitiful again. He couldn't help but put white firewood in his arms into the quilt, put on his slippers, opened the door, and sat next to the Tibetan Mastiff. Democracy, what are you looking at? The Tibetan Mastiff didn't even give a woof, and its expression was cold. Dad knows you are looking at the four faces. Yijiosa rubbed its dog's fur and covered his hands. Stop looking, I won't carve your dog's head on it. Uchiha Madara. Those that can be carved on it are not bad looking. After all, the Hokage rock represents the image of Woodleaf. Yijiosa laughed and said, if you are as handsome as Dad, they will cry and beg to carve your face. Uchiha Madara. Oh, Uchiha Madara, is uglier than Senju Takuma. Are you blind? The moon rose slowly, and the silver light spread over the earth. The girl and the Tibetan Mastiff looked at the moon side by side, gentle and careful. This should have been a quiet and pleasant moment, but soon, the sleeping beast woke up from the seal. Boom dash, roar dash. Chapter 33. The berserk nine-tails demon fox broke free from the chains, its huge body covered the sky and the earth, and its thick tail swept across the area. In an instant the earth cracked, and the hellfire burned the sky. The violent chakra filled the world, the threat of death was increasing, eroding the human senses of resistance. The great danger was approaching, screams rose and fell one after another. The ninja's figure was like a flying arrow, plunging into the front line of life and death without hesitation. Saishomaru suddenly opened his golden eyes, he looked up. The great demon at the top of the food chain was rampaging outside, how could he sleep soundly on the bed? Gilgamesh's blood was ignited. He jumped out of the window and looked at the war in the distance. His clear red eyes flashed with excitement. Only Uchiha Madara was cold and angry. He stared at the eyes of the nine-tails demon fox, and his claws almost broke the wooden boards of the corridor. He had been back to the Woodleaf village for some time. With the convenience of a dog, he had already understood the entire ninja village. And the more he understood, the angrier he was. Senju and Uchiha jointly created the Woodleaf village. But now, where did the top leaders of the Woodleaf village put the bloodline of Senju and Uchiha? The war took away the descendants of Senju until now, only the granddaughter of Hashirama was left. The Senju clan was reduced to such a state. The Uchiha clan was excluded from the power struggle. The Woodleaf village retained their prestige and force, but they were also afraid of their special bloodline. They were driven as sharp swords, wherever they pointed, but the user chose to stay away from the sword because there was no sheath to restrain the sword. They were extremely afraid that the sharpness of the sword would scratch themselves. This approach was simply ridiculous. The mess was the current situation of the Woodleaf village. He didn't mind that some people boldly demolished the Woodleaf and rebuilt it, but he did mind that some people couldn't do anything right. Not only did they not solve the root of the problem, but they also implicated all the people. After all, the only person who could control the nine-tails demonic fox was Uchiha. The eyes of demonic fox are supposed to have vertical pupils, but now, the Manjikyu Sharingan in her eye sockets are spinning faster and faster, getting out of control. Obviously, someone in the Uchiha clan controlled nine-tails, and it was a kaleidoscope. However, to Uchiha Madara's disappointment, this junior did not have a brain. He actually allowed nine-tails to wipe out his clansmen and the others. How stupid must he be to do such a stupid thing? He clearly held the greatest weapon in his hand, yet he used it to sharpen a pencil. What an idiot! If he controlled nine-tails to directly attack the Hokage and destroy the old clan to create a new one, he might be able to look up to him and feel that he was decisive and had a bit of the style of his ancestors. But this kind of indiscriminate attack. It was really cool to fight, but after that, there was no other benefit except for pushing the Uchiha clan to the forefront of the rebellion. Happy for one brat, tired the entire Uchiha clan. Even because of the suspicion and rumors of the Woodleaf village, the clan will have to embark on the road of becoming enemies with the Woodleaf clan. At that time, either the Woodleaf village will send their top forces to destroy the Uchiha clan, or the Uchiha clan will succeed in the coup d'état and reshuffle. Uchiha Madara is a strong man in the war-torn era. His vision and vision are excellent, and he can't be bound by the current situation. Even if he has lost his sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, but when he thought of what Anna Izumi has done for the entire clan, he couldn't help but be shaken. Anna Izumi. Anna Izumi has left, and Hashirama has also left. Uchiha Madara is the only one left, wandering here, trapped in the memories of the Woodleaf village. Hashirama. Woodleaf village. Boom. The huge-tailed beast Jade exploded in the distance, and the battle on the front line entered a high intensity in a short period of time, and there was a vague possibility of an upgrade. Yijiosa quickly put on the combat suit, took out the best equipment, picked up white firewood from the ground, picked up golden retriever, and dragged the Tibetan Mastiff's tail into the house. Be good, wait here for me to come back. Yijiosa didn't care whether Guzi understood or not and said, "Don't run around, the shelter can't even accommodate people, you may die if you go out. When I come back, I don't want any of you to be missing. Don't make trouble, and don't look for me. If I die, the Inuzuka family will take care of you." Yijiosa rubbed their heads and decided to go to the battlefield. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. Like this, war. Hero Nine-Tails Demon Fox Quest, without a healer, it was impossible to get through. Didn't they see that countless people died on the battlefield? But as a man, there are some things he shouldn't do. He was born as a hero, not as a deserter. He died as a ghost, not as a coward. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. What's more, the Yondaime couple was on the battlefield, and he couldn't just watch them die. Anyway, this life of being reborn was something he picked up, and it was worth it. It was just that he was a cheap person, and he usually beat up dogs, but at this time, he hoped that they could survive. Sigh, at least they accompanied him for a long time. Yijiosa endured the pain of spending 3 months of survival time, bought an Advanced Defense Charm version B from the shop, and pasted it on the tatami. He pushed the 3 dogs under the quilt, and the tip of his sword pierced the charm, activating a purple barrier. Advanced Defense Charm version B was immune to all powerful attacks for 6 hours. As long as living creatures didn't run out of the barrier, they would most likely be fine. Don't run out. You're very important. The 3 dogs were dazed for a moment. Yijiosa closed the window, locked the door, turned around, and used his great Qinggong, disappearing into the flames. The next second, the dogs stood up in unison and came down from the tatami. The Tibetan Mastiff forcefully knocked open the door, taking the lead, and the golden retriever followed closely behind. White firewood jumped out, landed on the railing, and paused slightly. Saishomaru looked back into the room, where a faint purple light was still flickering. Don't run out. You're very important. Important. Saishomaru, do you have something to protect? No. His domineering nature meant that he wouldn't stay for anyone. However, the strong could occasionally respond to the expectations of the weak, right? He lifted the defense charm with his fangs, then chose the opposite direction of the battlefield, and ran to the shelter in the rear. When the human cub was squeezed in the space and shone with a purple light, his golden eyes moved slightly, and he left without looking back. Indeed, his domineering nature would never stay for anyone. Because, what he chose forced him to chase. Yijiosa was like a dark horse, cutting into the cutting-edge battlefield in an extremely oppressive manner. His appearance was wrapped in sharp sword energy, and he slashed out from afar. The yin and yang transformation directly shattered the space, distorted the airflow, and forcibly deflected a jade-tail beast's trajectory. It went straight to the other side of the mountain range before suddenly exploding. Wherever it passed, it was a mess. Many ninjas were lying in the pits, looking at the flat buildings that had been cut by the sword edge with incomparable shock. They stared at Yijiosa with stiff necks. That was a jade-tail beast. Jade-tail beast, the condensed chakra aggregation in the mouth of the tailed beast, has a powerful destructive power. For example, 9 tails, one jade-tail beast could destroy the entire Woodleaf village. But now, the jade-tail beast was actually deflected. What kind of monster is this girl? But the battlefield was treacherous, and there were many changes, so they didn't have time to think deeply. They saw the girl holding a sharp sword, aimed at the forehead of 9 tails, and fiercely hit. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and a straight line hit. Using the 9 revolutions returned to 1 to the extreme, Yijiosa pushed 9 tails away from its original position, saving a group of ninjas who were about to die under its claws. Run dash, he activated map shout, and the rumbling echo echoed over the entire Woodleaf village. The ninjas recovered and quickly avoided the crisis. Roar dash, in an instant, with the escape of the prey, he stabilized the hatred of 9 tails demon fox. Even if 9 tails was controlled by the Sharingan, it couldn't stand the provocation of the ant again and again. 9 tails focused its firepower on Yijiosa, completely forgetting the main target of the Yondaime couple. And Yijiosa's coolness didn't last more than 3 seconds. He was a long-range ninja, and he was being attacked by the damned fox in close combat. What else could he do but run? Oh! He jumped up and down as if his butt was on fire. And because of his bad mouth, he ran out of the village while cursing and continuously used 1 or 2 skills to harass 9 tails dash. Hey, what the hell, hit me if you can. What the fuck, you really hit me. Let me tell you, you won't find a partner like this. Damn, you're so violent because you can't find a partner. If I were a female fox, I wouldn't like you either. Ow. Fuck. There's a reason why a female fox doesn't like you. Your body shape and size don't match. Roar dash, 9 tails went completely crazy. It wasn't known if it was Uchiha's control or its own anger, it threw out the tail beast jade one after another like it was worthless. In the sound of the explosion, the endless chatter was still penetrating the ears. Yijiosa almost exerted the power of the verbal cannon to the extreme. Damn, how long has it been since you last brushed your teeth? Your breath can even blow down the tree. Don't spit at me if you have nothing to do. Disgusting. A fox like you who is often angry, your meat is relatively tough. 1 phone call from me, and your skin will be sent to the Jiangnan tannery. Then the leather shoes of the tannery will be unsold, and the boss will run away with his sister-in-law. Boom 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 dash, 9 tails demonic fox was led further and further away, and Yijiosa's legs were also weak from running. He narrowly escaped death several times, cursing as he ran. He was already a distance away from the Woodleaf village. And now, sweat gathered into a string, dripping from his forehead. His clothes were almost soaked. He panted heavily, and his strength was almost depleted. Damn, there's still Mountain River left. I'll hold on for 8 seconds, catch my breath, and continue running. I should be able to wait until the ninjas from the Woodleaf village come to rescue me. He gripped his sword tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly raised it. 9 tails had condensed a jade tail beast in his mouth, and was about to give him a fatal blow. Come on, Mountain River. You must give it your all. At the critical moment, a white shadow as heavy as a mountain stepped on the clouds. The huge white dog descended from the sky, and a slap landed on Ninetales' face. Together with the jade tail beast, it ruthlessly pressed them to the ground. Chi-dash, the unformed jade tail beast spun rapidly, brushing past Yi-Josa about 7 to 8 meters away. It flashed like lightning, leaving a deep ravine, and smashed into a small mountain. Accompanied by a violent roar, the mountain shattered into dust. Ow! The white dog's sharp teeth bit towards the throat of Ninetales. Ninetales immediately counterattacked, and his sharp claws pierced into the white dog's back, scratching a bloody mess. The white dog was not a master that could take a beating. Even if it was missing a claw, its strong combat experience once again gave it the upper hand. The two giant beasts rolled in the primitive jungle, and their demon power and chakra collided, destroying the terrain beyond recognition. Yi-Josa dodged in panic, only feeling that a fight between immortals was really not suitable for a mortal like him to watch. However, the white dog was a friendly force. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It doesn't seem to be enough to run after a while. Yi-Josa stayed and opened a map shout. He decided to cheer for the white dog. Good job. Yes, that's right. Beat it. Hang it by its tail. Tie it into a bough. Give it a French kiss, and push the energy cannon into its stomach. Poke its eyes. Kick its butt. Good ball. Our contestant scored another point. Chapter 34. Yi-Josa discovered that even if he didn't deliberately target anyone, this hatred would inexplicably be carried on his back. He had just developed the potential of a war reporter. He was preparing for a passionate commentary that went deep into his soul. However, the fox and the dog stomped their feet at the same time. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The trees fell and the ravines tilted. He staggered and did not stand firm. He fell flat on his face. He could only lie on the ground and shout, 666. However, Yi-Josa was a professional person. Even though the battle ahead no longer needed him as a DPS, he still struggled to get up. He swore to continue working hard. He wanted to let the Ninetales spicy chicken know how powerful he was. He opened his mouth, but before he could blurt out the words, the white dog immediately lowered its long tail. It swept the ground fiercely. A sandstorm that could be seen with the naked eye came, carrying sand and flying leaves. It hit Yi-Josa's face. Cough, cough, cough. A heart-wrenching cough sounded. Yi-Josa was half buried in the yellow sand. No. How could he give up just like that? His comrades were still fighting for the peace of this world, still fighting for the tomorrow of millions of people. As the successor of socialism, how could a mere sand and dust stop him from moving forward? How could he bury his spirit of sacrificing himself? He had to devote his limited life to serving the people infinitely. He, Yi-Josa, wanted to tell everyone, my party membership fee was not paid for nothing. He stubbornly climbed up from the yellow sand. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the white dog raise its hind legs slightly and scratch a small piece of the ground towards his face. In the next second the mudslide surged Yi-Josa. The stars and flames of the revolution ignited with the momentum of a prairie fire. Even if Yi-Josa was buried twice, he was still unshakable in his desire to cheer for his allies, trying to do his bit. He stretched out a paw from the ruins and pushed open the grave with difficulty. He twisted his body and crawled out in the posture of a female ghost going downstairs. The white dog bit the fox's throat, causing it to fall to the ground. His fangs pierced deeply into the fox's flesh, but what filled his mouth wasn't the other party's blood, but rather chaotic and boundless energy. The tailed beast is the condensation of chakra, the crystallization of energy. Their bodies were brimming with the fragrance of the 10 complete tonic soup. For the Saishomaru who was obsessed with the pursuit of power, this was a rare delicacy. With his current demonic power, it was not ideal for him to fight a protracted battle with the Nine-Tails demonic fox. However, he had accumulated hundreds of years of combat experience, which was something that the Nine-Tails, who were usually sealed, could not compare to. Saishomaru swallowed the next wave of chaotic chakra without hesitation. His ears moved slightly, distinguishing light sounds, and when he found that someone was approaching this place with deep hostility, he didn't want to continue fighting. He grabbed Nine-Tails by the throat and threw it a kilometer away. The enormous body of the tailed beast smashed into the hill, creating a huge crater in the ground. The white dog turned around and stared at a battered masked man. The man stood on the tree, covered with blood, and seemed to have suffered a serious injury. His face was covered with a twisted swirl-shaped mask, revealing an eye that was bright red like blood. There were black lines in the eye, and it was getting faster and faster. It was also getting stranger and stranger. Saishomaru suddenly found that the space beside him seemed to be squeezed by a pair of big hands, and his spirit and vision were confused and attacked. A series of powerful and strange fluctuations came one after another, as if trying to seize control of his lifeline and rationality. Bastard! Saishomaru jumped out of the narrow space and smashed the place where the masked man was. The speed of the man was really good, and he escaped in such a strange way that he couldn't even touch his clothes. Hey, a human who mastered the power of space. That's a bit interesting. Saishomaru licked the gap on his arm, which was the blood cut when he moved. This human was indeed strong, but he was not interested in fighting a seriously injured guy. Moreover, he had been suppressing the chaos of the energy in his body. This time, his demon form was almost at its limit. The other party attacked him just to regain control of the Nine-Tails. Both of them were stray dogs, and it really ruined his fighting spirit. The white dog walked over gracefully, accompanied by a gust of wind that rose from the ground. He shrunk inch by inch in the thousands of falling leaves, and once again became a puppy the size of 2 palms. The puppy opened his golden eyes and looked coldly at the pup who had been stunned after witnessing everything, and no longer approached. He thought that with the endurance of a human, this pup would probably choose to run away. But unexpectedly, Yijiosa's face was filled with unconcealable excitement, and she scrambled to his side. She lifted him up with her dirty hands, kissed the tip of his nose, and rubbed him into her arms. Stupid, stupid human. Fu Chang. You're so fucking fat. Ha ha ha. I definitely took Long Out Yin's script. His claws dug into her clothes, and the pain forced the pup to come back to his senses. When Yijiosa came back to his senses, he realized that the Nine-Tails fox demon had recovered. It was standing 1,000 meters away, roaring and condensing its jade-tail beast, still aiming in the direction of Woodleaf Village. Yijiosa. Just when he thought that Woodleaf Village was about to be destroyed, Nine-Tails suddenly put away its jade-tail beast, and with a feint, it rushed toward the village, quickly closing the distance. What kind of fuck was this? Did it mean that all his hatred was for nothing? Yijiosa didn't say much, and raised his short legs to follow. But the next moment, he was faced with a gloomy masked man. He stood in front of him, exuding a destructive aura. It's you ruined my plan. The masked man didn't attack immediately. Instead, he chose to talk. At that moment, Yijiosa understood that the masked man's role was to be a boss who would be killed by the main character in the end, and the reason for his failure was to talk. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? The masked man's voice was very cold. I've waited too long to take revenge on Woodleaf, to let everyone feel my pain and despair. Yijiosa was calm. He felt that the masked man could talk for a long time, enough for him to wait for reinforcements. What's the point of this world's existence? Yijiosa was even calmer. He even had the leisure to stroke Fu Chang's fur, and said casually, "It's meaningless, completely meaningless." No matter what the boss said, it would be promoted by the main character in the end. What was the point of saying so much? It wasn't. The Masked Man. You're right, there's no point in this world without dirty jokes. Yijiosa decided to give the Masked Man a taste of his own medicine. When I first saw you, I smelled the scent of my own kind from you. That's the scent of a single dog like me and Nara. So, you're also fighting to destroy this world. To destroy this world filled with the sour smell of love. Why are you all single and have children, but I can only hug a dog for warmth? The Masked Man was stunned. He didn't expect this development. You. Is it hard to understand to destroy the world? Yijiosa looked up, his eyes firm. This world is wrong. I can't feel warmth, only endless coldness. I lost my true love. The girl hugging the Pomeranian sobbed. The Masked Man's heart was filled with grief. I lost my best friend. The bastard who cheated others without paying for it. The Masked Man's fingers trembled, his emotions fluctuating intensely. Tell me, why should I stay in such a world? Not only did he lose Brother Eagle, but he also lost the mesh disc. Yijiosa stared at his eyes. When he found that they were actually red Sharingan, he immediately looked away and looked in the direction of Woodleaf. We obviously have the same ideal, but I didn't expect your means to be so crude. The Masked Man was stunned, and then became angry. What do you know? I know. Yijiosa felt that the reason why a single dog could go crazy and destroy the world was nothing more than for women. It showed how important it was to have a girlfriend assigned by the state. Instead of destroying it with violence, it's better to gain its trust first, and then destroy it later. Yijiosa said in a low voice, after this battle, I have already gained your trust. After he fully trusts me, I will take away everything from him. Don't you think it's better this way? The Masked Man trembled, and his mind was in turmoil. If you want to really kill a person, you must first give him hope, and then make him despair. Just like him, he thought that with the hope of Husky, he could get a girl. In the end, what greeted him was only despair. For example, now. Yijiosa smiled. He saw a large wave of ninjas, and his Tibetan Mastiff and Golden Retriever. I first gain your trust, and then wait for reinforcements to destroy you. The Masked Man suddenly came back to his senses, only to find that he was facing the Umbu and the top management of Woodleaf Village. Damn it! Boom! The sound of fighting exploded. Yijiosa called his two dogs to run back. He rushed to Woodleaf to check on the situation of the Yondaime couple, so he didn't notice that the Tibetan Mastiff and Golden Retriever were not following. Therefore, Yijiosa didn't know that it wasn't the ninjas of Woodleaf that made the Masked Man so embarrassed, but his dog, a Tibetan Mastiff with an eternal kaleidoscope. The Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, had a mental breakdown. He never expected that there would be a dog with an eternal kaleidoscope in Woodleaf Village. A dog. A dog. It actually had a kaleidoscope. A kaleidoscope. The Uchiha clan had a kaleidoscope for many years, but now, a dog actually had a kaleidoscope. When did he have the same value as a dog? A terrible thought arose in the Uchiha Obito's mind as he fought. Then the question was, who in the Uchiha clan was the bitch that gave birth to a talented puppy? After thinking about it, among the strong people in the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Madara, the battlefield demon, had this powerful gene that could transcend races. So, it was said that Uchiha Madara never married in his life, not because of his entanglement with the Senju clan, but because he liked dogs. He felt that he knew a great secret. Chapter 35. The wind was howling, and the water was cold. Brother Yi was crazy, you had to be crippled. Even though the Nine-Tails demon fox was extremely terrifying and could collapse mountains in a breath, in Yi-Josa's eyes, it was just an enlarged version of a wild dog that needed to be taught a lesson. And how to deal with the unreasonable dog. Yi-Josa could be said to have rich combat experience. His endless methods were not something that ordinary people could compare to. He landed lightly with his great qigong. It stopped dangerously on the roof, which had half of the roof fallen off. The huge body of the demon fox attacked. It was like a cannonball. Everywhere it passed was ruins. Its expression was fierce. It was almost irrational. Its eyes were full of hatred. It locked onto the aura of the fourth-generation couple and pressed forward step by step, smashing all the ninjas who tried to help into meat paste. The casualties were too heavy. The buildings were covered with blood and limbs. Even the air that entered the chest when he breathed seemed to be soaked in blood. It was filled with a strong smell. Yi-Josa put down white firewood, leaped up, and shot out like an arrow, firmly attached to the long hair of Nine-Tails. He jumped onto the back of Nine-Tails with all his might. He rushed all the way with little qigong. He almost buried himself in a fluffy sea. Nine-Tails jolted violently, and chakra overflowed with an ominous red. It burned every inch of the place. Yi-Josa felt like he was flying on magma, but even so, he did not retreat. First, he released purple chi to cover his body, isolating the high temperature of the outside world. Then, he opened the shop to find a needle in a haystack and bought 2 large buckets of Luhua peanut oil. Then, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the oil on the fur of the demon fox. Then, he picked up the torch of the big FFF group and lit the holy fire. He knew that Nine-Tails was not afraid of fire, but the purpose of the peanut oil was not to light a fire. Canines generally did not like to bathe, but the feeling of sticky and knotted fur was not something that anyone could stand. Without an animal of the same size to help him smooth his fur, Nine-Tails would probably feel uncomfortable for a long time. Finally, he smoothly rushed to Fox's head, took out the premium items from the shop, and scattered a sack full of energetic, mutated fleas. "See if Daddy doesn't play you to death." Nine-Tails roared and rolled, and his whole body was on fire, mixed with chakra and peanut oil, almost burning the hellfire. Its long claws fiercely rubbed its head, and it couldn't help but rub against the surrounding buildings. Its whole body was numb and itchy. But Yi-Josa wasn't done yet. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the rescuing ninjas, he quickly slipped to the side of Nine-Tails' mouth and took out the ultimate move that he had never used before, dichlorvos pesticide. He tossed the insecticide neatly into Nine-Tails' mouth. Without hesitation, Nine-Tails tore the metal cans into pieces. In the next second, the indescribable odor of the dichlorvos pesticide permeated the air. It was as if a large-scale biological weapon had been sprayed, and it attacked all the ninjas and ninja beasts present indiscriminately. No one knew who started it, but immediately afterward, there was a sound of vomiting on the extremely tense battlefield. Nine-Tails' demonic fox rolled its eyes and stared at Yi-Josa with deep hatred, and its limbs kept twitching. Its sense of taste and smell were mostly useless, and now it couldn't even spit out a tail beast jade. However, Yi-Josa was still not ready to let it go. He quickly swayed behind it, held his breath, held a string of fireworks, and aimed at the fox's butt. 9. Turn. Return. 1. With one hit, the knot of the fireworks was accurately pushed into the root of Nine-Tails' tail. With the demonic fox involuntarily twitching, Yi-Josa instantaneously used kinetic light wave and ignited the fuse. At the same time, Yi-Josa ran like the wind past the stunned ninjas and rushed to the confused yondaime couple. Nine-Tails' demonic fox climbed up from the ground crazily, trying to kill Yi-Josa. Its emotions were too intense, but the moment the chakra flame was ignited, it heard a loud, crackling sound of fireworks. Its hind legs softened, and Nine-Tails foolishly slid to the ground. Its unspeakable parts were exploding, and it shook violently, and it had never felt such numbness before. Its tail couldn't swing, its limbs couldn't lift, and even its fangs were just decorations. It tumbled a few times like a dead dog, and was immediately trapped by the sealed chain. Saishomaru was speechless. He suddenly felt that fighting in the form of a giant dog was the most disadvantageous. And the ninjas and ninja beasts who witnessed this scene fell into a long silence. They looked at the girl next to Yondaime with an unclear meaning, and their faces were distorted. "I've never seen such a shameless battle before." Yijiosa overturned Nine Tails with a face as thick as a city wall. He gasped and looked at Yondaime, Minato, and then looked at Shinakushina and the newborn baby behind him. "Yondaime, what's your plan?" Minato pondered for a long time, looked back at his wife and child, and his eyes showed infinite love, naturally. "I'm going to reseal it." "Reseal?" Yijiosa felt a knot in his heart. Shinakushina is Nine Tails' Jinchuriki, but she's about to die now. Minato's eyes were filled with tears, but his expression was incomparably gentle. "Naruto. Well, Naruto is my son, and he will also be the next Jinchuriki." Yijiosa was dumbfounded. This is really his own father. He's cheating his son without any discussion. The blonde man turned to look at him, his eyes as deep as the sea were filled with starlight. "This time, I thank you on behalf of Woodleaf." "What do you mean?" Yijiosa couldn't understand Minato's thoughts. "You and your wife are going to die for this village. Let your son become the carrier of Nine Tails' seal. Have you considered your son's feelings? Have you thought about it? He has Nine Tails sealed in his body. What will others think of him?" Minato closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and began to make hand seals. "He is my and Shinakushina's child, I believe in him." Yijiosa. "Where the leaves dance, there will be flames. This is my village, the village where my wife and I gave birth to a child. We were born here, grew up here, and will die here. I have no regrets." A gale rose, and the gloomy gates of hell suddenly opened. Corpse Ghost Seal was the fourth generation Minato's ultimate technique, using souls as a trade to summon the Grim Reaper and seal all unfavorable things. The chains around Nine Tails became tighter and tighter, and Yijiosa couldn't open his eyes due to the gale. He cursed, "Motherfucker," and first threw a subduing mountain river at Shinakushina, and then used himself as the eye of the formation, dropping layers of aura and the power of yin and yang. He was going to snatch someone from the Grim Reaper. Snatch an idiot. The path of sealing was opened, and the aura of the netherworld destroyed the vitality of everyone present, making people shudder. Saishomaru jumped down from the roof, and the Tianshan Fang, that had fused with demonic power, trembled violently in his abdomen, almost breaking out of his body. Tianshan Fang. He had never felt Tianshan Fang tremble so fiercely, as if it had met an evil creature that had to be killed. It was thirsting for battle, wanting to be bathed in blood, wanting to turn its enemy into ashes. This strong impulse and thought even affected his actions. "You also have this kind of emotion." Saishomaru never knew that the saber-like Tianshan Fang could reveal a murderous aura no less than that of Taisuya, which aroused his indifferent emotions. If the enemy was strong enough, he didn't mind saving those ants. Just think of it as opening a blade for Tianshan Fang. No longer suppressing the conflict of demonic power, Tianshan Fang suddenly materialized and was firmly held in his mouth. The puppy's body was only the size of 2 palms, but Tianshan Fang was the length of a saber. The contrast between the two was huge. But Saishomaru didn't care. He moved through the collapsed buildings with the saber in his mouth, quickly approaching the direction of the dead things in the netherworld. The chilly wind suddenly rose, fierce as a saber. Yijiosa stood in the center of the sealing circle, watching the ceremony take shape and end. The Grim Reaper with a green face and fangs bound the soul, leaped high in the air of death, raised the butcher's knife in his hand, and fiercely chopped at Minato Minato. Motherfucker dash, clang dash, a white light flashed, and Tianqian Fong blocked this terrifying knife. White firewood landed lightly, his posture extremely elegant. Behind him, Yijiosa carried the seriously injured Minato Minato and ran to the ninja camp. Roar dash, the Grim Reaper let out an ear-piercing scream. The escape of its prey made it unable to hold back its anger. But in front of it, all the paths were blocked by the barrier opened by Tianqian Fong. Tianqian Fong, is this what you want to kill? White firewood coldly held the knife in his mouth and swept past the throat of the Grim Reaper. Ridiculously weak. Boom dash, the pitch-black passage to another world suddenly opened, and the Grim Reaper turned into countless flying ashes and was sucked into the passage. All the surrounding gravel, corpses, broken candles, and debris all rose up, like a tornado, and were sucked into the black cavity, never to be seen again. Yijiosa's sword plunged into the ground, and his back blocked Minato Minato's body. He was holding Shinakushina's waist and holding a swaddling cloth, almost unable to withstand the pull of the hurricane. The baby's cry was broken, and Yijiosa tightly pulled the corner of the swaddling cloth, but he couldn't stop the whirlpool from sucking away the fate of the person. The swaddling cloth's ribbon was torn, and Yijiosa exclaimed, seeing the baby flying towards the black cavity, his heart was scared out of his throat. In the next second, the Tibetan Mastiff rushed in like lightning and pounced on the baby, the Sharingan in its eyes spun wildly, and its body overflowed with Susanu's aura. With a heavy blow, it pressed its abdomen down, and its sharp claws dug into the rock, protecting the child under its abdomen. The whirlpool subsided after a while, and Woodleaf Village truly became a desolate cemetery. White firewood came with the sword in her mouth, and stood beside Yijiosa for a while. He looked at the man and woman she was protecting, and saw that they had already exhausted the last of their lives in the whirlpool of Yin energy. But she still protected them, even if she was too tired to move, she still refused to give up. White firewood was silent. Was she willing to risk her life just because the other party had given her a dispensable help? Was this really a muddy water? Humans are really strange things. Groups of Yin demons appeared in his vision, pulling at the bodies of the Yondaime couple, trying to drag the souls out of the corpses. Forget it. Saishomaru tilted his head slightly, and the innate Fong cut across the bodies of the Yondaime couple. The underworld creatures were cut into pieces, and the corpses, on the ground, moved inexplicably. Ninjas rushed in from all directions, and Saishomaru retracted the innate Fong back into his body. Uchiha Madara held the back of Uzumaki Naruto's neck and put him into Shinakushina's arms. Then, he bent down and carried the exhausted Yijiosa on his back, and walked towards White Firewood. They had been together for some time, and their relationship wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. But at a critical moment like this, they wouldn't drop the ball because of some small conflict. The Golden Retriever and the ninja walked together and arrived at the center of the battle. A large wave of ninjas rushed towards the Yondaime couple, while the Golden Retriever changed direction and turned towards his own camp. Looking at his companions, Gilgamesh didn't say much. She opened her mouth and spat out a small wriggling granule. It was wrapped in some magical power, and it stubbornly crashed against the inner wall, trying to break through the barrier of power. It climbed, it grew, and it was mixed with an ominous and disgusting smell. Most importantly, the power in its body was actually the same as that of Uchiha Madara. It was like looking in a mirror, and there was a second Uchiha Madara. And it was because she realized this that Gilgamesh had gone through so much trouble to bring it back. This wasn't because of the Hero King's conscience, for he didn't have such a thing. It was because of his intuition. His intuition told him that this matter had something to do with his transformation into a dog. It was related to his personal interests, which was why he was so considerate of the overall situation. After all, there wouldn't be two identical leaves in the world, and there definitely wouldn't be two identical people. If there was an identical one, there was definitely something fishy going on. The Tibetan Mastiff trembled, while White Firewood's expression turned cold. Without waiting for the two to react, the Golden Retriever's magical power contracted and crushed the granule in minutes. At the same time, a small amount of power surged into the Tibetan Mastiff's body, making its fur shine. Woof! Uchiha Madara seemed to understand something as he growled softly. The three dogs looked at each other for a moment and decided to leave temporarily to come up with a long-term plan. But before they raised their claws, the injured person on the Tibetan Mastiff's back woke up. Yijiosa tugged at the Tibetan Mastiff's fur and stubbornly opened his eyes. Help this emperor up. This emperor can still play another round in the arena. He struggled to get off the Tibetan Mastiff's back and scrambled to run back. But it didn't take long for him to snap out of his frenzied state. He stared blankly at the Woodleaf village after the smoke dispersed, a scene of devastation. Yijiosa saw Yandame's family being carried away for emergency treatment. He also saw countless scattered ninjas crouching on the ground and crying. There were even people crazily digging at the collapsed rocks to dig for their comrades below. He gritted his teeth and joined the rescue team. Not long after, the three dogs behind him slowly followed. Everything in the world turned into a silent mime. Yijiosa raised his sword and dug at the ground, pulling out people who were still breathing or fresh corpses from the ruins. His blue and white Daoist robe was stained with blood and dust. His fingernails were flipped up, and his flesh was separated. The cold wind whistled, and the crying of children came from the shelter. The sand and dust were rampant, and the mournful cries of crows echoed in the ruins. This was the first time Yijiosa faced a war head-on. It didn't leave any shadow in his heart, only a heavy sigh. A great hero should serve the country and the people. He wasn't qualified to be a hero. If he was stronger, would he be able to save more people? With a complicated mood, Yijiosa pried open a wall. He heard a whimper under the wall, so he put his hand in that place. In the next second, he exerted his strength and hooked out a scard. Samyed. Yijiosa was speechless. This was a familiar routine. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he held the Samyed in his arms. To his surprise, this Samyed still retained its consciousness and wasn't really unconscious. It seemed to want to attack him, but because it was too weak, it could only give up. Yijiosa put it on the ground and began to treat its injuries. At the same time, he suppressed its resistance and checked its gender. Alas, it's eggs again. Why isn't it a female dog? But even if it was a male dog, this Samyed was extraordinarily beautiful. Not only was its fur beautiful, but it also had a pair of smoky gray eyes. When it gazed deeply at him, it actually gave people an illusion of gentleness. Smiling angel, Samyed. Yijiosa rubbed its head and said, "From now on, you will be Harmony. Let me introduce." Yijiosa pointed to the puppy on the side. "This is your eldest brother, Fuqiang." Saishomaru was speechless. "This is your second brother, Democracy." Uchiha Madara was speechless. "This is your third brother, Civilization." Gilgamesh was speechless. "I am your father." Samyed was speechless. Chapter 36. Aizen. Plus Doctors. Also known as the Oscar Best Actor of the Soul World, it was a well-dressed man wearing glasses. He took off his glasses and dressed like a beast. He was a domineering CEO. He was handsome and elegant, very mature man's charm. Whether it was the gentle and elegant Grim Reaper youth or the cold and brutal Void Circle boss, he could play all kinds of roles at his fingertips. The most terrible thing was that he was very skilled at flirting with girls. None of the brothers and sisters he abducted were the same. In 100 years, Aizen not only scum all over the soul world, he had defeated countless subordinates and captains, he even spread his charm value to the Void Circle and became the face of the Void Circle idol group. Mr. Aizen owed too many love debts and jumped ship for the development of his idol career. He terminated the contract with his original company, the Soul World, without authorization, causing the Soul World to send all their backbone forces to collect debts. And the Void Circle indicated that they had signed a contract with the Aizen Best Actor. He was the pillar of the Void Circle. How could he be taken away by the Soul World? Thus, the two powerful entertainment companies fought for the Best Actor. And the Aizen Best Actor. Oh, he was lying peacefully in the Void Night Palace of the Void Circle, enjoying the SPA that fused with the Bunyu. In the end, as he was doing the Bunyu SPA, how did he turn into a dog when he opened his eyes? A scarred and pitiful Samyed. Aizen stared at his two front paws and fell into a long silence. But the Best Actor was still the Best Actor. Even if he became a dog, he could also force himself to accept reality in the shortest time, to throw himself into a new role, to analyze the interpersonal relationships and environment around him, to find out his position, backer, and target to use. In this way, he could survive in the most unfavorable environment. He was extremely weak now, and the human girl in front of him was very suitable to use. Children at this age were still young and lacked regular playmates. As long as he played patiently with her, he could gain her trust and dependence. At that time, he would be able to get whatever she had. At the very least, he was in urgent need of medicine, food, and water. Thinking of this, Aizen whimpered in a low voice. He did not say much, did not reject, and did not resist. He fell on the girl's knees in an extremely gentle and obedient manner, vividly displaying his weakness. As expected, the girl's expression changed. Her expression was filled with concern. Then, she personally picked him up. Aizen was hanging on her shoulder. Her shoulder was against his stomach, and the hilt of her sword was against his throat. Before he could react, he saw the girl running away. His whole dog hung from his shoulder and the hilt of the sword. He stumbled and staggered, and before he reached his destination, he fainted from the shock. On the second day after the Nine-Tails attack on the village, Yijiosa was invited to the Woodleaf executive's office for tea. As if to express their friendliness and to reassure him, the higher-ups allowed him to bring his ninja beast along with him. Yijiosa was fearless. He had been to the office many times since he was a child, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The reason why the leaders wanted to talk to you was nothing more than to do some ideological work, talk about your growth experience, talk about your learning status, and improve the relationship between both sides. As long as the tea was good, the flattery was smooth, the attitude was right, and the favorable impression was high, he would be promoted and make a fortune. Thinking about his 10-square-meter backlit nest, thinking about his 4 meat-eating dogs, thinking about how he woke up early in the morning to support his family, Yijiosa felt that today's tea had to be well served. He repeatedly told his dogs not to fight and make a scene in front of the village chief if they had nothing to do. The dogs glanced at him lazily and followed behind him unhurriedly. They entered the Hokage office and saw several middle-aged and elderly people. Yijiosa sat down with white firewood in his arms. The Tibetan Mastiff was lying behind him, its body bent like a fluffy scarf, wrapping around the girl. The Golden Retriever was on the right side of the Tibetan Mastiff. Samyed, who was the last to observe quietly, sat on the left side of the girl. The left side was closer to the door, so if there was an emergency, they could quickly retreat. Generally, the left hand was not the human hand. Even if the girl wanted to play with something, she would not stretch out her left hand to pull his fur. The dogs had their own thoughts, and the elders also had their own plans. Only Yi-Jose was smiling, ready to talk about Marxism-Leninism and Maoist theory at any time. You are a brave child, daring to fight against nine tails at such a young age. It is not easy. The first to speak was the third Hokage. His attitude was gentle, his tone was soft, full of patience and magnanimity. As the leader of Woodleaf, I want to thank you on behalf of the village. It turned out to be a commendation ceremony. Yi-Jose smiled modestly. You flatter me. I just want to repay the village for saving my life and taking me in. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Jose obviously felt that the strange atmosphere had eased a little. He thought that he had found the right point. It turned out that this conversation was not about commendation, but about commendation for the village officials. Yes, there was such a high casualty rate during his tenure. No matter what, he had to listen to the opinions and affirmation of the grassroots level. Yi-Jose began to speak in human language. I have no parents, no one to rely on, only the dogs around me can give me care. I wandered from the lost hometown to here, lost my sister on the left and right, and also lost a brother on the Eagle. Prosperity, democracy, civilization. I thought the world had abandoned me, but I didn't expect the fourth-generation couple to save me. They gave me warmth and love, rekindling my passion and fighting spirit for life. The few elders were slightly moved. Yi-Jose changed his tone. Thank you, fourth-generation couple, thank you, Woodleaf Village, thank you, uncles, aunties, grandparents, for giving me a chance to say the words in my heart to you. Thank you. The third Hokage opened his mouth. Good boy. Thank you for saving me when I was lost. Thank you for letting me understand love and hope. Thank you for giving me a shelter in this war-torn world. Yi-Jose rubbed his red eyes and showed an innocent smile like a young pioneer. I don't regret everything I have done for this village. Because the fourth Hokage told me. Where the leaves dance, there will be fire. Yi-Jose grasped the key point and sublimated the theme. I just fed the will that Woodleaf taught me to Woodleaf. I love this village, this is my home. Samiyed. Everyone was moved, but the dogs didn't dare to move. They stared at Yi-Jose with their eyes wide open, either lying down or sitting down in a daze, foolishly listening to Yi-Jose's eloquent speech. Only Shimura Danzo was still a bit clear-headed and forced him to ask about the origin of his strange and unpredictable kung fu. Yi-Jose pondered for a moment and said seriously, I am an elite disciple of the Pure Yang Palace. My brothers and sisters have combat effectiveness that can't be ignored. And the reason why we are so strong is because of the wisdom of the sect leader, who built the Tai Chi Square. Tai Chi Square. The third Hokage was a little confused. What's the use of this? This is a martial arts field. Yi-Jose said seriously, we Pure Yang disciples have a set of kung fu to strengthen our body. We need to do morning exercises every day. From the first year of school to the end of the third year of high school, we need to practice for a full 12 years. After 12 years, you will practice another set of kung fu for 4 years, which is enough for you to grow into a socialist successor. If you need, I can dedicate these 2 sets of kung fu to the Woodleaf Village for free. For the Woodleaf Village, to strengthen the body of the next generation. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, what is it? Dogs also pricked up their ears and seemed to be a little curious. Yi-Jose took a deep breath and said, the 12 years of Kung Fu is called National Secondary School Student Second Set of Radio Gymnastics, the times are calling. The 4 years of Kung Fu is called Military Boxing. Yi-Jose was successfully assigned to the staff dormitory. He moved from a low-class dog kennel of 10 square meters to a high-class dog kennel of 50 square meters facing the sun. He didn't need to get up early to sell steamed buns. Now he planned a new career. Coach every day he would get up at 7 o'clock, brush his teeth, eat, walk the dog, and then take the dog to the ninja school to teach a group of children how to do radio gymnastics. Unlike the beauty of the 21st century, in the world of ninjas, children also have to go to the battlefield. Some of the children had a faint smell of blood on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had killed their enemies. They were full of hostility, quite disobedient, and had a great prejudice against Yijiosa, thinking that radio gymnastics was useless. Coach. Why do we want to learn radio gymnastics? For love and peace. Yijiosa rubbed the dog and guided him patiently. For example, stretching exercises. Can you really stretch every movement to the limit? For example, jumping, how much potential can you exert without using chakra? I know that you learn the skills to kill, and these skills make you rely too much on chakra and ignore the potential of the human body. Yijiosa sat on the chair with Tibetan Mastiff on his left, Golden Retriever on his right, Satsuma on his back, and Puppy in front of him. The situation on the battlefield is so changeable, and there is a time when chakra is exhausted, Yijiosa continued. At this time, it's not chakra, but physical fitness. 9 tails attacked the village. Why did so many people die? Because they don't train their bodies well. Many ninjas don't die from 9 tails, but from exhaustion. The collapse of the building slowed me down by a second. The attack of the jade tail beast slowed me down by a second. The kunai was thrown randomly, and my waist was stuck for a second. Do the radio calisthenics properly and train every movement to the maximum. Maybe you'll be able to avoid danger a few times. The little turnips were completely fooled, and the ninjas hiding in the dark disappeared at any moment to deliver this message to the ears of the higher-ups. In less than half a day, the broadcast calisthenics of "The Times Are Calling" began to be carried out in Woodleaf Village. In the afternoon, Shimura Danzo injured his waist while doing stretching exercises, and was hospitalized. Koharu sprained her ankle while doing kicking exercises, and was hospitalized. Sandame hit the ceiling while doing jumping exercises, and was injured and was hospitalized. But Yijiosa didn't know about it and was combing the dog's hair. Because Nara had been sleeping and couldn't be woken up, Yijiosa had no choice but to put his head in the refrigerator to keep it fresh. Since moving to a new house, the dog's ability to demolish houses has been improving. Every day, he received complaints from the residents of various floors, and they strongly asked him to kill the dogs. In this regard, Yijiosa was also very annoyed. He really couldn't find the reason why the dogs were fighting. Because they always fight for no reason, for example, combing, which was the dog's favorite leisure activity. Whenever this happens, they always become particularly docile. So the question is, who should he comb first? The Samoyed was really too beautiful, with smoky gray eyes and snow-white long hair, charming and bewitching, so he couldn't help but reach out his paw. The next second, White Firewood slapped the Samoyed to the wall with lightning speed. The Samoyed looked extremely wronged, and even his dog ears drooped. What could he do? Of course, he had to appease the Samoyed and criticize by Xiao Chai. After that, White Firewood beat the Samoyed even more fiercely as for the order of combing. No way, White Firewood must be first. Only when this little ancestor is comfortable, the other dogs will have a chance to be comfortable. What's after combing? Dog food. This was also a world-class battle. If any dog has a few extra pieces of meat, then that dog will inevitably be beaten today. What's after eating and drinking? Give the dogs a bath. At this moment, the 50-square-meter house was like a battlefield, full of Yijiosa's sword energy and Tai Chi. He caught the dogs one by one and dragged them into the bathroom one by one. As they wailed, he turned on the shower and rubbed a bunch of bubbles. Life was extremely difficult, and only after serving a group of ancestors could he have the opportunity to enjoy life. He thought that life would be like flowing water, and everything would be ordinary. But accidents always happened at unexpected times. On this day, Yijiosa was combing the golden retriever under the sun. The second uncle closed his eyes comfortably, and even his ears softened. But as he combed, Yijiosa found something wrong. After the comb brushed the hair, fingernail-sized golden barley fell from time to time. They covered a thin layer on the ground, shining brightly. He was dumbfounded. He caught all the dogs in the house and combed them, but found that only the golden retriever would produce such a strange phenomenon. It was like a hen that laid golden eggs. As long as it was raised well, it would not be a problem to bring its owner to the peak of life. Golden barley. Yijiosa picked up the golden barley with trembling hands. He felt that the golden retriever should not be called civilization, but Wankai. Who else could raise a dog that could produce as much gold as his civilization? Who could? Chapter 37. Ever since the old hen Gilgamesh, who laid the golden eggs, began to generate income, his precarious position in the doghouse had undergone a drastic change. It was as if he had returned to the glorious days when he was the hero king. He could lean comfortably on the throne, he could rest his head on the gold and gems, he could admire the peerless beauty, he could command millions of heroes. Instead of living a bitter life of lining up to comb his hair, sleeping at the door, walking on time, waiting for food with a basin in his mouth, and being forced to take a bath. As a true man with the king's treasure, he disdained wealth, but he also understood the charm of wealth. For example, now, the owner who had been indifferent to him earlier was now doting on him. She was just short of setting up a memorial tablet for him. Usually, when she returned home, she would first give white firewood a loving kiss, then she would pick up white firewood and hold him in her arms. She hummed an out-of-tune Siberian tune as she went into the kitchen to cook. White firewood had the coldest expression on his face as he enjoyed the best service, he tasted the freshest tender meat, he experienced the softest massage, he rested in the warmest bed, and even the milk in his mouth was warm. He had long disliked this puppy. What right did he have to live better than the hero king? Fortunately, ever since this stupid miscellaneous cultivator was not blind, he finally realized the value of Gilgamesh. Now, as soon as she returned home, the first thing she would do was to pounce on his dog head, then she would pick up a comb and stroke his hair desperately, then she would hum a song that was not out of tune, she would drag him into the kitchen by his tail. Although the result was not satisfactory, she had at least realized his value. Then, he looked at the white firewood, sitting motionless on the pillow, staring coldly at the back of his owner. From the door to the kitchen, from the bathroom to the balcony. Even if you look forward to it, she won't think of you. After all, not any dog could produce gold for her. Gilgamesh's status as a mother depended on her son's status. She smoothly rose from the pitiful Changzai to imperial noble consort. The breeder's hands-on ability was very strong. She immediately made a warm and comfortable real leather kennel for him and moved him from facing the wall at the door to her tatami. Every day, she personally visited the kennel 3 times to rub his fur and paws. Only after feeding him until his mouth was full of grease was he willing to rest in peace. Occasionally, white firewood clearly rubbed against her pillow, but she didn't give white firewood a hug. Seeing that this miscellaneous cultivator was so sensible, Gilgamesh was very satisfied with her service. Though he was shedding a lot of hair, he was in a good mood these days. More and more gold barley fell, and the owner looked at him more and more kindly. He lived a happy life, but he didn't know that white firewood looked at him like he was a dead dog. He also didn't know that the Tibetan Mastiff was gradually alienating him, and the Samoyed was smiling like an angel behind him. Until one day, after distributing the food, the breeder gave him a braised chicken leg, gently touched his head, and gave him warm milk that only white firewood had the chance to enjoy. White firewood looked up from the warm milk basin, stared at his milk, and said nothing. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Samoyed glanced at him and stared at his braised chicken leg. The breeder carried the basket, rubbed every docile dog, closed the bed, and locked the door. He was going to get some gold barley and buy some meat. He had the support of the fourth-generation couple, the halo of defeating the Nine Tails, and the protection of the senior management of Woodleaf. Even if he showed his wealth, as long as he didn't go too far, nothing would go wrong. Thus, he left peacefully, thinking of changing the taste of the dogs to something lighter. The footsteps of the girl gradually disappeared from the corridor, and were buried by the noise of the crowd. After all the Umbu aura in the surroundings disappeared with her, the originally quiet and warm apartment instantly turned into a deadly Azura battlefield. Bai Chai leaped up and landed on the golden retriever's back. Before the golden retriever could react, Bai Chai had ripped off a large patch of its fur. Woof! Bastard, are you proud? Woof, woof. Do you think you can touch my Saishomaru's food? The golden retriever paused. He didn't know why, but he vaguely felt that he could understand what the puppy was talking about. No, this was not the point. Instead, since when did he, Gilgamesh, get a dog to rebel against him? Woof! Get out of here! Woof! Bastard! The golden retriever suddenly rolled on the ground and got rid of white firewood. As an adult dog, after getting used to this body, all the discomfort was slowly fading, and his fighting ability was also recovering. He bent down, swung his tail, and rolled white firewood's small body against the wall, breaking the glasses on the table. Bai Chai attacked like a whirlwind. Even though he only had 3 claws, he still displayed the power of an octopus. He nailed onto the golden-haired man's body and bit his neck, drawing out a trace of blood. The golden retriever's sharp teeth clamped on white firewood's back, leaving a long mark. The dog's fur flew everywhere, and the shadow of its claws and tail intertwined. From time to time, the Tibetan Mastiff would attack the golden retriever and lick up his milk. The Samoyed quietly took away the golden retriever's braised chicken leg and happily chewed on it. Woof, bastard! Woof! Bastard! Woof, woof! Good hit, good hit! The Tibetan Mastiff finished licking the milk and scolded. Woof, woof! Young people were so energetic. Aizen ate up the braised chicken leg and licked its fur. But their leisurely watching the battle angered Saishomaru. Saishomaru said that he didn't become a dog for so many years just to be a spectator. He had been in a bad mood recently, and whenever he didn't like something, he would teach it a lesson. With his rich experience, he beat the golden retriever into the toilet, and pushed the dog's head into the toilet bowl. Then he came out with a murderous look, and attacked the Samoyed that had tricked him several times. Aizen was a little surprised, but the change of events was within his expectations. He narrowly avoided white firewood's attack, and his gray eyes moved slightly, revealing a somewhat human smile. What a human smile! I really don't know how the owner will skin you when you make a big mistake. I'm looking forward to it, little puppy. The Samoyed lightly landed next to the second-hand TV, and the next second, white firewood's sharp claws tore the TV into pieces. The Samoyed turned to the dining table, and in the blink of an eye, the wooden table and stools were all turned into crisp sawdust. The Samoyed seemed to jump into the kitchen without any order, and in an instant, the pots, pans, detergent, and rag were all suffering. Aizen frowned, and felt that white firewood's combat ability was beyond his imagination, but the plan had to continue. He believed that this time, as long as he did the right thing, he might be the only dog left, or at least he could get more resources. He bumped into the owner's bed, which was full of the smell of white firewood and the owner. Saishomaru's heart was boiling with anger, as if his territory was taken by an ignorant little demon, and his fierce moves left marks on the wall. He was really angry, and the Samoyed was almost forced into a desperate situation. A large part of Aizen's snow-white long hair was pulled off, and his body was bruised from head to toe. He hadn't been a dog for long, and he hadn't fully integrated with his new body. Therefore, it was difficult for him to turn over, and he could only be used as a punching bag by White Firewood. Uchiha Madara watched as White Firewood dragged the Samoyed into the toilet, and quickly pushed his head into the same toilet. The most terrible thing was that the scene was a mess, and there was no place that was intact. But at this moment, the brisk footsteps of a shit-shoveling officer sounded again. Getting closer and closer, Uchiha Madara looked at the ruins, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew that Yijioza was about to get angry, and he also knew how terrifying Yijioza's anger was. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at White Firewood. However, the other party calmly walked to the side of the tatami, picked up a rag with his mouth, and covered himself with it. Then, he slowly found a corner and laid down. Ruins, battlefield, dog hair, bloodstains, corner. The poor little dog that was trembling under the battle of the giant dogs. Uchiha Madara was speechless. His dog face contorted along with his mood. Why didn't he think of that? Although White Firewood was fierce, his appearance was the most deceiving. He was usually docile and cold, and his master had a good impression of him. No matter how happy they were, he had never seen his master angry at him. Hiss! Uchiha Madara gasped. He had never seen such a shameless dog. But what should he do now? The golden retriever and the Samoyed were both in the toilet, and only he was safe in the ruins. Because of his huge size, no one would believe him no matter how innocent he was. In front of him, there was a milk bowl that had been licked, and a chicken leg bone. It was as if he had beaten the two dogs into the toilet and threatened White Firewood in order to steal his colleague's food. The dog owner's footsteps were only a few steps away from the door, and he could even hear her chuckle. She seemed to have invited someone to her house. While taking out the key, she smiled and said, "Itachi Uchiha, you are the first friend I have made here. There's no time like the present. I'll treat you to a meal. It's just that my dog is naughty." Click. The key opened the lock. At the same time, Uchiha Madara was quick-witted, and his instinct to save his life was awakened. He dashed into the toilet and buried his dog head in the narrow toilet bowl. Woof! Squeeze! The golden retriever. The Samoyed. The toilet bowl was only so big. After 3 dog heads were stuffed in, they suddenly realized that none of them could get out. Yijioza had already opened the door, and he said in a gentle tone, "Please. Forgive me." The door opened, and he stiffened. His face was cracked, and his heart was broken. The door opened, and Itachi Uchiha followed her gaze. He was stunned, helpless, and embarrassed. 2 children of the same age stood at the door, facing the cold wind, looking at the messy ruins in a daze, and fell into a long silence. After a long time, when Itachi Uchiha thought that Yijioza had been petrified, she suddenly turned her head, and raised her usual warm smile. "Mr. Uchiha, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. Sorry, I can't entertain you today." Itachi Uchiha nodded slowly, "Okay." The girl raised her hand and waved goodbye to him. She took out a stack of pastries and put them in his hand. Then he looked at her, smiling like a spring breeze, stepped into the ruins, and slowly closed the door, covering the last of the light. He did not know why, but he felt that her aura was very scary. Itachi Uchiha held the pastries in his hand, looked silently at the closed door, and then turned his head and slowly walked away. Well, he had been in school for a long time, and today, he made his first friend. She was a beautiful girl, very gentle, very caring, and had many dogs. 5 seconds later, He heard Yijosa's angry roar, "I bought a watch last year. You damn dogs, see if I don't skin all of you alive today." She was very energetic. A wood dash, the dog's shrill scream shook the crows on the electric pole. Well, she seemed to be a little cruel. Woof 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 woof. The dog's screams were intermittent, and he seemed to be exhausted. "I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. Damn it, didn't I usually give you food? There's only one toilet, and you're fighting to eat shit. Itachi Uchiha. Are you stupid? You fucking demolish my house again. Motherfucker, don't pull my head out, the toilet is broken." No. This is the only toilet in the house. Accompanied by the sound of tiles breaking and pipes exploding, he seemed to hear Yijosa's desolate cry. "No, my toilet. My house. It's cold. I'm fucking broke again. Itachi Uchiha." He lowered his head and began to think about what broke meant. That night, Uchiha's house. Itachi Uchiha helped to wash the dishes after dinner, and then quietly knelt in front of his brother's swaddling clothes, gently teasing the babbling child. His brother, Uchiha Sasuke, was indeed the most adorable child in the world. Just looking at his brother's innocent eyes made him feel as if his heart was filled with honey, incomparably sweet. Itachi. His mother, Mikoto Uchiha, smiled and coaxed her son, but did not forget to take care of him. "Mom heard that you made friends." Yes. Itachi Uchiha had a cold personality, was the eldest son of a big clan, and had the title of genius. Usually, his peers were envious of him, and very few people were willing to associate with him. What's more, Woodleaf Village was afraid of the Uchiha clan, and even the villagers were prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Therefore, when Mikoto Uchiha heard that his son made friends, he was suddenly filled with emotions. "What kind of person is your new friend, Itachi?" Itachi Uchiha was silent for a while, and said, "He is a bankrupt person." Mikoto Uchiha. "Mom, she is bankrupt." Itachi Uchiha said, "What do you mean by bankrupt?" "Well, probably because she has no food, shelter, and necessities." Mikoto Uchiha's smile was a little stiff. "Itachi, how do you know she is bankrupt?" Itachi Uchiha said, "I saw her living in a garbage dump." The pile of ruins that he saw after opening the door was still fresh in his memory. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Mom, is there any vacant house in the Uchiha mansion?" "Ha. Shursui told me that friends should help each other." Itachi Uchiha said lightly, "I should help her, right?" Mikoto Uchiha paused, then smiled and said, "Okay." Welcoming an outsider into the clan for a short period of time is just the right time to ease the overly cold image of the Uchiha clan. Letting the villagers know that the Uchiha clan will also help them when they are in trouble, this is also a step to get in touch with the plight of the clan. As for whether the higher-ups will think that the Uchiha clan is secretly conspiring to win over the people, well, the Yondaime Hokage hasn't fallen yet, so it's not their turn to make a decision. What's more, the child who was welcomed into the clan seems to have received a favor from the Yondaime couple, and also the Yondaime couple. Mikoto Uchiha waited for the two children to fall asleep, and then talked to her husband, Uchiha Tomiyama, about this matter. Uchiha Tomiyama nodded and agreed to this decision. But at this moment, they didn't know that this simple decision helped them to welcome back the battlefield demon, Uchiha Madara. And the old ancestor's colleagues, the son of a bitch who is always worrisome. And the old ancestor's shit scooper, the son of a bitch who is even more worrisome than the son of a bitch. Chapter 38. Yijiosa couldn't figure it out. He was short of what the dogs ate, or they were short of what to drink. Why would these silly dogs rather put their heads in the toilet and lick poop? They were also unwilling to eat properly. But now he understood, the most important thing to be a human was to be happy. The most important thing to be a dog was to lick poop. After all, the ancestors of domestic dogs were domesticated wolves, and wolves were pack animals. They were organized and disciplined, and they followed the rules of the alpha wolf. They abided by the rules of the pack, but they were also attached to the smell of the alpha wolf and worshipped the strength of the alpha wolf. Without a doubt, in the 50 square meter territory, Yijiosa, was the alpha wolf of this pack. It was very normal for the alpha wolf to be followed and worshipped by his subordinates, and every time the alpha wolf left, subordinates could only rely on the aura left behind by the alpha wolf to live. This was also the reason why domestic dogs loved to climb their masters' beds. Because on the bed there was the strong aura of the alpha wolf. However, his dog was a little sick. He felt that the place where the alpha wolf's aura was the strongest was the toilet. This wasn't. He had only left for a while, and they had already gathered to drill into the toilet to suck up a wave of poison. Yijiosa mentally prepared himself. He found a reasonable explanation and forced himself to forgive this group of dogs. It was true, he was afraid that he would go crazy and kill them all. He swept the 3 troublesome adult dogs out of the house. He rolled up a soft leather and wrapped White Firewood, who was curled up in the corner. He held it in his arms and sat on the tatami lifelessly. Fuqiang, Daddy's heart hurts. Daddy is bankrupt again. Yijiosa rubbed White Firewood and rubbed his little neck. Poor thing, I must have scared you. White Firewood raised his eyes and looked through the crack of the door at the 3 dogs lying outside. The wind did not move him. Only you are the most obedient. You make Daddy worry the most. The golden retriever roared outside, expressing its anger at the top of its voice. The next moment, Yijiosa picked up the slipper and accurately smashed it into its mouth. What are you howling for? We're both dogs. Being rich and strong, neither crawling into the toilet nor making a fuss. This is the demeanor of a fucking noble dog. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Samoyed kept quiet. The golden retriever groaned as it laid on the ground, its clear red eyes staring coldly at White Firewood. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Separated by a pile of messy garbage, Yijiosa's mind was empty, and no one knew what he was thinking. To be honest, he really wanted to send the rest of the dogs away to people who were willing to adopt them. In this way, he could catch his breath every day and not have to work so hard to clean up a mess. But what was worse was that his time of survival came from this group of silly dogs. If he sent them away, he would kick the bucket in a few years. What to do? Of course, he would choose to forgive them. Yijiosa heaved a long sigh. On the other side, the dogs also had their own thoughts. Before they inexplicably became dogs, they were all bosses in their respective fields, and there were few rivals in the world. Because of this, they were arrogant, conceited, indifferent, tough, and unreasonable. But as strong people, no matter what they did, they could be forgiven. Even if they did something that should not be forgiven, no one dared to point a finger at them. Even if they became dogs, they would not be willing to be wronged. If Yijiosa gave them a hard time, they could just shake their tails and leave to find a new owner. But the strange thing was that only by staying with Yijiosa could they slowly replenish their lost strength. There was a mysterious aura around her that they could only perceive intuitively, but they could not completely understand it. However, as people who had reached the peak of power, they all knew that staying in the aura was not harmful to their bodies. This was the reason why they were unwilling to leave even if they were beaten and scolded. Who didn't have times when they could endure humiliation? At worst, they could wait until they recovered. The ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Yujiosa muddle-headedly carried the quilt and dragged the 3 dog kennels out. He made it a bed in the narrow corridor, then hugged white firewood and climbed into the quilt without saying a word. The 3 adult dogs each took their own kennels and slept next to their owner. Unexpectedly, their fur was not dry yet, and they were all bald. When the cold wind blew, they suddenly felt cold all the way to the tip of their tails. There was no hope of crawling into the owner's quilt, but how to keep warm was a problem. The Tibetan Mastiff returned to the ruins and pulled 2 pieces of cardboard to cover its body. The Samoyed pulled down the curtain and wrapped its whole body. The Golden Retriever moved half a beat slower, and the usable objects were already gone. He thought for a while, opened the fridge, and took Nara's head. Although Nara only had a head left, he had thick seaweed-like hair. The Golden Retriever put Nara's head next to the kennel, rolled up his long hair, and spread it into a blanket to cover the bald fur. Suddenly, the world was warm. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet, except for the moths that were still flying around the streetlights. Yujiosa was awakened by hunger. He covered white firewood and slowly rolled out of the quilt. When he opened his eyes, he was faced with Nero's pale face and a head of black hair that danced wildly like a demon. Yujiosa. He sucked in a breath of air and was so frightened that his head was thrown back and he hit the iron railing. With a dull thud, Yujiosa fainted. Yujiosa was carried to the hospital by his own dog. He was unlucky, and his life was full of ups and downs. He was hungry, cold, and tired for most of the night, and then he had a high fever. His body temperature was terrible. The Tibetan Mastiff dragged the quilt, rolled him up, put him on its back, and walked to the medical department of Woodleaf. White firewood followed closely. The Samoyed thought for a while, went into the room, took a pastry, and walked forward slowly. The Golden Retriever kicked Nara's head back into the ruins, shook his body, and dropped a gold barley. He picked up the money and followed. The ninja of the medical department of Woodleaf took Yujiosa's temperature, put him on the bed, and saw the Tibetan Mastiff put a pillow behind the girl. The Samoyed smiled warmly, and put the pastry in the ninja's hand. The Golden Retriever came forward and spat a gold bar on the hospitalization form. White firewood was lying on the bed, staring at them coldly. It seemed to be saying, "You are useless now, why are you still here?" The ninja walked out of the ward, and only the sound of the drip could be heard in the room. "Woof. Let's call a truce." The Tibetan Mastiff howled, and its most sincere emotion was mixed in the murmur. As soon as it said this, except for white firewood, the expressions of the Samoyed and the Golden Retriever changed slightly. "Woof. Ha. Can they communicate?" The Samoyed softly tried to probe. "Woof. Tsk, a mongrel." The 3 dogs glanced at the Golden Retriever coldly. They had dominated the world for so many years, and no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in their ears. "Woof, woof, woof. Who do you think you're talking to when you talk about miscellaneous cultivators?" Uchiha Madara stood up, and the huge body of the Tibetan Mastiff raised a huge shadow. His eyes instantly condensed into Sharingan, and a horrible murderous aura enveloped the Golden Retriever. "Woof, woof, woof. I advise you, obedient dogs live longer. Woof. You lowly ant, who gave you the courage to stare at me?" Gilgamesh had been suppressing a ball of fire for a long time, and he couldn't wait to take out his sword and fight with the Golden Retriever. He shook his fur, bared his teeth, and exuded an extremely arrogant aura. "Woof. You guys should stop now." Aizen leisurely glanced at white firewood, and smiled. "Woof. Well, it's probably the same experience. Woof. No matter what identity we had before, we are now dogs, right?" Aizen changed to a more comfortable position, and smiled a little gloomily. "Woof woof woof. If we were to fight here, as livestock, we would probably be slaughtered. The Tibetan Mastiff and the Golden Retriever paused, then slowly returned to their original positions, and sat down quietly. Their auras did not match, and as the pride of their respective worlds, they did not have the habit of taking the initiative to ease the relationship. Uchiha Madara was proud and calm, Gilgamesh was arrogant, Aizen was low-key and treacherous, and Saishomaru was cold and aloof. They had always been followed and served by others, and they had always been high and mighty kings. Now that they were suddenly gathered together, naturally, no one was willing to submit to anyone. Everyone understood the truce proposed by Uchiha Madara, but if they easily agreed, wouldn't it be admitting the status of the Tibetan Mastiff in the group? Oh, why should they listen to him? The four dogs stayed in their respective resting places, no longer talking to each other. Even if their eyes met occasionally, there were sparks, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Just then, the door of the ward slowly opened, and a long-haired man wrapped in a gloomy aura quietly entered. His snake-like vertical pupils glanced at the dogs indifferently, and gradually focused on the girl. Well, the genius who defeated Nine Tails. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and his eyes were full of interest. Not a bad material. His hand turned into a slippery long snake, and attacked the girl at an extremely fast speed, trying to take her away. But to his surprise, the puppy at the head of the bed suddenly cut the long snake with its paw, and coldly swept towards him. In the next second, the four dogs rushed over like lightning, blocking all of Orochimaru's escape routes. Exhausting all the skills of the dogs, they vented their anger that had been suppressed for a long time, and beat the uninvited guest into a second-class disabled person. Orochimaru. Chapter 39. Orochimaru, a crossdresser who dedicated his limited life to the limitless cause of scientific research, he was a model of a top student who was addicted to learning and becoming thinner. He loved immortal cultivation, he often appeared and disappeared like a ghost to search for experimental materials, he loved children, he was always kind and abducted left-behind children. He was the veritable headmaster of the kindergarten for naughty children, and under his inculcation, every naughty child awakened the value of life and became even more naughty teenagers. Orochimaru's feelings changed with the situation. He immediately changed the kindergarten into a juvenile detention center, and continued to work hard. He was determined to cultivate more man-eating flowers for the future of the country of fire. He especially favored the lowly Shota, who had the title of young genius. Their delicate bodies were soft and easy to push down, they had extraordinary talent and high strength. That fresh body was the capital for him to regain his youth, it was the standard for his beauty, it was a life that he could not refuse. Orochimaru proposed the plan of, I will be 18 years old every year. In order to conceal his desire to maintain his youth, he secretly renamed the plan Impure Earth Reincarnation. Impure Earth Reincarnation, what a domineering, lawless, and extremely awesome name. It buried Orochimaru's indescribable young girl's heart deeply, it gave people a terrible impression of coldness and impermanence, wearing the coat of forbidden arts. However, Orochimaru did not wait until he was 18 years old every year, the higher-ups of Woodleaf Village took away his research funds. How could this be tolerated? For a crossdresser who was looking for a young man, taking away his funds was equivalent to ruining his newly bought full set of makeup. If he could swallow this anger, he would no longer have the right to wear this black silk dress. Seeing that the higher-ups of Woodleaf were not prepared to pay for this makeup, they even wanted to persuade him to be a decent man. Orochimaru made up his mind and decided to go against them. So he embarked on the path of the villain boss without hesitation. He wanted longevity and youth, but he also wanted to be strong and beautiful. In this society that valued appearance, he first took a fancy to the talented handsome Shota of the Uchiha tribe, Itachi Uchiha, then he took a fancy to the cute little lowly, Yi-Josa. However, the Uchiha clan was very powerful. If he wanted to kidnap Itachi Uchiha, he would probably be beaten into a dead snake. After much consideration, he stared at Yijiosa, who had no background. Seeing that Yijiosa was on good terms with Itachi Uchiha, he thought that he might be able to kill two birds with one stone. Orochimaru had prepared well and was certain that he would be able to take the loli away tonight and make her into his favorite figurine. However, he never expected that the little girl would be guarded by 4 evil dogs. That was really a fucking evil dog. Even the Nine-Tails demon fox was not this fierce. The moment he attacked, he was struck by Go-Z. They seemed to be different from ordinary ninja beasts. Their fighting skills were tricky and treacherous, more inclined to the methods of human beings. Orochimaru was a jonin who had been famous for a long time, and he already had the strength of a Kage. However, he did not expect that the moment he stepped into the ward, he was completely in a passive situation. He had suffered a solid beating. In a trance, he seemed to see the shadow of the kaleidoscope, but when he fled in a panic, he no longer had the energy to think about it. Because of his momentary negligence, the exit of the earth release deviated, and it was actually the women's soup. When he suddenly popped his head out of the hot spring, the female ninjas who were originally chatting and laughing with each other froze and fell into a strange silence. Orochimaru. 6 of his ribs were broken by the angry female ninja, and he was tied up like a rice dumpling and sent to Sandaime Hokage. Sandaime Hokage. Should he say that he was worthy of being his disciple? In terms of peeking at the female ninja bathing, the student is better than the master. Yijiosa did not expect that his dog not only destroyed the house, but also the ward. He woke up sick, and was scared awake by a pile of snake corpses in the ward. Oh my god, what happened when I was on the drip? Why is my room full of snakes? These snakes were densely packed, of different lengths, colorful, fat and strong. Fat and strong. Yijiosa calmly thought for a while, pulled out the infusion needle, slowly got out of bed, resisted the nausea, and put all the snake corpses into the backpack. Then, he grabbed the mop in the ward and began to clean up the blood in the room. What happened, he had no interest at all to know. Anyway, his dog is making trouble again. The sky was bright and Yijiosa climbed to the hospital bed, but not long after, the door of the ward was knocked. Come in. Yijiosa shouted weakly. Sorry to disturb you. The door was gently opened, and Itachi Uchiha stood at the door with a bag of fruit, expressionless. The Tibetan Mastiff narrowed his eyes and looked at this junior without a trace. Yijiosa thought that he had probably speculated in the stock market, and when the market collapsed, he felt hopeless, but he did not expect that there was still room for revival. An angel-like rich second generation asked him, "There is a vacant room in the Uchiha house, do you want to live there?" Yijiosa was shocked. This young man was amazing. At such a young age, he knew the hard principle of picking up girls, real estate. His future was really limitless. This was the biggest Jinhua ham he had ever held. Rounding it up, Itachi Uchiha was telling him, if you are a brother, you should live together, eat together, have girls together and beat up dogs together. Yijiosa was moved to tears, and his waist was no longer sore, and his legs were no longer painful. He did not even have to pant to climb the 6th floor. He held Itachi Uchiha's hand tightly, and solemnly thanked him, "You are awesome, you are lightning, you have real estate to fuck the world." Itachi Uchiha was speechless. He put on a serious face and put on the airs of a little adult. After thinking about it, he still brought Yijiosa back to the Uchiha house. It had been a long time since their clan land welcomed people from the village. Even if she was a little unreliable, but in the Uchiha clan land, she should be restrained. After all, there was a solemn and noble atmosphere there. Even if the Hokage came, he would unconsciously sit upright. They took the 4 dogs, through the streets and alleys, and came to the edge of the village. Yijiosa originally thought that after leaving the downtown area, he would see the desolate and withered scenery, but he did not expect that the Uchiha clan land was beyond imagination. There was a commercial street inside, and buildings were scattered all over the place, and the clan was densely packed. It was really the largest clan in the Woodleaf clan. He was quite emotional, and as he went deeper, he found that the rabbit eyes of the Uchiha were more or less focused on him. Itachi, she is a friend. Itachi Uchiha said concisely, a guest, living here for a long time. As the clansman looked at him vaguely, he brought Yijiosa to an empty house. This will be your temporary residence. Yijiosa was quite excited to look at the building in front of him, feeling that he was simply rich. There were 3 rooms and 1 living room, a small pond and a vegetable field. It was simply a fairyland. The owner of this house died in battle a few years ago. The clan has collected his relics. You can live in peace. Itachi Uchiha was calm like a child. There is a lot of dust in the room. Do you need my help? No, please sit. You are the master. Yijiosa opened the door excitedly, smelling a little moldy smell in the room. It had been a long time since someone lived in it, and there was no light for a long time. The house had indeed lost its vitality, but as long as there was a living creature living here, it would definitely return to a warm appearance. Yijiosa felt that this was a great bargain, and hurriedly turned to look at Itachi Uchiha, asking, by the way, how much do I have to pay for the rent? He felt a little uneasy about taking this house. He did not pay anything, but received too much. No matter how good it was, it would still burn his hands. Itachi Uchiha shook his head, replying, I remember father's meaning is, if you can participate in the clan's martial arts practice, that would be even better. Martial arts practice? Oh, it's just learning from each other. He was not afraid of learning from each other. But as soon as these words came out, he understood the meaning of the Uchiha clan leader. It was probably because his performance in the Battle of 9 Tails was too outstanding, and his martial arts value was being coveted. Everyone hoped that their children would learn well, and having a peer whose martial arts value was higher than theirs to motivate them, not only could it suppress the arrogance of the younger generation of Uchiha, it could also urge them to grow. No wonder, the rent was not worth mentioning compared to a good teacher. Yijiosa happily said goodbye to Itachi Uchiha, and hurriedly began to wash the house. The 4 dogs comfortably lay in the open space and basked in the sun for a while, but it didn't take long for Aizen to open his eyes. Samyed's beautiful eyes stared at a corner, and his face was half closed, reducing his sense of existence. He raised his tail and gently patted the back of the Tibetan Mastiff, raised his chin slightly, and quietly pointed in a certain direction. He was the god of death, and his perception of souls and spiritual power was very sensitive. Just a moment ago, he saw a group of black things sweeping across the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was not the breath of a human, nor was it the breath of a soul, nor was it an evil thing like a demon or ghost. But it inexplicably made him feel uncomfortable. The Tibetan Mastiff didn't say much. His eyes were rolling around the kaleidoscope, and he quietly moved towards the target location. Samyed raised his eyelids and inexplicably stared in another direction. He didn't expect that this place was so popular, and there were all kinds of monsters and monsters. Aizen pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing the warmest smile of a Samyed. Yijiosa tidied up the kitchen, and he didn't expect to find the nameplate of the house behind the old refrigerator. Ha! Uchiha! Bring soil. Didn't they say that everything in the house was cleaned up? He put the rusty nameplate back in its original place. Was the original owner of the house called Uchiha Bring Soil? Bring soil. Bring soil. This name is really rustic. Why did he have to bring soil? It sounds like he was buried in the soil, which sounds inauspicious. If this name is not given well, sooner or later it will be ruined. Look at him, it's really a pity that he died young. Really, it's better to call him Uchiha Bring Fish. At the very least, Uchiha Kangaroo would be fine. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan is called Itachi Uchiha. What does Itachi mean? Isn't it just a weasel? Even a weasel can become a rich second generation, let alone a kangaroo. Chapter 40. At the moment of meeting the devil, the setting sun was like blood. The Uchiha mansion was plated with a layer of dark red printed with black tiles and white walls. It was elegant and sad. It was just like the destiny of this clan's most talented people. Uchiha Madara looked at the birds returning to their nests in the distance. They walked all over the Uchiha clan's land. This place was familiar and unfamiliar, intimate and alienated. There were no more incessant wars, no more bloody wars, and no more children who lost their parents. Compared to the past, this was the best era. But in this era, there was no Anna Izumi, there was no pillar, there was no Uchiha Madara. He was a person who had lost his home, like a lonely ghost, and could only live in his memories. He recalled the scenes in his memories over and over again. This was his clan's land, but it was no longer his home. This was his home, but it was no longer his harbor. Uchiha Madara emptied his thoughts and walked around the gradually empty street. From bustling to cold, from busy to warm, it only took the time to push open a door. I'm back. Welcome back. His ears were filled with the daily greetings of a small family, filled with the simplest and most ordinary happiness, and these were exactly what he had sought for half his life but had never obtained. Uchiha Madara retracted his eyes, but unexpectedly, as he walked, he actually walked back to the child's side again. He raised his eyes in astonishment. He looked at the half-grown girl who was knocking on the dog basin under the porch. She was wearing a light blue bathrobe and scooping ribs to add rice to the golden retriever. The three dogs lined up in front of her and ate peacefully, while she tiptoed to look around. At the first sight of him, she smiled slightly and burst out with true joy. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's heart surged with warmth. It was as if at this moment, he also had a close family member. He lifted his feet and unconsciously increased his speed. Democracy. After laughing for less than 3 seconds, the girl's face suddenly darkened. Where the fuck did you go? You've been wandering around for so long. Did you find a public toilet in Uchiha or a beautiful female dog? Joseph pulled him by the ear and dragged him to the dog basin. I'll leave you food today, but there won't be any tomorrow. As he spoke, he poured the rest of the ribs into the dog bowl. Uchiha Madara lowered his head. He was used to eating like a dog. Joseph rubbed the dog's fur twice, picked up the comb on the side, and went into the house to find Nara's hair. He began to deal with his knotted hair. Placing the sleeping head on the table, he carefully combed the long hair and spread it all over the short table. The remnant red light shone through the window and illuminated the dark room. The cold wind blew in through the half-closed door, causing his black hair to flutter, adding an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Before sunset, Itachi Uchiha followed his mother's instructions and came to visit his friend with some pastries. He entered the small courtyard and moved forward without any hindrance. Perhaps they were familiar with his smell. The 4 dogs slightly raised their eyes and lazily leaned against the corridor to take a nap. They didn't even bark. Itachi Uchiha walked into the corridor and calmly greeted, "Sorry to disturb you, Yi-kun." Joseph was taken aback, and his hands suddenly stopped moving. Seeing that the door of the room was half open, Itachi Uchiha raised his eyes and looked inside. The next second, the boy with a cold face suddenly opened his eyes, and his body stiffened as he stared at the terrible scene. In the gloomy and dark room, the door was half closed, and the red light was weeping blood. The young man's severed head was placed on the short table, and the man-eating monster was sitting next to it. She even had the leisure to comb the long hair of the head. She raised her face in the blood, showed her fangs, and waved at him, "You're here." Uchiha Itachi had goosebumps all over his body. Ichijose put down the comb, stood up, and urged, "Come in." Itachi Uchiha was speechless. He took a deep breath, grabbed the snack box, slammed the door shut, and ran away at the fastest speed he had ever run in his life. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving only a black dot. Ichijose was speechless. Damn, this misunderstanding is huge. He didn't have the mood to torment Nara. He picked up the blanket and wrapped the head up, and carefully placed it in the corner of the cabinet. He wanted to catch up and explain, but when he thought of Itachi's age and what he said, he thought, adults wouldn't take it seriously, right? Ichijose lit the lamp, made the bed, and cleaned the dog's paws one by one. He drove them into the room, and began the night to enhance the relationship between master and pet. He took a tooth-grinding stick, threw it to the corner, and ordered, "Fu-chang, pick it up." White Firewood lay quietly, motionless. The Tibetan Mastiff yawned, looking dispirited. The Golden Retriever licked its fur in boredom, and the Samoyed tilted its head, showing an angelic smile. Ichijose was speechless. With a wooden face he crept slowly to the corner and picked up the teeth grinder. Seeing this, the Tibetan Mastiff paused for a moment, thinking of its owner's age. She was still a playful child. The games she liked to play were really childish. At her age, he would have already been on the battlefield. The Tibetan Mastiff stretched, thought for a moment, and simply picked up a tooth-grinding stick, gently threw it to the corner on the other side. Woof. After throwing it, it stood there like a master, not taking a step. White Firewood continued to sleep, the Golden Retriever continued to lick its fur, and the Samoyed maintained its smile. Ichijose was stunned for a few seconds, only to realize that something was wrong with the script. When did he become a dog teasing people? He accepted his fate and picked up another tooth-grinding stick. In the next second, he heard a cracked sound, and another tooth-grinding stick was thrown to the corner. Ichijose was speechless. "Motherfucker, are you kidding me?" Without saying a word, he picked up the tooth-grinding stick and threw it at the Tibetan Mastiff like lightning. But who was the Tibetan Mastiff? That dog's body contained the soul of the ancestors of Uchiha. He only saw him slightly tilt his head, easily dodging the attack. White Firewood opened his eyes, the Golden Retriever stopped moving, and the Samoyed's mouth drooped. Well, did this young miscellaneous cultivator like to play more intense games? Immediately, the Tibetan Mastiff shoveled down a box of tooth-grinding sticks. He picked up the tooth-grinding sticks, one by one, and quickly threw them at Ichijose. He hadn't trained his juniors for a long time, so he happened to use Ichijose as a practice target. Ichijose jumped up and down, thinking that his dog was a bit naughty. Why did it like this kind of intense game? However, in order to raise dogs better, promote their physical and mental health, let them die of old age, and feel the love of humans, Ichijose said that it didn't matter if the game was more exciting. Right? The Tibetan Mastiff and Ichijose's tooth-grinding stick battle immediately began. Because the indoor space was not big, the other three dogs were forced to participate in the battle. In the beginning, they only dodged. Then, they secretly threw the tooth-grinding sticks at their owner. Then, they united to bully their owner to repay the kindness of raising them. Finally, they inexplicably carried their personal grudges into a scuffle again. Ichijose wrapped himself in the quilt, propped his head on the pillow, and crawled forward on the tatami. Motherfucker. Don't throw it. The tooth-grinding stick flew and hit him right on the forehead. Ichijose was speechless. I said. Enough is enough. The tooth-grinding stick rushed over again and smashed into his mouth, with a few strands of dog fur stuck to it. Ichijose was speechless. Kiki. He picked up the sword expressionlessly and cast a mountain river suppression on himself. Then, he gave the dogs an aura to reduce their speed. He rolled out of the quilt, pulled white firewood over, grabbed the golden retriever, pulled the satsuma tightly, and suppressed the Tibetan mastiff. He lifted their tails and slapped their butts. Daddy is always your daddy. The 4 dogs were as quiet as chickens. Yijiosa looked at the mess on the ground and accepted his fate to clean it up. When he was done, it was already late at night. He hurriedly took a bath, climbed onto the tatami, and fell asleep with white firewood in his arms. In the dead of night, the Dai-2 house was plunged into darkness, and all the living creatures around fell into a deep sleep. The Uchiha Obito stood outside for a moment, using the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan to quietly distort space and sneak into the house. In this familiar yet strange place, except for the pale moonlight, there were only deep and shallow breaths. The Uchiha Obito is extremely afraid of the dog that is suspected to be the descendant of Uchiha Madara, so he spent a lot of effort to sneak in this time. From the foothold to the forward route, from the favorable terrain to the retreat route, he has already simulated it thousands of times in his mind. This time, he not only intends to kill the girl who ruined his plan, but also to plunder the eyes of the adult dog. The Manjikyu Sharingan is a unique treasure, it would be a pity if he doesn't have it in his hands. His plan is very thorough, and even the first step of sneaking in has been perfectly achieved. But the bad thing is, he didn't expect that there would be a tooth-grinding stick in this broken place. Coincidentally, the tip of his foot crushed one of the particles. Crack! The Uchiha Obito's body instantly stiffened, and he didn't dare to move. The 4 dogs in the room shook their ears, sniffed lightly, and revealed their sharp claws at the same time. Both sides pretended that nothing had happened. The Uchiha Obito held his breath, and was about to carry out the second step, but suddenly he heard a soft, thump, thump, thump sound coming from the closed cabinet door. He couldn't help but turn his head and stare at the cabinet door beside him. The 4 dogs put away their claws and continued to pretend to sleep. With a squeaked sound, the cabinet door slowly opened. The snake-like black hair spread along the gap, like tentacles supporting the head of a young man, slowly crawling out of the darkness. The Uchiha Obito. There is no chakra fluctuation around, this is not a genjutsu. The other party has no body, only a head and seaweed-like long hair. How can a head survive without a body? The head suddenly opened his eyes, and even the corners of his lips curled up into a subtle smile. The Uchiha Obito's whole body suddenly had goosebumps, and his hair that was already standing on end immediately stretched into a pig's head. His Sharingan spun wildly, twisting the space around him, and he fled in panic. How could he not know that his house is haunted? How can it be haunted? Chapter 41. Nara was indeed worthy of the title of a world boss. The first achievement he obtained after waking up was to scare away the boss of another world. As the saying goes, life is endless, it doesn't stop causing trouble. When darkness fell and everything was silent, Nara used his long hair as support. He floated up leisurely, preparing to go out to forage for food and find a usable fresh body. He was a monster. In his eyes, humans were just prey. Seeing that Yijiosa was surrounded by dogs, it was not easy to attack him. He could only take a step back and find another way. His black hair danced wildly under the pale moonlight and the mournful cries of crows. He gently pushed open the window and swung out. However, before the foraging plan could be carried out, he suffered a tragic failure. Nara dared to cause trouble in the Uchiha clan. That was a slap in the face to Uchiha Madara. The Tibetan Mastiff slowly stood up. He leaped out of the window lightly. With a claw, he slapped Nara back into the room and coincidentally smashed him on the edge of the tatami. Nara. What a headache. Saishomaru looked at the half-demon that was an arm's length away from him in disgust. Without a word, he flicked his tail and sent him flying out of the window. Being able to tolerate these adult male dogs sleeping beside him was already the limit of a noble young master. Another half-demon. Ha ha. Nara. Dizziness. Uchiha Madara was stunned. He watched helplessly as Nara's head flew out again. He felt that this broken head did not give him any face. Why did it have to cause trouble in the Uchiha clan? He suddenly jumped up. It exploded with a great impact. With a slap, he slapped Nara back into the room. He did not believe that his warning was so obvious that this broken head still had the courage to roll out. Nara. He felt like vomiting. The volleyball that had been hit beautifully crossed the net and smashed into the golden retriever's kennel with a spinning force. It directly woke up the hero king who had just fallen asleep. Gilgamesh woke up in a bad mood. When he saw the head of a miscellaneous cultivator beside the king's bed, he was furious. He jumped up every minute, standing in human form, raising his hind legs to make a difficult kicking pose. At that instant, the soul of the ball god burned in the hero king's body. He scooped up a perfect banana ball and kicked his head out of the window, creating a dazzling arc. Nara. Concussion. Uchiha Madara was unable to restrain his anger. He didn't expect that this bastard would actually have the guts to come out again. If he couldn't deal with him today, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called Uchiha Madara. He leaped sideways, like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. His extremely strong force once again whipped Nara back. In an instant, Nara's head was like a meteor falling from the sky, spinning and jumping. His eyes were closed. The volleyball went over the net and smashed cleanly into the kennel in the corner. The Samoyed's kennel was turned upside down, but the head was still spinning. It was wrapped up by a head of messy black hair, and it really became a briquette. Nara. Shock. Aizen's eyes were cold as he saw the whole process. He felt that this group of stupid dogs were really childish, always using the methods of 3-year-old children to solve problems. Sure enough, he shouldn't have expected a dog's IQ. The Samoyed got up, dragged Nara's long hair, opened the bathroom door, and threw him into the toilet. In the end, Aizen even put down the toilet lid for him. Nara. Dog leaping. The second before he fell asleep again, Nara understood a truth. No matter how strong these dogs were, he shouldn't have any expectations of their IQ. What kind of owner raised what kind of dog? He wasn't a bull. He was just a head. A head. How could 4 strong and valiant male dogs do such a thing to a human head? It was simply insane. When Yujiosa woke up the next day, the sun was shining on his butt. He crawled out of the bed, feeling that his stomach was full of water, and his bladder was about to explode. He staggered to the bathroom, opened the toilet lid, and was about to go to the toilet. How did he know that the toilet was filled with black dog poop? Before he woke up, Yujiosa squinted his eyes and pressed the button with blurred vision. Accompanied by the sound of water splashing, the dog poop did not move. Yujiosa felt helpless. He felt that the toilet sewer pipe was probably blocked and needed to be dealt with. So he picked up the toilet discharger, put the leather bag into the toilet, pushed it hard, pressed it against the vital parts, and madly pumped it. Yujiosa only noticed that something was amiss as he continued to sniff. So strange, the dog poop should have a soft texture, why did it suddenly become hard? Could it be that the dogs ate Astro Boy yesterday? Yujiosa was confused, raised the leather bag, and carefully looked at the dog poop stuck on it. After staring blankly for a long time, he finally recognized Nero's head with a stony face. How did it roll into the toilet? Could it be that Nara also likes to steal food from the toilet? What's wrong with the world these days? Why does it behave like a dog? The corner of Yijosa's mouth twitched, and he threw Nara's head on the ground. Looking at the whirlpool of water in the toilet, he could not help but fall into deep thought. That. Is it really that delicious? Yijosa settled down in the Uchiha clan. Although the dogs usually had a lot of things to do, at least they didn't tear down the new house, which was a great fortune in misfortune. Half a month passed. Since Itachi Uchiha stopped visiting, no other familiar Uchiha came to greet him, and no one arranged for him to go to the training field. Yijosa was bored and felt that he was going to be moldy. He thought about it. As a person, he had to act like a person. If he did not create any social value, what was the difference between him and a waste? He could not waste the country's food when he was alive, and illegally occupy the country's land when he was dead. No matter what, he had to send warmth to the people when he was alive. He might as well call his dog over and walk towards the Shadow Fire Tower. Along the way, he found that the black-haired and red-eyed Uchiha were secretly looking at him with arrogant and reserved faces, but no one came forward to greet him. They were like a group of arrogant cats. Obviously, they could not hold back their claws, but they forcibly suppressed their curiosity and pretended to be indifferent. Yijosa yawned and continued to move forward with his dog. Seeing that he was about to leave the Uchiha clan's land, there was finally a glutinous rice ball that was not much older than him blocking his way. Well, he had to admit that the people of the Uchiha clan were very beautiful. Whether it was Itachi Uchiha or Uchiha, they were all fair-skinned and beautiful. For example, the boy in front of him had a pair of clear and bright cat eyes with little tadpoles rolling around, cute and cute. He stared at Yijosa for a long time before asking, "I heard that you are the hero who repelled the Nine-Tails demon fox." The Uchiha on the street all pricked up their ears and turned their heads to this side in silence. To be honest, they were very curious about Yijosa's strength. How old was this girl? She could actually repel Nine-Tails. Did the third generation see wrongly? When the Nine-Tails attacked the village, they guarded the clan's land and shelter. There were not many Uchiha on the battlefield. Because of this, many people had doubts about Yijosa's ability. Now that someone asked the question in their heart, how could they not pay attention? They thought that this young girl would at least be humble and tell everyone that it was a rumor. They didn't expect that she not only nodded, but also admitted it. "That's right, I am." Yijosa boasted shamelessly, "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Uchiha Shursui, Itachi's good friend and elder brother." Uchiha Shursui smiled gently, "As beautiful as unpolished jade, Sir Hero, I really want to know what you did to Itachi to scare him so much." "Oh, good friend. Elder brother." She didn't come to ask for his autograph, but to settle scores with him. Yijosa stared at her with dead fish eyes and put on a fake smile. "Didn't he tell you what he saw?" Uchiha Shursui frowned. "What did he see? Weren't you the one who bullied him?" "I've never seen Itachi scared in his life." As soon as she said that, the Uchiha's face turned ugly. They were extremely protective. Even if Yijosa was only a young girl, the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan couldn't be bullied by outsiders. Yijosa said expressionlessly, because he saw something he shouldn't have seen. "What?" "He walked into my room with the food box, and I didn't close the door." Yijosa began to talk nonsense. "I was dressing up at that time, so I didn't tidy up. I was dressing up Nara's head. He came too suddenly, so I couldn't tidy up the scene." Uchiha Shursui's face changed slightly. He came in without knocking on the door and saw something he shouldn't have seen. Yijosa said in a flat tone, "He found that I was very different from him, so he was scared away. He saw Nara's head, and then he saw me with a human head. He found that human and monster were different, so of course he was scared away." But in the years of Uchiha, these words became a different meaning. I was just undressing and changing my clothes, and I forgot to close the door. This dog was even dumber than a child, and it barged in and saw my naked body. Not only did he see it, but he also carefully studied the difference between him and me, and finally he was surprised to find that I didn't say anything. Oh my God. A child with a flat body like him didn't say anything. How terrible. The young patriarch of the Uchiha clan was scared away because of his lack of understanding of the difference between men and women. He even had a shadow of the female body and was afraid for half a month. Oh my God. What if the young patriarch doesn't like women in the future? The Uchiha were shocked by the terrible conjecture in their minds. They all activated their Sharingan and seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. Even Uchiha Shisui felt a little guilty. He didn't know whether he should continue looking for trouble or not. Yijose said seriously, "Instead of waiting for me here, why don't you go find your brother? I believe he needs an AV. Comfort." Uchiha Shisui was speechless. He asked dryly, "How?" "To comfort him. Tell him that everything he saw before is fake." Yijose smiled. "It's just a prank. Those are all props. They're not real. Heads and whatnot, they're all made of dough, nothing is real." Uchiha Shisui was speechless. He had to go back and tell Itachi that what he saw was fake, and that girls actually have the ability to say anything. The two looked at each other. Their brain waves were not on the same channel, but they were strangely connected together. All the dogs, used to it. JPG. Chapter 42. Yijose tricked a group of Uchiha away. He arrived at the Hokage building unimpeded. At this moment, the fourth-generation Minato had already recovered. He was sitting at his desk with a baby in one hand. He was approving documents with one hand. When he saw Yijose enter, Bo Fengshui raised his bright face. He put down his pen, patted his son's back, and said gently, "Yijun, long time no see." "Hi, Hokage." Yijose waved his hand. "I'm here to earn some extra money." Ever since the Battle of Nine Tails, Woodleaf had 1,000 things to do, and Shinakushina had suffered a serious injury when giving birth and had been recuperating at home recently, not to mention carrying the child. Minato couldn't bear to let her move a finger. Thus, he could only be a father and a mother, taking care of his wife and coaxing his son to sleep. He also plunged into all levels of documents. Sometimes, he didn't even have time to eat. Woodleaf was short of manpower. Too short. But at this juncture, Yijose, who had been idle at home raising a dog, actually wanted to take on a mission. This was a pleasant surprise for Minato. "I've stayed in Woodleaf Village for so long, no matter what, I can be considered a legal resident of Woodleaf, right?" Yijose rubbed white firewood from time to time. "I want to take on some missions, can I?" Minato chuckled. "Of course, I've seen your strength with my own eyes. You're indeed qualified to take on high-level missions." Yijose's eyes lit up. He leaned on his desk and swept his gaze over the assignment of S-level missions. Minato quietly moved the S-level mission away and continued, "But you don't have enough experience." "I'm not at ease." "So, if you're really determined, start with a D-level mission. After accumulating enough experience, I'll definitely have high hopes for Yijun." Yijose understood. In other words, it meant, "Old Yi, the two of us have been through life and death together. I can help you with anything, but this is public property. I can't bend the law for personal gain. Look, there's only one cake, and there are so many big shots who want it. If I really give it to you, won't that make things difficult for me? So, you see, why don't you increase your seniority first to shut people's mouths? Then, I can promote you and increase your salary. It's not easy for me to retreat to this step." Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my Hokage hat. Yujiosa was very clear about the twists and turns in this matter. After all, he was a person who had been in the society and had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. He was already used to it. Sure. Yujiosa happily agreed. Give me the D-level mission. The first D-rank mission he accepted was harvesting the wheat. By the end of October, the winter wheat was already ripe. However, due to the recent lack of manpower, a large area has been idle for a long time. Usually, only some genin were asked to help clean up. The progress of harvesting was very slow. It seems that Yondame-sama has put in a lot of effort to let him hone his patience for a few more days. However, Yujiosa stated that he was not wearing a full set of high-end equipment just to experience the agritourism. He was taken to the wheat field by a Chunin uncle, and it didn't take long for him to attract the attention of many genin. The long-term labor task of harvesting the wheat is enough to smooth out the irritability of a group of children. For the ninja clans that pay attention to family education and promote quality, it is not a bad thing to let their children experience the hardships of labor. Therefore, among the genin working in the field, there are also many young masters and ladies from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. As a member of a big family, they can naturally guess who Yujiosa is. Well, I heard that she is the hero who repelled the 9 tails. I don't believe it. If she has the strength, why would she accept the D-level mission? She looks so cute. Shut up. That's enough. The Chunin uncle urged several lazy children while handing over the 5 acres of land to Yujiosa. When he was about to assign some farming tools to this delicate and soft little girl, he saw her slowly pull out the long sword on her back. The 4 dogs tactfully retreated and lay down on Yujiosa's back. They behaved like cheerleaders who only needed to shout 666. The next moment, Yujiosa's body was surrounded by smoke and dust. He spread his legs and stabilized his footsteps, raised his sword, and slashed horizontally with the full level of the sword. In an instant, the bright long light swept the 5 acres of empty wheat field, and countless wheat fell neatly in the same direction, layer by layer, like a golden wave. The scene was so grand that it was shocking. In less than 5 seconds, the rations of 5 acres of land were already in his hands, and the surrounding onlookers were dead silent. Yujiosa stood at the edge of the field, stretched out his hand and pressed on a wheat, and opened the package. The package, in the Kenzo game, had the function of automatically collecting the same type of item. And this function could be used flexibly. He just quietly bent down and pressed on the wheat, and saw that the surrounding wheat seemed to be injected with a soul, automatically moving to this side. Every time he collected a bundle, he threw a bundle out of the package, and soon it piled up into a small hill. And even if this strange behavior fell into the eyes of others, it was just him using special ninjutsu. In less than 30 seconds, a D-level mission was obtained just like that. Yujiosa smiled and said goodbye to the silly little kids, and took the Chunin uncle to the Hokage Tower to submit the mission. He quickly received the second D-level mission, find a woman's lost cat. This was simple. He held white firewood in one hand and picked up the 3 cat hairs sent by the owner with the other hand, put them in front of the 3 dogs' noses, and then smiled and hinted, "You find the cat, or I will give you a bath tonight." Dogs. They went out listlessly, and 3 minutes later, they came back in high spirits with a listless cat in their mouths. The cat collapsed to the ground as if it had been humiliated, and even the tip of its tail was missing a tuft of hair. It wailed sorrowfully, looking like it had nothing left to live for. Minato, Minato. What did your dog do to someone else's cat? Yujiosa chose the 3rd D-level mission, to find some fun for the landlord's silly son. Oh, to find some fun for the son of a small noble, and he hoped that the person who carried out the mission was a beautiful ninja. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. Asking a beautiful ninja to find fun for the son of a turtle. Don't be stupid. To be honest, in this world, ninjas' abilities were amazing. Someone as powerful as the Minato could almost overturn the entire battlefield by himself. But such a powerful ninja was given the title of a loli. The nobles here controlled the economy and controlled the farmers and samurai. No matter how strong a ninja was, they were nothing more than a knife in their hands. They relied on their nobility to do whatever they wanted, but they forgot that ninjas were also human beings with flesh and blood. When dignity was trampled on and pride was broken, even the most obedient knife would bite back at its master. Yijose cracked a smile. I'll find some fun for you. Under the Minato's hesitant gaze, he happily set off with his dog. In less than 3 hours, there was news that the son of a certain noble went crazy and tried to attack a little girl, but was eventually beaten into an idiot by the dog next to the girl. Incidentally, it was said that the noble's mansion was destroyed by the 4 dogs. Yijose squatted in front of the noble with a smile and said, "Look at this D-level mission. Go. Take your dog away. Take them all away. The money for this mission. Double. I'll give you double. Take the dog away. As long as you take the dog away, I'll give you double the money." Amidst the hysterical screams of the villagers, Yijose returned to the village under the setting sun. Minato. From now on, no nobles would dare to assign a mission to Woodleaf. In the following days, Yijose earned a lot of extra money, squeezing the Tibetan Mastiff to deliver packages, tricking the Golden Retriever to poke the beehive, forcing the Samiet to catch butterflies, and even forcing White Firewood to catch mice. When a man acts up, he at most asks for AV and tissue. When a woman acts up, she at most asks for lipstick and a purse. But when Yijose acts up, he asks for money and his life. Uchiha Madara never thought that he, the hero of the ninja world, would be reduced to taking on D-level missions to waste his time. Gilgamesh didn't expect that he, the famous hero king, would one day be forced to jump into a river by a swarm of wasps. Aizen couldn't accept it. He was the boss of Soul Society, the top of the food chain of Hueco Mundo, but he learned to catch butterflies from flowers like a little girl, and he couldn't catch them. Saishomaru was irritated. He was originally a pure-blooded dog demon of the western country, but he was forced to develop the skills of the leopard cat to catch mice. It was a great shame. Yijose held the heavy piggy bank and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, the heavens will not disappoint those who wait. We received an A-level mission. A-level mission. What is it? Help people to send love letters. Secretly take pictures of ninjas. Or buy intimate paradise. The 4 dogs looked at him with blank faces, and without thinking, they gave up struggling. Well, sneak into the country of water. Ha! Spy on the Kagaya clan. Hey, do I have to team up with others? Team up with 2 people. Let me see, Mike Kai, Hataki Kakashi. Yijose read the names carefully, and when he saw the meeting place in time, he walked to the village entrance with the dogs. The Kagaya clan was a large clan with very strong combat power. Their physical attacks were almost invincible, and their bodies were strong and sturdy. It was said that the clan had a special bloodline, and as long as they kept improving their physical fitness, they could reach the realm of invulnerability. Going to this clan to spy on information, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. For this reason, the higher-ups gave Yijose and the other 2 new identities, and they disguised themselves as tobacco and alcohol merchants to go to the country of water. As long as there were men, there would be tobacco and alcohol businesses, and the Kagaya clan was almost a man's world, so this method was feasible. The 3 disguised themselves, and they suspected that the 2 older brothers were taking their little sister on a trip, and because the little sister was naughty, they had to take her dog. With a child and a dog, their suspicions would be minimized. Remember, Hitaki Kakashi said coldly, "From now on, our surname is Rokujo. Open your travel passes and tell each other your names." The white-haired, cold-looking young man took the lead and said, "Remember, I am Rokujo Ichiro." Mad Kai smiled like a black man. "I'm Rokujo Jiro." Yijiosa opened the travel pass and read the name on it word by word. "I am 6 legs fried dough twist." Yijiosa. What the hell? 6 fried dough twists. Go to hell with your 6 fried dough twist. It might as well be called 6 corn strips. His face cracked. Hitaki Kakashi's expression was cold. These ninjas didn't know what was wrong with the fried dough twist. He continued, "For this mission, the 3rd-generation leader has prepared 2 travel passes for us. When the first identity is exposed, immediately use the second identity to escape. The Splendor Knight clan is powerful, we can't fight them head-on. Keep the second travel pass a secret. I don't want to use the wrong name." The ox cart slowly set off with the tobacco. Apart from Mad Kai's loud and clear laughter, the long road was really boring. Yijiosa tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't help himself and secretly opened the second travel pass. Immediately after, he saw that the identity of the travel pass was written in large, neat characters, Tortoise Head Naoki. Yijiosa. Tortoise Head. Naoki. 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 Chapter 43. Kakashi and Mad Kai finally understood why Hokage put Yijiosa into this A-level mission, because she was too good at causing trouble. She was also too good at attracting hatred. As long as she took the lead in the front, no one would put their eyes on their Ichiro and Erlang. No matter how they tossed and turned in the rear, they would not be exposed. The most important thing was that she was especially good at doing business. Her methods of promoting goods were simply endless. To be honest, they set off with the mentality of doing a mission, but she came out to sell cigarettes and wine with the attitude of playing a role. Along the way, a full cart of cigarettes and wine was sold out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The money they earned was several times that of an S-level mission. It made them want to quit their jobs and follow her to do business. Fortunately, Kakashi was still calm and maintained the last trace of clarity in his mind. He told Woodleaf what Yijiosa had done through a secret report. When the cigarettes and wine on the ox cart were almost exhausted, Kakashi finally received a notice from the upper echelons. The 3rd-generation leader told him. He pulled the ox cart and hurried to the Woodleaf stronghold to replenish. The 4th-generation leader told him, "Remember to pull a few more ox carts and replenish more goods." Danzo told him that the Woodleaf village's unsaleable pumpkins this year would depend on them to sell. Kakashi. He took a deep breath. With a heavy and depressed mood, he led his poisonous teammates to the stronghold to replenish. They came out half an hour later. The original ox cart had been configured into 3, and the goods had doubled. Fruits, vegetables, and daily necessities were all available. Seeing this, Yijiosa was holding a bigger savings box. He shouted, "Erlang! Let us face the setting sun of youth, bathed in the glory of money, sweat for a bright future." Mad Kai clenched his fists tightly and shed tears of excitement. Fried dough twist. In order to make up for the village's financial deficit, for the children's beautiful future, for the ninja's dignity to live, let us embrace money and run together. Erlang! Fried dough twist. The two of them looked up at a 45-degree angle at the bright but sad sky. The background music started playing behind them. Raging waves beat the shore, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. I make money every day. Kakashi and the 4 dogs squatted together, looking very numb. Thanks to Yijiosa, they had already made a name for themselves even before they reached the country of water. It would be much easier to detain the country of water, and getting close to the Huiyi clan would also avoid a lot of suspicion. It was a blessing in disguise. The name of Rokujo family wine had already spread. Yijiosa was well versed in the method of hunger marketing. Whenever he went to a small town or village, he would hang up a billboard in advance with the words, "Half price for all." Selling at a loss. Limited stock. First come, first served. Is it really half price? Was it really selling at a loss? No, Yijiosa had purposely tripled the price. Unfortunately, the goods he sold were not ordinary goods, and the wine he sold was not ordinary wine either. That was because he had replaced the ordinary wine jars with glass jars, and conveniently soaked a bunch of venomous snake corpses in the wine. Orochimaru would never have thought that the snakes that were broken by the 4 dogs in the ward would end up being soaked in wine. Yijiosa even gave this wine an awesome name, Dragon Bone Wine. Then he began to exaggerate the products and fool people with his daily life as a black merchant. For example, now, he rolled up his sleeves, his forehead was covered with sweat, but he still enthusiastically introduced the effects of Dragon Bone Wine, strengthens the yang, nourishes the kidneys, beautifies the skin, and nourishes the skin. If you don't drink it, you won't know, but once you drink it, you'll be shocked. Are you still vexed by the fact that you can't express your love? Are you still uneasy about whether you are the number one person in his heart? Are you still confused about whether or not you can keep this love? Dragon Bone Wine will give you the courage to express your love, the dominance to occupy people's hearts, and the perseverance to turn white. As long as you dare to take a step forward, the remaining 99 steps will be completed by the Dragon Bone Wine. I won't let you down, the whole set of Dragon Bone Wine starts at 88. On the last day of the sale, the price will drop, the price will drop. Don't miss it. The onlookers gathered around, and Yijiosa was in full swing. In the end, he specially told everyone about the few inconspicuous shops that Woodleaf Village contracted, and announced the fixed exclusive shops in a high-profile manner. With just a few words, he sent another wave of income to Woodleaf Village. Yijiosa did not know that Woodleaf Village followed the trend of the times, and immediately changed the shop he mentioned to Rokujo Family Wine. The higher-ups specially released Orochimaru and found people to spar with him every day, just to make that annoying Dragon Bone Wine with a floor full of broken snakes. Orochimaru was speechless. He could not carry out the live experiments, there was no hope for the traitor village to escape, and his snake children and grandchildren were almost all dead. Why was it so difficult to be a villain these days? The only person who could answer Orochimaru's questions was currently thousands of miles away, busy collecting money and delivering the goods. White firewood lay next to the money jar, his tail sweeping the ground dully, stirring up fine dust. The Tibetan Mastiff squatted under a tree, estimating the route to the country of water. He felt that the road was long, and perhaps before they reached the end, they would have to change careers and open a shop. The Golden Retriever and Satsuma looked at the cart and the goods. They realized that they were wise and domineering, but in the end, they were only on the same level as the old guard. The world bosses could not help but fall into deep thought, thinking about the feasibility of not destroying the world. In any case, they would all end up in Sunset Glow Nursing Home, so why were they so eager for quick success and instant benefits to dominate the world? The sound of money being collected could be heard incessantly. Today was another bumper day. Kakashi could not have imagined that the journey that should have been a short 1 week would be dragged to 49 days. Well, he admitted that in the last few days, even he began to let go of himself to help the business. Because the Yondin-sama told him that the financial deficit of the village has been wiped out. The financial deficit has been wiped out. Wiped out. At this moment, the broken image of Yijiosa shone in Kakashi's heart, like the golden sun that warmed the whole world. In the end, they formed a small business group with Yijiosa as the core, Rokujo family liquor, and entered the territory of the country of water unimpeded. Using the previous routine, they immediately made a name for themselves. What's even more amazing is that this time, the task target actually took the initiative to find them, and they did not use all means to hit on him. The strange joy of being a serf instantly filled their hearts. Yesterday you ignored me, today I will make you unworthy of me. Thinking of how they were ignored when they were doing the task, and thinking of how popular they are now, Kakashi and Matkai understood that doing business is indeed the best way to reach the pinnacle of ninja life. They took the remaining wine, tobacco, and pumpkins, and openly entered the territory of the Kagaya clan. But they never thought that the Kagaya clan was not only wild in fighting, but also wild in their daily life. Their clan's land was filled with low-rise buildings, with large bricks, tiles, and hard iron. The style was rough and extremely primitive. Their food was mainly barbecued meat, supplemented by strong wine, accompanied by bonfires and hand-to-hand combat, wild and reckless, mixed with flesh and bones, terrible heresy. The blood limit of the Kagaya clan is that they can use human bones as armor and weapons. Their bodies are strong, with strong muscles, and a good set of bones. They are simply natural human-shaped weapons. The most terrible thing is that because they have been wearing clothes for a long time, in order to save money on clothes, they only wear pants. When they turn around, you can see their dark buttocks. It is really an eyesore. And because of the years of fighting, the intelligence of the Kagaya clan is a bit worrying. The reason they have not been wiped out in the long river of history is only because they are really impossible to kill. Just like now, ever since Yijiosa stepped into this clan's territory, he stood at the peak of human intelligence and appearance. It can't be helped, the appearance of the pure young Mara is too deceiving. The face that Yijiosa chose for his daughter can be said to be the ultimate version that can move the world, pure and innocent, beautiful and cute. Such a cute appearance, even he can't resist, let alone the Kagaya man who has never seen a crystal doll. Are there women in the Kagaya clan? Of course there are. But over the long years, the women of the Kagaya clan are more agile than the men, even their 36D breasts have been trained into solid chest muscles. They are tall and majestic, look very dignified, and have explosive power when they stand together with their partners. It is impossible to tell who is male and who is female honestly. When Yijiosa first saw this clan's couple, he thought that the Kagaya clan has been gay for generations. Muscular man, muscular woman, muscular child. In a place full of muscles, suddenly a cute and soft loli entered. In an instant, Yijiosa became popular in the Kagaya clan. Loli is justice. The merchandise was sold very smoothly, and while Yijiosa attracted the attention of the Kagaya clan, Kakashi and Matkai split up and searched for the information they wanted as fast as possible. However, the Kagaya clan's dungeon was too well guarded, and they were not able to get their hands on it. Instead, they became interested. It was night, a bonfire, roasted meat, hot wine, men fighting, women cheering. The Rokujo siblings sat in a corner, gnawing on fine grains and slices of meat, softly exchanging information. Dungeon. Yijiosa muttered, and at the same time, fed a lot of meat to Guzi. I understand, other than the dungeon, you guys have finished gathering information. Yes. Kakashi said in a muffled voice, the dungeon security is too tight, I suspect there is something important inside. Yijiosa patted the Tibetan Mastiff's head, smiling innocently and kindly. Well, I have a bold idea. Kakashi and Matkai couldn't help but perk up their ears. Yijiosa blew up the Kagaya clan's septic tank, then he screamed and ran away amidst the explosion, hiding and disappearing without a trace. Kakashi and Matkai cooperated perfectly, shouting fried dough twist in the chaos, trying to find their younger sister, but under the fierce attack of the Kagaya clan, the two were forced to separate, and also lost track of them. The big guys of the Kagaya clan rushed to the scene of the incident, only to find that their feet were covered in filth. They searched from front to back and found no suspicious people, so in a rage, they sent people out of the clan's territory and disappeared into the night. The remaining clansmen couldn't stand the smell of filth, so they all looked for a water source to clean themselves. For a while, no one thought of the poor Rokudo family. The IQ of the Kagaya clan is really worrying. The simple trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain was played to 100% effect by Yijioza. Even the guards of the dungeon were negligent for a moment. And this moment was enough for Kakashi to hypnotize the other party with his Sharingan. Yijioza slipped into the dungeon. Down there was a long corridor, lit with flickering lights. 9 out of 10 dungeons were empty, and the remaining one. There was a child in there. A child no more than 3 or 4 years old. Yijioza was dumbfounded. He stood outside the dungeon, staring at the gloomy little boy in the cell. Neither of them said a word. After a long time, the little boy in the cell asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you." Yijioza stretched out his hand towards the cell. He felt that the Hui clan was really despicable for locking their child up in a small, dark room. "I am the successor of socialism." The little boy stood there in a daze, staring at the hand without blinking. "Give me your hand." Yijioza grabbed him. "Hold my hand, and I will take you away." The little jade-like hand waved up and down. In the eyes of the little boy, it was extremely tempting. But he still shrank in the corner, not coming forward. "I am a monster." "Ha!" Yijioza was speechless. How did the Kagaya clan educate their children? Even if some children were born disabled and autistic, they shouldn't be thrown into a cell to fend for themselves, right? "I am very dangerous." The little boy looked at him. "Get lost." Yijioza was dumbfounded. He was trying to help the little boy out of goodwill, but he received the word, "Get lost." "If I leave just because you tell me to, wouldn't that be very embarrassing?" With a click sound, the layers of steel bars were cut off by Yijioza's long sword. The cell door opened, and he stepped into the cell step by step against the light. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the boy's arm. The next second, a long bone spur shot out from the boy's elbow, piercing through Yijioza's palm. Bright red blood flowed, and a moment of intense pain swept through his body. Yijioza was speechless. Fuck. What the hell? No. Hold it in. I can't cry. The successor of socialism still needs face. His face twisted, and his face turned pale. "Are you a hedgehog? What is this?" The little boy didn't seem to expect to hurt him, and his face was full of helplessness. He quickly pulled back his bone, but unexpectedly, Yijioza's blood flowed even faster. This is my bone. Bone. A boy who could grow bones outside his body. Motherfucker. Vaguely, Yijioza could see bone sprouts protruding from his neck and ribs. He was ready to attack. It was too scary. He knew that bone hyperplasia was a disease, but he didn't know that the late stage of hyperplasia was to grow bones outside the body. This was definitely not the operation of an earthling. Definitely not. Chapter 44. In the flickering light of the fire, the ragged boy leaned his back against the corner of the wall. He was conflicted and stubbornly silent, as if he was putting an end to the good intentions of outsiders, as if he was forcing himself to shrink back his bones that were about to lose control. "You've got the wrong person. My name is Splendor Knight Kimimaro." Half of the boy's face was hidden in the darkness as he said indifferently, "Now, scram, or I'll kill you." In a short period of time, he heard the word scram twice. Yijosa was provoked by the brat, his temper also rose. You keep saying scram and scram all the time. Why don't you just call yourself Gun? Yijosa raised his bloody hand, his face contorted. I won't scram. If I scram, who the hell am I going to ask for medical fees? Kimimaro lowered his head, he avoided looking at the wound. I'll tell you, son, my hand is very precious. Yijosa began to extort the little boy. Look at it, it's exquisite, beautiful, and perfect like a work of art. Now, you've poked a bloody hole in it. It's you who destroyed its overall beauty. It's you who forced it to lose the joy of counting money. It's you who stopped it from breaking through to the sword god. It's you, it can no longer bathe and comb the cute dog. You made me lose blood and dizzy, you made me a second-level cripple, you made me lose the chance to become a good person. Yijosa said indignantly, doesn't your conscience hurt? Kimimaro did not understand. What is conscience? Yijosa. He took a deep breath and continued, what I mean is, you did something wrong. You can't just dismiss me so easily. You should give me something to compensate me. But what did I do wrong? Kimimaro was simply puzzled. Yijosa felt like he was about to have a heart attack. You're wrong because you don't know what you've done wrong. I reached out to you to show my kindness. I wanted to be friends with you, Yijosa explained patiently. Do you know what a friend means? People who can play together and grow together. Kimimaro muttered to himself, together. Yes. Yijosa rolled his eyes. You just deeply hurt the heart of a poor person who wanted to be friends with you. Tell me, how are you going to make up for my loss? Looking at the boy's dumbfounded expression, Yijosa revealed his sinister intentions. I need you to help me collect money for my business, help me bathe and feed my dog, and I also need you to help me clean up. Of course, I won't pay you. Kimimaro understood these words. His eyes even lit up. Do you need me? Am I needed? Yijosa nodded. Yes, that's right. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the boy hiding in the darkness reveal a gentle smile, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. Kimimaro was only 3 or 4 years old, but he lived in prison all day and didn't know anything about the outside world. He didn't know how to interact with people other than killing and arson. He only knew that standing in front of him was the first person who dared to approach him, the first person who dared to touch him, and the first person who didn't look at him with disgust and fear. She was also the first person who needed him. She found him not to make him fight, not to make him kill, and not to make him humiliate him for fun. Instead, she cut off the shackles that bound him and pushed open the heavy prison door. He was needed. Sir. The boy carefully walked out of the darkness and came before him. Take me away. Sure, but it's a little troublesome to take you out of the city. Yijosa seemed to have thought of something. He dug into his backpack and took out a spare travel pass. Here, this is the travel pass. It can take you out of the city. From now on, you are a straight tree with a tortoise head. Kimimaro was an extremely obedient child, like a tamed wild dog, eager to devote his loyalty to his master and prove his value. Yijosa vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this child's psychology, but when he thought about how the Kagaya clan locked him in the dungeon, it would be strange if there wasn't a problem. Educating a child was the same as educating a dog. It was a gradual process. Since he had decided to abduct, save him, he was naturally prepared to pay for the child's tuition fees, living expenses, buy a house, and marry a wife. It was like preparing to cook for dogs with bones, make a small kennel, find a dog girl, and take him to be sterilized. Oh, raising a child was not the same as raising a dog. At least, when Kimimaro grew up, he couldn't take him to be sterilized. Otherwise, it wouldn't be raising a child, but raising an enemy. Ichiosa, whose mind was full of horse racing, quickly treated his wounds and called out to Kimimaro to sneak out and meet up with Kakashi and Matt Kai. The four of them hid in the bushes, exchanged information one last time, and decided to leave through the night. It had to be said that the Kagaya clan's IQ was worrying. Even Ichiosa, who was watching from the side, was worried for them. It had been half an hour since they abducted people from the dungeon, but they still didn't realize that a child was missing. Even when the Rokujo family wanted to go back out of fear, he allowed them to do so without hesitation. Ichiosa was speechless. He couldn't help but think of the child he had just picked up. Was there something wrong with Kimimaro's IQ? As it turned out, he was worrying too much. Not only was there nothing wrong with Kimimaro's IQ, he was also a genius who could do whatever he was taught. Whether it was Mike Kai's taijutsu or Kakashi's taijutsu, he was able to comprehend most of them and create his own fighting style. He was like a battle-type AI robot, able to extract the essence and get rid of the impurities, growing to a terrifying level in the shortest amount of time. Ichiosa finally understood why the Kagaya clan wanted to lock him up. Not only were they afraid of Kimimaro's strength, but they were also afraid of Kimimaro's IQ. How could they not be locked up when an idiot with a mutated IQ suddenly appeared in the clan? No way. That's too scary. We can only add 1 and 1 equals 2, but the kid next door can actually do calculus. No, I definitely can't let Mom know of his existence. Lock him up, lock him up. Well, that's probably the truth, right? Ichiosa analyzed calmly. Ever since they safely left the city, in order to save time, they had been rushing around day and night. And after losing the pleasure of buying and selling along the way, Ichiosa could only turn his attention to Kimimaro. Then he realized that this child was really amazing. He was practically an all-purpose family assistant. Kimimaro, the dog fur of civilization, is tied up. Yes, sir. The three-headed little bean appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He stretched out his 5 fingers and stretched out his white bones, combing the dog's knotted fur. He tidied up the dog's body and curled the tip of the dog's tail. Kimimaro, Harmony hasn't taken a bath yet. Yes, sir. The boy expressionlessly pulled out 12 bones from his body and nailed them all around the Samied's body, confining it in a cage of bones and making it unable to move. Then, Kimimaro picked up the bucket and poured it on the Samied's body. He used the locust horn to make a bunch of bubbles. Kimimaro, prosperity and democracy are fighting again. Yes, sir. The loyal dog in human form indifferently stepped forward and gave the 2 dogs a good beating. He grabbed the 2 dogs by the back of their necks and dragged them in front of Ichiosa. Kimimaro, I'm hungry. Yes, sir. The child stretched out his hand and aimed at the birds on the treetops. The bones of his fingers melted out of his body and shot out like bullets, each of them capable of killing a prey. Then he dealt with the bodies of the birds, made them into skewers, lit a fire, and handed them to Ichiosa. Kimimaro, I. On this day, before Ichiosa could do anything, Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore. You're going to be wasted by Kimimaro. Ichiosa lazily leaned on the ox cart and said, Kimimaro, I'm so bored. Kakashi's veins popped up on the back of his hand. Kimimaro held white firewood in his left hand and held a money box in his right hand. Sir, do you want to touch prosperity or count coins? Kakashi's forehead was full of veins. Ichiosa thought for a moment, touch prosperity first, then count coins. Kakashi pushed up the forehead protector and revealed his Sharingan. Kimimaro thoughtfully put white firewood in her right hand and the money box in her left hand. Sir, is the wood of the ox cart hard? Do you need a pillow? Is it cold? Do you need a blanket? Sir, are you hungry? Do you want to eat roasted birds? Sir, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink wild honey? The ox cart slowly stopped. Kakashi stared at Kuroto with his Sharingan. Kimimaro, you are going to ruin her. Kimimaro didn't want to listen. The four dogs faintly looked up, agreeing with Kakashi's words. Since the arrival of the little brat named Kimimaro, their pitiful dog lives have become even more difficult. He was ruthless and merciless, shaving off a large piece of dog hair with a brush. Not only did he not apologize for pulling off their hair, but he also drove them away as if it was a matter of course. They're too ugly to dirty Sir's eyes. This is too much. Excluding them, not being able to occupy a good place, not being able to absorb Reiki, their lungs are about to explode. Yijiosa is very lenient towards him. He can hit dogs, but dogs can't bite back. Hey, dogs also have dog rights. However, protesting is useless. Kimimaro's rise to the top is like a rocket. Even white firewood has to avoid the sharp edge. There was nothing that could be done about it. This child with long bones was even more obedient than a dog. He would come whenever Yijiosa called him and was willing to do anything. As long as Yijiosa gave him the slightest bit of recognition, he would be able to do everything perfectly. And after having Kimimaro, Yijiosa's daily life is funeral, and his skills are useless. Even Kakashi doesn't want to look at him anymore. Kakashi, don't tell me you're jealous. Yijiosa rubs white firewood. White firewood coldly stares at Kimimaro. Kimimaro indifferently stares back at white firewood. Jealousy has made you unrecognizable. Yijiosa. Ha. Go back to Woodleaf and explain, Kakashi says coldly. Kakashi said coldly, the Splendor Knight clan's bloodline inheritor cannot be placed by your side, it might even bring you trouble. Yijiosa is slightly surprised. You're living in Uchiha territory, so you've basically been classified as part of the Uchiha faction by the higher-ups. Kakashi reminds, if you bring another blood heir into Uchiha, the higher-ups will be even more afraid of them. Yijiosa's eyes darkens. For the sake of traveling together, I'll remind you to look for Yandame-sama to solve the problem. Kakashi says vaguely, as long as you put Kimimaro under the Hokage's name, as his adopted, eldest son, the higher-ups will give up. The road suddenly quiets down, only the sound of hooves can be heard. Kakashi thinks that Yijiosa understands the stakes, but he doesn't expect him to suddenly say, if Kimimaro is adopted by Yandame-sama, can I still ask him to help me with the housework? Kakashi. Chapter 45. It's about the bloodstained boundary. The news of Kagaya Kimimaro has already reached Woodleaf. In response to this, Shimura Danzo of the Eagle faction is trying to bring him to the roots. The Dove faction's leader strongly refuted. For the first time, his face turned cold, firmly extinguishing the other party's delusions. Shimura Danzo's appetite is really big. Does he really think he doesn't know what he's thinking? Like Orochimaru, he has his eyes on the two most outstanding kids of the Uchiha clan, Shisui and Itachi. He also has his eyes on the unpredictable and insignificant Yijiosa, and now, he wants to involve the blood heir of the Kagaya clan. The Sandaime Hokage is old, but it doesn't mean that his brain is really useless. Where there is light, there will be darkness, therefore, he will turn a blind eye to what the roots are doing. As long as they don't cross the bottom line, he will never fall out with Shimura Danzo. But Shimura Danzo covets his children again and again, including the blood heir and the rare genius. This is unbearable for him. The Sandaime Hokage stood his ground, handing over the task of settling down Kagaya Kimimaro to the Sandaime leader. He is an old man. The only thing he can do for the young is to try his best to block the oppression of the older generation for them. In the few years that he can still move, Minato must grow to a point where it will make people look at it. At least, after he retires from the position of Hokage, he can kill his way out of the situation. The Sandame leader stood at a high place and sighed deeply. When he saw the ox cart coming from afar, he couldn't help but smile. Well, the children of Woodleaf are home. The first thing Ichiosa did when he returned to the village was to get Kimimaro a good household registration. It is said that leaning against a big tree is good for shade. Ichiosa thought about it and felt that there is no better godfather than the Sandame leader. What's more, after nearly 2 months of getting along, he has a lot of trust in this big brother of Kakashi. He is not familiar with the people in Woodleaf, so naturally, he doesn't know as many secrets as Kakashi does. Since the other party had reminded him on account of their friendship, why should he hesitate? After all, Kimimaro was the child he brought back. No matter who adopted him, it would not change the fact that he was willing to raise this child well. Moreover, he trusted the character of the 4th-generation couple. However, Kimimaro was still young and had been locked up for so long. Ichiosa was afraid that the child would let his imagination run wild, so he didn't hide anything. He didn't care if the child understood or not. He just told him his truest thoughts. After a soul-deep persuasion conversation, Kimimaro finally nodded his head, and Ichiosa led him to the Shadow Fire Tower. "Milord." The obedient boy suddenly spoke up. "My name is Kagaya Kimimaro." "Yes." Ichiosa laughed. "No matter what your name will become after you're adopted, I know that you're Kagaya Kimimaro. But I don't like these names." There was a hint of disappointment in Kimimaro's soft voice. "I want to become something that truly belongs to adults." Ichiosa's smile froze. "Kid, your thoughts seem a little dangerous." However, after a moment, Ichiosa felt relieved. It was normal for a child to not know how to speak. Didn't Kimimaro want to become his obedient son? He knew how to show his loyalty at such a young age. This child was most likely a filial son. Damn it, he didn't even have anything, and he already had a son to take care of. He was touched. With the mentality of an old father, Ichiosa asked his son for his opinion. "Oh. What name does Kimimaro like? Even if you want to be called Kagaya Rikien, I'll fight for it for you. I think it's good to be prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious." Kimimaro's tone was filled with obvious anticipation. "This is something that Milord named, so it belongs to Milord." Ichiosa was speechless. "If they can accompany you every day, I can too." Kimimaro continued, "I can also let Milord touch my head, let Milord touch my back, and stuff myself into Milord's bed." "Stop. Stop." The corners of Ichiosa's mouth twitched. "Kimimaro, they're dogs. Humans can't touch each other casually, and they can't climb into other people's beds." "Why? Why can't you do what Milord does to dogs to me?" Ichiosa was speechless. "Kid. Please watch your words. What do you mean by doing things to dogs? Didn't he do anything good to dogs?" They were currently standing on the street in front of the Hokage Tower. There were people coming and going, and the 2 children did not lower their volume. When these specious words fell into the adults' ears, they attracted the attention of many people. Ichiosa was once again reminded of the fear of being dominated by the bear dog. In a sense, there was really no difference between Kimimaro and the bear dog. They're dogs, and you're a human. Ichiosa lowered his voice, not knowing how to explain to the child. "I can be Milord's dog, and I'll be more obedient than them." Kimimaro did not feel that there was any shame in being a dog. "Dogs can be given a name by Milord, but I don't." Ichiosa took a deep breath and felt that a 3 or 4-year-old child was as stubborn as a cow. Why did he have to fight for a job with a dog if he didn't want to be a human? Although he thought about it, Kimimaro was usually very well behaved, and it was rare for him to ask for a name. How could he not give it? Anyway, a nickname was easy to raise. It was just the same name as a dog, so it was not a big deal. Hua Xia had a lot of go Dan, go Sheng, ergo, and he didn't see anyone reject it so much. Yi Jiusa successfully hypnotized himself. Thinking that the child had been locked up for many years, he simply said, "From now on, you'll be called Freedom." Freedom. Yes, you're free. Yi Jiusa patted his head and successfully made the child open his eyes wide. Your future is no longer restricted. You can live whatever you want. Milord. Stop, the 4th generation leader is still waiting for us. Let's go upstairs first. The 2 children came hand in hand, the older one dragging the younger one, looking very cute. On the Hokage Tower, Minato, who saw everything through the window, smiled warmly like a spring breeze. Uchiha Tomiyama, who was standing beside him, did not say much, but his solemn aura was much calmer. Fugaku, I plan to adopt this child. Minato smiled. Your Sasuke has a reliable elder brother, but my Naruto doesn't. Oh, you're just jealous that I have an excellent eldest son. Uchiha Tomiyama closed his eyes slightly. But it's good for you to adopt him. Itachi's talent is excellent, but he also needs a strong opponent. According to the Woodleaf's team pattern of 3 people, excluding Yi Jiusa, Itachi Uchiha's teammate is very likely to be Kimimaro Kagaya. Itachi Uchiha is 2 years older than Kimimaro, but in the world of ninja, age is not fatal, but personal talent is fatal. People with similar abilities encourage each other, whether it is for the Hokage clan or the Uchiha clan, it is a good stimulation. Now that the big shots were prepared, Kimimaro's move was already set in stone. So, Kimimaro has a new account, Minato. The second thing Yi Jiusa did when he returned to Woodleaf was to be praised and rewarded by the higher-ups. It was said that he completed an A-level mission, and the money he earned was enough to cover the financial deficit of Woodleaf Village. The Dove group led by Sandame expressed their gratitude with a smile, and by the way, they gave a bunch of shops that were not doing well to Yi Jiusa to manage, showing the importance of his contribution to the economy of Woodleaf Village. Yi Jiusa readily agreed. In addition to stroking the dog, he usually liked to count money. This wave of praise was to his liking, and it was more conducive to the development of the new socialist countryside. But why didn't he know that his business would be so successful? It was too much, he wasted his talent in his previous life. Everything seemed to be moving in the direction of a well-off society. Yi Jiusa was ready to make a plan, thinking that in the future, becoming a CEO, marrying a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, and walking to the peak of life would no longer be a dream, and his heart was suddenly burning with passion. But in the midst of his excitement, he received news of a man who was silent and a woman who was crying, and this news forced him to do a third thing. In the 2 months that he had been doing the mission, Woodleaf Village was haunted. According to the night patrol team of the Uchiha clan, it was the head of a man, and it would occasionally appear in the cold alleyways, staring at you with a pair of snake-like eyes. The head looked eerie, with seaweed-like black hair, and it was the crystallization of the resentment of the tragic dead. It always appeared late at night, as if it was looking for prey. Because there were so many witnesses, the higher-ups had to send a team of Jonin to annihilate it, but a month had passed, and the Jonin team had found nothing. The ghosts were still causing trouble, and the ghost stories were getting more and more intense. After listening to all the gossip, Yi Jiusa's face was stony, and he felt that Nara, the hot chick, would tear the roof tiles if he was not disciplined for 3 days, and it was time for him to be locked in the toilet to wash his brain. He stood up, and asked Kimimaro to help him take care of the dog, and then went out with his sword, heading to the most haunted places. The occupational disease of fortune-telling, feng shui, catching ghosts, and preaching teachings of the pure Yang Palace is back. After the 4 dogs stepped into Woodleaf Village, they returned to the Uchiha clan's land, and returned to the house that they had not seen for 2 months. They were bored to death in the corridor covered with a thin layer of dust, waiting for the owner to send the white-haired cub away, and then come back to work for them. The white-haired cub didn't hold back, either shaving off a piece of hair, or pouring bath water into their noses. Moreover, he had sharp bones, and when the owner was asleep, he would stay by her side, not to mention the dogs, even an ant would not be able to crawl over. On the days of the return journey, he fed them food, stroked their hair, bathed them, and whipped their skin by him. The whipping was heavy, and it hurt. Without comparison, there was no harm. They finally understood how gentle the owner who usually bathed and fed them was. They forced themselves not to care about a 3 or 4-year-old child. After enduring for a few days, they could finally get rid of the little cub and return to their original life. Thinking that they could put the kennel next to the owner tonight, and rely on the owner's aura to raise the monster power, magic, chakra, and spiritual power in their bodies, the 4 dogs were much calmer, and they were willing to maintain the peace on the surface. But from noon to sunset, from lunch to dinner, their owner not only did not come back, but there was no news. The most terrible thing was that they waited. And waited. And waited for the white-haired cub. The 4 dogs became alert and squinted at Kimimaro. The white-haired cub was brought back by the patriarch of Uchiha. The serious-looking man pointed to the Yi house and pulled out a gentle smile. "This is where she lives. Aren't you going to your adoptive father's house tonight?" Uchiha Tomiyama felt that Kimimaro's nestling situation was a bit serious. "Now your surname." "Bo Kaze." Kimimaro raised his little face and said seriously, "But my name is Freedom." Uchiha Tomiyama. He really was not suitable to communicate with children, and he couldn't understand their brain circuits. If he remembered correctly, the name Freedom was obviously a dog name given by Yi Jiosa in the Hokage building. The surname Bo Kaze and the dog name Freedom. Fortunately, Bo Fengshui had a gentle temperament and let them do whatever they wanted. Well, it seemed that he couldn't do anything. If the child cried. Uchiha Tomiyama's face was a bit twisted, he let go of his hand, and said dryly, "Freedom. Goodbye." Kimimaro thought of the manners Yi Jiosa taught him, and waved his hand, "Uncle Uchiha." Uchiha Tomiyama. Was he already part of the uncle generation? Was he that old? Bo Fengshui was the adoptive father, but he was the uncle. Although he was very satisfied with the seniority, it didn't mean that he had to accept the kid calling him old. "Freedom, you can call me Uncle Uchiha." "Okay, Uncle Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood and left in a daze. If he knew what would happen next, he would have stayed no matter what. But in this world, there were no ifs. The word freedom was like locusts passing through, gnawing away at the seedlings in the hearts of the 4 dogs. This was because they realized that the name Freedom was very similar to the style of their dog names. It was as if this white-furred pup had received some kind of approval from Yi Jiosa to be able to keep pace with them and have a share of the aura. How could this be? There was only one place for the owner to replenish his strength, and 4 dogs were already crowded enough. If another child came, did they really think that these old big shots were philanthropists? Without replenishment, they could only be pure dogs. This was the result that no one wanted. Almost at the same time, the 4 dogs looked at Kimimaro with a dangerous look in their eyes. They should have thought of this earlier. Could a person who was picked up by the owner be a normal dog? Could a dog who was raised by the owner be a normal person? Freedom. Chapter 46. Would a group of big shots who had lived for thousands of years feel guilty about targeting a 3 or 4-year-old child? Do you have any shame? The answers were, of course, no and no. Do they need shame? Not really. Do they care what other people think? He didn't care. Anyone who could reach the position of big boss in their eyes, benefits were more important than anything else. At this moment, someone came out to block the way. Naturally, he had to use some means to deal with it. It was indeed shameful to kill a child. But driving him out was part of the plan. To the left and right, they all look like dogs. No one knows who. No matter how much he struggled even after putting on human skin, it was still a dignified boss. No one would associate a silly dog running around with a powerful figure. Since he could protect his identity, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he couldn't chase away his colleagues, he should be able to chase away a little brat, right? Thus, reflecting the remnant red of the setting sun. The 4 dogs that were lying on the corridor slowly got up. Like giant beasts that had their eyes on their prey, they slowly moved to their respective offensive corners and stood properly, glaring at Kimimaro. The golden retriever shook its body. A low growl came from his throat. He seemed to be threatening something. It also seemed to be mocking something. Gilgamesh had a fetish. No matter who she fought with, he always liked to look down on people because of their status, bloodline, and identity. Even if he became a dog now, he couldn't change this habit. He had to bark a few times before stopping. There was more than one dog with this bad habit, such as Uchiha Madara. When he was excited by the fight, he just liked to spout nonsense. Every sentence was a compliment to his close friend, Senju Takuma, who had died young. Will be until reinforcements arrive and the situation turns around. What about Aizen? Add medicine. Not supervising. Siyujiwu. Xia remonstrated with Kuei to return to Mu Yunjing forever. Jingro. What? Flirting with each other. Chuang Tupin. Nair. Huiba Street Falcon Cavity Pimple Chamber. Emasculation. Shaw. Equals. The only one who didn't make a sound during the fight was probably Saishomaru. Compared to the world bosses of the various worlds who had only started out halfway, Saishomaru had been a dog for hundreds of years, so he could be said to be adept at his job. He deeply understood the simple truth that a dog that bites doesn't bark. Therefore, he was always able to seize the most appropriate opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the enemy and his comrades. Instead of barking during the battle, it was better to whimper after the battle. The situation was stronger than the dog. A human cub beating a dog was more painful than a broken tooth stabbing a kidney. Saishomaru did not want to end up like his colleagues. Even though he couldn't kill the white-furred kid in front of him, he couldn't let him live either. He was too much of a hindrance. Many dogs had this idea. Kimimaro was young and never hid his likes and dislikes. Since he had neglected them, they naturally had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, with the relationship between the white-furred cub and its owner, their future days would definitely not be easy. However, Kimimaro wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had more or less fought with Yijiosa's dogs a few times on his return journey. In a situation where the odds were even, a precocious child would definitely not lower his guard. Kimimaro stood in the small yard and scanned the 4 dogs with a deadpan expression. Suddenly, a large number of sharp bones burst out from his body. It was difficult to control the blood limit, but it was very simple to indulge. When Kimimaro no longer restrained himself, his combat potential was finally unleashed. Golden Fur took the lead. Since he couldn't pull out his Heaven's Lock and Sword of Unruliness, he was leaning more and more towards close combat. Although his melee combat skills weren't bad, his dog's body had greatly reduced his strength. Although his teeth were good, the density of Kimimaro's bones was not to be underestimated. And because of this, when the Hero King's dog teeth struck Kimimara's bones, his face immediately turned green. A toothache wasn't an illness, but the pain was excruciating. Gilgamesh immediately loosened his bite, but he was still a step too late. His waist was kicked by Kimimaro. The force drilled into his kidney, causing him to bend his spine in pain. The three dogs that didn't make a move took notes. Don't bite with your teeth. Protect the waist of a male dog. With his body covered in white bones, Kimimaro charged at the Samied closest to him without a word. Aizen narrowly avoided his attack and saw that half of the wooden planks on the long corridor had been destroyed. Aizen's face turned green. He once again recalled the fear of being dominated by his owner when he was in the toilet. If this mansion were to be demolished, then... Woof woof woof. Shifting the battlefield, this place couldn't be smashed. Aizen warned them and quickly ran towards the Uchiha territory. He decided to lure Kimimaro away before teaching him a lesson. He believed that no one would dare to smash public property on the streets. When that happened, Kimimaro's hands and feet would be tied, and he could beat him up. But man proposes, God disposes. Aizen neglected the fact that Kimimaro had been locked up in the dungeon for a few years. Kimimaro didn't understand the twists and turns of the world. He only knew his goal, to help the lady take care of her dog. Her dog wanted to rebel, so he naturally had to suppress it, no matter what. Therefore, after failing to hit the Samied, Kimimaro continued to attack fiercely, smashing the entire long corridor. He was enraged by the Samied and chased after the dog in front of him, smashing it as he chased. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's face turned green. Although he didn't think that today's Uchiha clan was his home, he used to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't stand by and watch a white-haired brat and a dog behave atrociously in his territory. The Tibetan Mastiff rushed forward like a cannonball and chased after Kimimaro, swearing to teach this brat who disregarded the dignity of the Uchiha clan a lesson. The golden retriever recovered from the pain, jumped up from the ground, and madly chased after Zhang Zian. Only Saishomaru held his breath and stood beside the ruins of the long corridor. After a moment of silence, he went around to the back of the Yi house and smashed the bathhouse where the dogs were bathing. Thinking that after today, the three dogs would most likely die, he walked back and destroyed the three kennels. He also threw their dog basins into the pond. When he went out again, it was getting dark. Roars and screams came from the streets of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by the sound of buildings being smashed. Saishomaru quietly disappeared into the night, giving them the icing on the cake. Bang! The Tibetan Mastiff was the best of the four dogs in close combat. He hit Kimimaro and smashed the tables and chairs of the tavern. In the owner's crazy voice, Kimimaro became more and more courageous, and his taijutsu became more and more refined. The streets of the Uchiha clan were in chaos, and the guards rushed to the scene, but they unexpectedly ran into the angry Uchiha Madara. He stared at the Sharingan, and the three tomo in his eye sockets turned wildly, connecting into a strange spinning pattern. The Uchiha guards were unprepared, and they were all pulled into an illusion. In there, they saw the real version of their ancestor, Uchiha Madara, who had died a long time ago. The ancestor picked up the big fan and slapped them on the forehead, and scolded, "Useless trash, it took you so long to come here, you are the worst Uchiha I have ever seen. Half of the clan's land was destroyed, when did the quality of ninjas become so bad? There is no worst, only worse." Uchiha Madara didn't expect that with his banana fan, this group of guards fainted. Uchiha Madara. This kind of degenerate clan, it's better to destroy them. Mixed with the anger of his younger generation's failure, the ancestor, Uchiha Madara, tore down his clan's land without hesitation. He and Anna Izumi worked hard to earn the future, let you live in a big house, let you eat big chicken legs, let you soak in a good hot spring, but the result is that each generation is worse than the previous generation. Why? Today, I will tear it down for you. Start fighting again for this daddy. So, in the horrified eyes of a group of Uchiha who rushed over, they saw the dog standing in the middle of the ruins in the middle of the street, staring at all the Uchiha with a murderous look. Am I seeing things? Why does a dog have Sharingan? No, that's the legendary kaleidoscope. Oh, the legendary kaleidoscope. Uchiha Madara sneered, the Uchiha clan really fell, in the Warring States period. How can the kaleidoscope fall to the level of a legend? Sure enough, it's still up to him, the senior, to give them the most impressive lesson. This group of weak Uchiha. Boom. The chakra accumulated for a long time directly flowed in the body, the kaleidoscope spun, and a purple light gradually covered the body of the mastiff. Condensed into armor, grew arms, and raised the katana. Heavy pressure, heavy murderous intent, this is only 1/10 of the complete body of Susanoo, but it exudes a pressure that makes the elders of the Uchiha clan tremble. This is. Pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan widened their eyes in unison, this appearance. This color. Susanoo. This is. The legendary demon god Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Why does a dog have Sharingan? But the development of the situation did not allow them to discuss. Uchiha Madara's goal has shifted from Kimimaro to a group of juniors. His Susanoo directly cut a large area of the building. The loud roar startled a flock of birds. The Umbu of Woodleaf Village rushed to the Uchiha clan to see what happened. At the same time, in a small forest full of chakra, Yijiosa grabbed Nara's long hair and stepped on his face. When he saw the change in the Woodleaf Village, he immediately dragged Nara's head and ran toward the Uchiha clan. But in just a few seconds, it was enough for Uchiha Madara to tear this mansion into ruins. Susanoo's armor is extremely hard, except for Senju Takuma's humanoid-tailed beast, no one can break his defense. After the destruction, Uchiha Madara sneered and removed the Susanoo. He stood in the ruins and looked at the Satsuma and Golden Retriever behind him. He felt that even if the Uchiha clan is humiliated, it's not something that outsiders can see. After solving his own clan, he will solve this group of colleagues. As for Kimimaro, the white-haired cub was buried under a pile of wood. With the support of the bones, he won't be injured, but he won't be able to get out in a short time. The Tibetan Mastiff stretched its muscles, glanced at the Uchiha who were shocked and didn't dare to move, turned around and rushed toward the Satsuma and Golden Retriever. I'll let you watch the show. The 3 dogs fought with each other. Knowing the lethality of the Tibetan Mastiff, the Satsuma and Golden Retriever joined forces, and for a while, they didn't let Uchiha Madara, who had exhausted his chakra, get the upper hand. It didn't take long for Konoha's Umbu to arrive at the scene, and they found that except for the 3 dogs who were fighting fiercely, the rest of the Uchiha were sitting in the ruins with their faces covered in dust, and their faces were full of confusion. Patriarch of Uchiha. Patriarch of Uchiha. The Umbu ninja couldn't help but repeat, this is. What happened here? Uchiha Tomiyama has long lost his cold and serious attitude. He looked at the ruins of the clan and murmured, dog. Dog demolished. The mansion. What? Did a dog tear down your Uchiha mansion? The Umbu was also confused. They thought that it was an enemy attack, and after they came, they thought that Uchiha was in civil strife. How did they know that the dog demolished the mansion? What? What? You say it again. 2 meters away, Yijiosa, who rushed over, held a head, and stared with 2 bloodshot eyes that were as red as a kaleidoscope. You say it again. Who demolished the Uchiha mansion? Dog. Yes, it's the dog. You see, they are still fighting. Yijiosa was about to go crazy. He pushed the crowd aside and looked at the ruined street. Then, he turned to look at his dog, who was fighting fiercely. He felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had caved in. The piggy bank that he had worked so hard to accumulate was going to be emptied again. Motherfucker. This is the land of Uchiha. The place where he is now living. He didn't have time to repay the kindness of Uchiha, and his dog demolished their mansion. This is intolerable. Assuming that he has a monthly income of 500,000 liang, but the land of Uchiha. This land is so big, there are so many shops and houses, plus valuable items, he can't afford it even if he works for a lifetime. He can't even afford it. Motherfucker, the dream of becoming a CEO, marrying a beautiful woman, and walking to the peak of life has not been realized yet, but he was forced to wake up. What the fuck? Yijiosa was so sad that he almost cried. He threw Nara's head to the ground fiercely, and after smashing it to the ground, he roared, "I will fucking kill you." He pulled out his sword, fiercely rushed into the battlefield of the dog, and opened the Great Void Sword Essence to beat his dog. So, the Uchiha people watched the Tibetan Mastiff, who was suppressing all the Uchiha people a moment ago, being pressed to the ground by a little girl unstripped of its fur. Why does the dog have Sharingan? Why does the dog's Sharingan open to the kaleidoscope? Why does the dog's Sharingan open to the kaleidoscope and understand Susanoo? Why does the dog's Susanoo look exactly the same as the legendary ancestor? What is the relationship between the ancestor of Uchiha clan and this dog? Thinking of a certain possibility, their worldview was broken together with the mansion. Yijiosa glued the tails of the three dogs together with superglue, and then dug out Kimimaro from the ruins. When he thought that this child had suffered great grievances in order to stop the crazy dog, he couldn't help but feel even more sorry for him. He dragged Nara's head, held Kimimaro's hand, and happened to see the shivering by Xiao Chai in a corner. The sadness in his heart was so great that he could only cry out loud to express it. After 2 months of being rich, he, Yijiosa, went bankrupt again. He also had to carry a huge debt and work for others for the rest of his life. It was so sad. He finally understood the demolition ability of the Inuzuka clan, and finally realized that when there is a dog in the family, it can really create a new era. They are so energetic that he must beg the Inuzuka clan to give him 3 little bitches tomorrow, otherwise, he really can't live on. If they refuse the little bitches and choose to demolish the house, then take them to be sterilized. If they are sterilized, there shouldn't be so many problems. I'll let you do it. Yijiosa opened his blood-red eyes, stared at the dogs on the ground, and couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. White Firewood nestled on the side, looked at the Tibetan Mastiff, and quietly turned his eyes to the Satsuma and Golden Retriever. At this point, the human cubs haven't executed them yet. It seems that the biggest variable is not these strange dogs, but the cubs who raised them. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.